years. His voracious curiosity manifested early. He read everything, particularly science, travel, humor, and magic. When 12, he had one of his first brushes with the paranormal, an attic poltergeist that responded to his knocking. We'll ask about that. By the time he was 14, he was renting space, writing a column, Perry Herald, publishing the school paper, and contributing to magazines. Oh my, at 16, he was publishing a science fiction magazine, fanzine, actually. The Lunar, I believe it is. And sold a piece to the New Yorker. Wow. In the 1950s, he worked for the Department of the Army as chief of continuity and production for the American Forces Network. And then in Frankfurt, Germany, in 1952, wrote and produced the radio program Things in the Sky about unidentified flying objects that was heard by millions throughout Europe. Author now of 30 books since Jadou, I guess, his 1957 autobiography. Hill's groundbreaking books have been published in over 20 countries and include many of ufology's most acclaimed titles: Operation Trojan Horse, Our Haunted Planet, and the Mothman Prophecies. Credible Mothman investigations are the subject of a major motion picture starring a Keel-inspired character played by Richard Gere, all slated to be released on January 25th. That, in most time zones, would be today. Keel has written articles that have appeared in many leading periodicals, including Playboy, Saga, Fate. His monthly Beyond the Known column is a popular Fate feature. John was recently the subject of Secrets of the Shadow World. Oh my, what a title. A feature-length documentary acclaimed by acclaimed director Boris Trukar, who premiered at Lincoln Center in New York City. His extensive television appearances include Johnny Carson, Jack Parr, Hugh Downs, David Letterman. Wow. This guy's been around. John, hi, welcome to the program.
Yeah, I've been up to no good for many, many years here.
And how have we never before this moment connected?
I don't know. I've listened to you for a very long time. Somehow, never happened before.
It's just illogical.
I know many of the people that have been on your show. It's illogical that we haven't connected before.
Lord Coleman got through, actually, just before you were to come on the air here. That wasn't a planned thing. He just got through. And I admit to him, and I'm going to admit the same thing to you. All of these years that I've done the paranormal and things about the paranormal, I've traveled a lot of different paths, but the only thing I've known about Mothman was an occasional caller who would reference Mothman, and I'd always say, well, I don't know a lot about it, and your name would come up. And so anyway, here we are finally. What is Mothman?
Oh, it all began about 35 years ago. So that's, in terms of generations, that's like 3 generations by modern standards, you know. Easy to forget it. Mothman appeared in West Virginia in 1966. And there were frequent appearances of this creature, which was described as being about 7 or 8 feet tall, pretty big, and had very bright red eyes, and it would spread wings that were about 10 feet across, and it would take off straight up in the air, and it had a curious habit of chasing automobiles.
Straight up in the air. No, it didn't.
Like a helicopter, right? It didn't, you know, most of the birds have to do a running start.
Yeah, sure. Superman leap.
Yeah. And anyone who saw this was usually horrified and terrified and traumatized by it. And I, over a period of that year, I collected over 100 reports from people who seemed very sincere and very, very frightened by what had happened to them. This thing had sort of hypnotic powers. People would be transfixed when they saw it. And then the year climax to the collapse of the bridge. A lot of people on it.
What did that have to do with Mothman?
Well, it seemed to bring things to not to a stop, but everything slowed down. There were a lot of people on the bridge who had either encountered the Mothman or had close relatives who had encountered the Mothman.
This was geographically held to how small an area?
To it's the Ohio Valley, the Ohio River, it's the border between Ohio and West Virginia,
right?
And a little town called Point Pleasant was right there where the bridge was. And it was a town of about 6,000 people.
And so the sightings were confined to this town or to an area around the town or what?
To a large part of West Virginia.
Oh.
And there were sightings in Ohio, too. And there were curious sightings of what really looked like a really large bird, like, say, an ancient pterodactyl or something. So, meanwhile, the people in this town, all around it, were having all kinds of paranormal manifestations, poltergeist activity. And I happened to be there almost by accident. And I had gone to Beckley, West Virginia, which is sort of a mining town then. I don't know what it is now.
What had taken you there? Why were you going there?
Because there was a boy there who had found a cat with wings.
A cat with wings?
Yeah. And this cat was he named it Thomas, and it became a celebrity. And he charged 10 cents to look at this cat. So all of the people in the area were paying 10 cents to take a look at this winged cat.
Well, I'd sure pay 10 cents.
Yeah. Well, I went there. I did a story for a magazine. I think it was a magazine called Coronet. You probably don't remember that.
I do remember that.
There were many general magazines at that time. Now there are very few general magazines. They're all specialized. And I was a freelance writer writing for all of these magazines. And I went there to track down the whole story on Thomas the winged cat. And his wings fell off.
They fell off?
Yeah. They were like lumps of gristle or something.
So they
and I was going to get business.
Yeah, I'm sure that was the end of the 10 cents.
There was a lot more to the story. A woman in the neighborhood claimed that Thomas was her cat. And then when the wings fell off, she lost interest in it. She took the boy to court before the wings fell off.
Court case died on the bottom.
So there was quite a story there. And while I was in Beckley, I was having lunch with the editor of the newspaper at Beckley, and the story came over the wire that 4 young people had seen this tall winged creature in Point Pleasant, outside of Point Pleasant, in an area that was known as the TNT area.
Before we even get any further, can I ask you, how does one get a job doing what you did, being able to say, listen, editor, I'm on a plane for this winged cat. How do you get a job where you get to do those kind of stories?
I collected many other stories on each of these trips. And Playboy magazine had asked me to get to the bottom of the flying saucer mystery. At that time, there were flying saucer stories from all over the world, not just from Michigan or, localized stories. People were seeing them everywhere, and they were seeing them in the Ohio Valley.
Well, gee whiz, John, they're still seeing them in the Ohio Valley, and we still don't know what they are, so I take it you disappointed Mr. Hefner and couldn't get to the bottom.
I did not succeed in solving the mystery, but I traveled extensively around the United States, and I saw many of these things myself.
Well, I'm sorry the cat's wings fell off. That would have been very cool to have a winged cat.
Yeah. It was an interesting story, and it's in one of my books. Right now, I couldn't tell you which book. Anyway, I went to Point Pleasant, expecting to stay there for a few hours, interviewing and they were going up and down the river, and everybody was seeing them, and nobody knew what they were. And very often they would be very, very low in the sky. They'd be like 100 feet above the water.
And in size, how big?
Well, they were mostly the size of a large beach ball, and extremely bright, and they would change colors sometimes. Just what we're wearing today, the same kind of thing.
Well, today, though, there's some recent, really interesting scientific literature about plasma balls. Now, these plasma balls apparently defy conventional physics in that they are able to maintain the energy that generates them and, in fact, even increase it while standing in the atmosphere. And so that's all I know, but I know that science has determined that, and they don't understand how it can be.
Well, they were talking about that in the 60s, the plasma ball.
Really?
And, you could say nothing is new. That everything that people are saying today, they were saying
Has always been around.
yes, and the history of this goes way back.
But actually being able to measure one, that is new. And being able to see it defy conventional physics, nothing after creation continues to get stronger. It gets weaker after an instant of creation, whatever would make this plasma ball. So it defies physics. That part's new.
Well, these things seem to have a basic intelligence to them. If you flash the flashlight at them, they jump out of the way of the beam.
I've heard those stories, yes.
And also, I would flash, say, 3 times, and they would flash back 3 times. Oh, I did this in front of witnesses who signed affidavits to them. And I was totally baffled by this, because there were so many of them. And night after night, we would see them. And I was also, of course, I was hoping to catch the bird, as people call it.
Yes.
And
when did you think these, obviously you had to have done a lot of speculation about what these apparent intelligent balls of light were.
well, they had to be some form of energy, because people who got close to them would suffer very severe burns on their body. Often the eyes would be the first to be affected. It was like conjunctivitis. That happened to me once. It was like getting sand in your eyes, and it lasted for several days.
Oh my.
And there were 3 cases during that period, not in West Virginia, but elsewhere, of people who were permanently blinded by looking at these things.
Do you believe that it was just the brightness of the object? They tell you all the time, don't look at the sun, you could lose your sight. Or do you think it was some form of radiation, or what?
Well, during that period, between 1964 and 1968, we had this enormous UFO wave all over the world. And a lot of people were suffering various kinds of physical ailments after seeing these things.
Right.
Some of them, it was like their insides were burned or something. Their urine turned black.
As though they were cooked. Right. Maybe even microwave time.
That would be microwaves, yes. And animals were very afraid of these things. Most dogs and cows and horses and things would act as terrified by it.
Well, they've got developed instincts.
They probably heard sounds, too, that we couldn't hear.
Right. Right. They would instinctually, in the way animals understand fire, instinctually they would understand this other thing.
Yes.
Anything with that kind of energy, sure.
So,
we're not that bright, probably. We go, what's that?
well, when you consider the universe, we're sort of like ants. We can construct things and do things and destroy our environment. But I don't think we're very important in the universal scheme of things.
Or at least not as important as we think we are.
Yeah. Well, that's another problem. Man's ego is always getting in our way. These sightings, as I say, I saw so many of them and signaled to them and other people were with me when I was saying these things, and it was a very interesting period of history, which is now almost completely forgotten, because there are new generations coming up who think it's new to them. And they see these things and think it's all brand new.
By the way, I want to settle something. My producers said they thought you were 80 years old.
I'm 72.
You're 72. So Lauren Coleman has said you were 72, and he's exactly right that you're 72. Yeah, I mean, America can barely remember what happened 2 weeks ago about a lot of things, and so remembering what happened that long ago, no way. But there's no doubt about it. You were there. It happened.
Yes, and I was in many other places. It was happening on Long Island here in New York State.
Really?
There were many sightings. We could see them coming in from the ocean. It was like watching these little look like the tips of red hot pokers. And they would come in from the ocean and fly over Long Island. These were larger objects than the lights. We don't know what they were, but they were obviously radiating infrared or something. And over the years, I've seen a number of those. And they occasionally also have a habit of chasing automobiles.
Do you think there's a relationship between those and the lights we talked about?
I think they're all interrelated. How? I don't know. I sort of discarded the theory that they were from outer space because there's so many of them, and it goes back so far. The history goes back so far.
The one distinctive thing about Mothman seems to be the description of blood red eyes, right?
Right. That's a description also of Bigfoot very often.
You know how some people hate snakes and some people are scared of spiders.
Right.
I'm scared of things with red eyes. I don't like red eyes. And somebody earlier was saying, well, you know, a lot of people have described things like Mothman as angels. And I said earlier, and I'll say it again, angels definitely don't have red eyes. Not in my world, anyway. Hold on. Stay right exactly where you are, John. We'll take a break and be right back. I'm Art Bell. I've been drifting on the sea of heartbreak, trying to get myself ashore for so long. So long. Listening to the strange stories, wondering where it all went wrong. For so long. So long. You are on the air on the international line. Where are you calling from, please? You are the first caller from Scotland. Where are you, please? In Madrid, Spain, on the Angels don't have red eyes. Anyway, we're going to talk more about the Mothman prophecies in a moment. That's a question in itself. Why? I wonder why they derive the word prophecies that implies that something was told about something that would happen, something prophetic. John A. Keel will be right back.
Some houses are born bad. Houses like Rose Red.
Now one team's tweet to uncover the truth. Rose Red is a dangerous place to run psychic experiments, pulling out the worst in the air. Stephen King's Rose Red. The Derby is Sunday at 9 Central on ABC. Well, it certainly cannot be a coincidence because I don't believe in coincidences like this. John Keel is on the program tonight, and the movie just happens to be being released today. Not coincidence, astounding. Yeah, astounding. Now, they've probably been running you around doing interviews all over the place, haven't they?
Yes, they have.
Sucking your blood dry, right? Right until the release date.
I've been interviewed by newspapers from all over the country and on a number of TV shows.
Newspapers are not as much fun. Somehow they always get stuff wrong.
That's guaranteed.
I mean, it absolutely is guaranteed. At least when you're on radio, these are your words, they're not going to change.
Right.
The Mothman prophecies, why the word prophecies?
Because I started, when I was chasing these things, I started getting a lot of mysterious phone calls.
Oh.
And this was, today we have satellites up there that can interfere with any telephone on Earth.
Right.
And in those days we didn't have those satellites, so I couldn't really blame the government for this. These phone calls were usually very mechanical voices, like you get today from a computer, but we didn't have real PCs in those days either.
Right.
And they predicted a number of things that came true right on the nose.
Like what?
Martin Luther King.
His assassination.
Yes, they told me that he would be shot in the throat. And I took it so seriously, I spent some desperate days trying to contact his group. And I failed. Later I learned that many other people had also gotten this prediction one way or another and had tried to contact him. Well, I think that, his last speech was, I've been to the mountaintop. And it was almost a farewell speech. Right, he must have been aware of all this. There were predictions that the Pope was going to be assassinated. an incident where a man dressed as a priest attacked the Pope with a black knife. Unfortunately, the Pope's guard subdued this man, but it was a real attempt. There were a lot of predictions which are, of course, some of my books outlined in full.
Was this coming, John, at Point Pleasant, or following Point Pleasant, or what?
This would usually be when I was back in my New York apartment, and I get these crazy phone calls.
Do you think that it had something to do with Point Pleasant?
It was all interconnected because I was going back and forth to Point Pleasant frequently. And now that's almost 1,000 miles from New York. But as soon as I would get back from Point Pleasant, I'd have a string of messages, frantic things were happening again in Point Pleasant. So I'd have to jump in my car and go back. And one of the predictions sort of built up over a period of time was that there was going to be a terrible accident on the river, the Ohio River. And a lot of people were going to be killed. And because the other predictions had come true, I was getting rather frantic about this because I didn't know precisely what was going to happen. There were chemical factories along the river, and I was afraid that one of them was going to blow up. And of course, I couldn't tell the people there. If it didn't happen, I'd look like a fool. And if it did happen, even worse.
They would be implicated or something.
Well, I would have started a lot of rumors. That's what would have happened.
Now, if you successfully predicted a chemical plant blowing up, believe me, you'd be a suspect.
Oh, yeah. Because the FBI and the CIA were around there. At that time, I found out later a lot more than I should have known. The TNT area.
Oh, no, that's interesting. So in other words, our own government, our spook side government, knew something was going on there as well and wanted to know what it was.
Because there were suddenly a lot of strangers, and as you know, especially in the 60s, the FBI dressed almost in a uniform. They had very short hair. They always wore a hat, and they dressed with neckties and things that you didn't see in Point Pleasant very often. And
so an FBI agent would tend to stick out like a sore thumb.
Right. Well, that was their problem all over the country. Now I think they grow beards and they dress shabby clothes and so on. But in those days, they had to follow that dress code.
Well, I'll tell you something, John. The FBI guys that I've seen still look FBI all the way. I've had a few visit, and they're really classic guys.
Yeah, it's almost like a machine turns them out somewhere.
I guess, well, it does sort of. I guess that, as you point out, they've got a lot of undercover people and so forth now these days. But yeah, you're right. In those days, they would have just about all looked that way, and so. They'd be recognizable in Point Pleasant. So you think our government had a big interest in whatever was happening there?
Well, there was a lady who lived near the bridge, and she claimed that she saw 2 days before the disaster, she saw 2 men wearing low-cut shoes, Oxford, well-shined, and plaid jackets, climbing around the bridge. Now, she never seen anybody except workmen climbing on that bridge. And these guys, she couldn't identify them, but they weren't wearing FBI black jackets and so on.
Right. So the obvious suspicion is they did something that might have weakened the bridge, or I don't know, in some way affected it.
You could really speculate on that, and it didn't make any sense to her at the time, especially the scenario where men wore boots all the time. It was winter time, and a lot of slush and snow. And it was not proper dress to be climbing around the bridge.
Right. What would be, if you were to speculate, what would be the motive for doing that? Why bring the bridge down? What do you affect when you do that? What's the idea?
Well, there's another thing that happened when the bridge fell. There was a stoplight at either end of the bridge, and they were stuck on red. So the traffic on the bridge was not moving. It was cluttered traffic, and these stoplights were not working.
So in other words, the entire bridge was covered with traffic?
Yeah, well, Christmas traffic. It was December 15th.
Right.
And it was the rush hour. And in those days they had a rush hour. I don't think they have one anymore. But there were a lot of things that just didn't make sense. This kind of bridge normally wouldn't fall into the water.
Right.
So that was just one part of the whole story.
Were many killed?
Yes, about 47 people.
47 people.
It made headlines all over the world.
Why do you think? Well, of course it was. I guess it was prophesied. So,
Well, they didn't say the bridge was going to collapse.
but a tragedy.
Every time I went to Point Pleasant, I carried a gas mask with me.
Why?
Well, I was thinking of the chemical factory.
Oh, I see.
And, of course, I didn't want to start any kind of rumors of panics or anything, so I kept my mouth shut, except I wrote to a few people. I wrote to, at that time I was corresponding with Dr. Jacques Vallée.
Oh, yes, of course.
And he mentions it in one of his books, that I had sent him a letter predicting that something was going to happen on the river, the Ohio River. He probably thought I was nuts.
So, Mothman then might have been, by imparting prophecies with his presence, or its presence, whatever it was, or is, it might have been trying to warn people that danger, disaster, something horrible was about to happen.
Yes. And people in Point Pleasant started having very strange dreams. Mary Iron, who was a newspaper reporter, dreamt that there were Christmas packages floating in the river. And the dream really disturbed her, but she couldn't interpret it. Other people were getting the same kind of dreams, that something terrible was going to happen in the town. And I was caught in the middle of all of this. And there was nothing I could do, really.
John, wouldn't there be another way of looking at it, though? That was a half full glass of water, the half empty, is that Mothman caused this.
Well, he either caused it or he was trying to convey information to us in a strange way. And, I've given a lot of thought over the years. My book covers that whole period in detail because I kept careful notes. And I knew that there was something bizarre going on and I didn't know what it was.
John, I've got to tell you about something. Earlier tonight, and I'm going to have Keith put this up for me on my website as soon as we can do it. There was a picture of a street just about where the 9/11 disaster occurred. Somebody who took a photograph, John. Maybe you've even seen it. Maybe somebody sent it to you. I don't know. Of this bird just having passed, it looks like a building. And it looks like a gigantic pterodactyl. It's the daggone picture I've ever seen, John.
I haven't seen that.
You haven't seen that? Do you have a computer?
I have, but my electronics are not working very well there.
Okay. Well, Keith, if you have that photo and you can get it up, would you please put it up? I've been puzzling about this since I saw this photograph.
This was before the buildings went down?
Actually, it was just after you can see the dust rising and stuff. And here's this giant, people have said, well, the bird is closer to the camera than you think, but it doesn't look that way to me. It looks like a prehistoric, gigantic bird, and I think it's a real photograph, and I wish I had a computer so I could let you look at it. But it's got a prehistoric look to it. There's absolutely no question about it in my mind, and I wonder.
Well, we all wonder to it that you can compare the sizes with? Or?
Well, if let's put it this way: if this creature is where it looks to be with respect to the building, it would have to be like 100 feet long, or so. It's hard to even estimate. I don't know. It's you know what a true prehistoric bird looks like. Birds are still kind of prehistoric. The ones we have out here in the desert, when you look at them, they look prehistoric, John. Birds are very old. You know, they're the relatives to the dinosaurs.
Right. Well, that's very strange. You know, in 1975, a group of school teachers were driving in Texas, and they saw what they thought was a pterodactyl. They really thought it was a pterodactyl.
Right.
And this was investigated by Jerry Clark. I think you probably know him. You know, there are no pterodactyls in Texas as far as we know.
I know there are people out investigating, actually going out into the field looking for pterodactyls now.
Are they?
Yes, there are. There are safaris down to South America and Central America looking for these things. So a lot of people believe they're still around, and they might be.
Well, if they were, they would have to eat a lot. You know, we would find evidence of that. Of course, we do have the animal mutilations that have been going on for years. And,
I know a lot of them going on right now in Montana. Right now.
I think Linda is probably there.
Linda probably is there, and I know that other investigatory agencies that come on this program are also there. There's a lot of people investigating this right now. I have no answer for them, do you?
Well, you know, some years ago, a group of farmers in the western states held a class action suit against the government, claiming the government was doing this. And I think they won the case. There was a book published of the transcript of the trial and everything. It's called Atomic Holocaust. I can't remember the name of the author. He was a reputable newspaper man.
Really?
And this, you've barely heard about this in the news media. But I did accidentally find a copy of the book. I had it buried here somewhere with my other books. But I remember reading it carefully, and they claimed the radiation collects around the anus of the animals, and they found that a lot of these animals, they apparently had a real case against the government.
The only problem I ever had with that was, well, you know, our government wouldn't have a hard time getting their hands on cows if they needed them.
You know, they should have their own ranch.
At the very least, right? So why would they need various poor farmers' cattle? That part just never made sense to me.
Maybe it was some kind of an accident, and these animals were involved in it. You know, I don't know if you remember that far back, there was a case where a lot of sheep were killed.
I do remember.
That's right.
Yes,
That was a government mistake.
It was, yes, it certainly was. And so, yes, if it happens once, I guess it can happen twice or three times. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, we have enough trouble with all these other things without chasing the government, chasing animals. Everything is so weird and so interconnected in all this.
Well, a lot of people have speculated that they need animals that have been exposed in certain areas. You know, there's specific areas they have to take samples or something in certain areas. A lot of people think it may be speculated, it might be environmentally, some sort of environmental test that's going on because changes show very quickly in cows, I guess.
Well, why wouldn't they come out in the open, go to the farmer and say, listen, we got a problem, and look at your animals.
Well,
Why do it in the middle of the night?
well, because people like John Keel would write big stories about it.
So that's true.
And then we would find out we had a big environmental problem they didn't really apparently want to discuss. So they might not go up to the farmer and say all that.
We know we have a big environmental problem at all levels. Water and air.
Well, we sort of know it a lot, but not enough of the right people know it. Tonight, in the first hour, John, I was showing a picture of the Antarctic, where there ought to be ice. There's water.
Yes, melting, yeah. And that's pretty scary.
So there's just tons of shows. I'm looking at it right now on the website right now. I'm just looking at the different shows because 23 seasons, again, 545 episodes. Learn more about Beyond Belief by going to beyondbelief.com or coast-to-coast.am.com.
Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity. If over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023, and if you're to buy this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own. And if you're careful with your personal information, and if you do become the victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to do to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to LifeLock.com, save up to 25% your first year with promo code GEORGE. That's promo code GEORGE for 25% off at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. LifeLock.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My leaky faucet turned into the maintenance man asking, when are we going to get to know each other better?
I needed my air conditioner fixed, but my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced without permission.
My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your housing isn't just wrong, it's against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances or refusal to make repairs because you deny sexual favors. If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with HUD.
So I called HUD and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair Housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
You're listening to Coast AM. Hello there. Connie Willis here. Halfway through the show, halfway through the night. Wow, some good stuff from David, for sure. I'd love it if you met with me outside here of Coast to Coast AM as well. You can find me at ConnieWillis.com. But right now, I'm really working hard on this TikTok. It's brand new for me, and it's really a lot of fun because the thing about the platform is I can do some of the things that I've always wanted to do that I couldn't do on all these other billions of platforms out there. And then they tell you, you can't say this. Literally, you guys, you're going to hate this. Literally, at one point, one of these platforms, I won't say it has some sort of face thing in it, but it had literally told me it was William Shatner, and it was something about his show, and it was talking about, I guess, Bigfoot or something. I can't remember what it was, but it provoked me to write in the comments something about Bigfoot and saying, hey, contact us, I'll talk to you, I'll tell you what's for this, or something like that. I don't know what it was, but it was something about that, because I know they're real, I've seen them, and just about everybody here listening tonight is, right there with me, if not close to it, or at least talking about it, and I got reprimanded by them telling me that Bigfoot is a mythical creature, and, I was wrong, and I don't know, big slap on the hand for that. Can you believe that? Anyway, with TikTok, I'm having fun. We'll talk about those kinds of things. So I hope that you'll join me because I'm just now developing that, and I want to do a lot of more impromptu type things when I can there. So I hope that you'll follow me because in order to get certain tools and rewards that they give you, you have to build it up. So it's brand new. I think I've been on 2 weeks maybe. So go to Connie Willis Live, follow me, and enjoy the ride with me. I'm excited about it. So I hope that you'll be a part of it too. And, support it in a nice, kind way. Haters, go somewhere else. I don't need to just click you off anyway. So anyway, thanks so much for listening to that and being a part of that. I know our next guest is also apparently on there, so I've got to connect with her on there. Nancy Timms is how you say her name. It's going to look like Thames, Thames, because that's what you're going to want to say. And she has let me know that it's Timms. So I hope I got that right. But she's a former Department of Defense employee. This is our next guest. She's finally coming forward to disclose all of her personal experiences, news and stories about everything and anything extraterrestrial. And so she's with us tonight to do that, to say, hey, time for disclosures now. In fact, you can find out more information about her by going to timefordisclosure.com, and that is her website. You can also go to the Facebook group that she's got, and that is Time for Disclosure. And hopefully nobody will cut you out of those things that you have said, Nancy, because sometimes they don't like that. They'll say those little grays and those little hybrids that you're talking about may be mythical. Which is absolutely crazy to me because that lets me know, don't tell me to fact check. I've done my fact checking. You do your fact checking. This is not mythical. I'm betting you might agree with me on that upside.
Absolutely.
Welcome to Coast, first time guest. So nice to have you here with us.
Yeah, I'm proud to be here. I appreciate the opportunity. Anytime I can talk about my favorite subjects, I'm all for it.
Well, that is for sure. Yeah. Now you're a former. That's the big difference here, right? Okay, so you're contactee, abductee. What do you like to call yourself?
I'm a contactee, lifelong contactee, which means all through my life. I've had physical visitations and experiences with positive extraterrestrials and interdimensional beings. So everything, I have nothing unkind or no scary stories to tell, other than it was different at times. And yes, being human, it was a little scared, but it was nothing on their part. And getting used to the idea and acceptance of it all.
That just always reminds me of like an animal out in the wild caught for some reason, and hopefully let it go, but they're scared to death. Like, who are you? What's going on? What's happening here?
Absolutely. We have that fear factor deep down in our DNA. I mean, from the very beginning of time, everything around us were predators. So our brain, when we see something that doesn't visually look like what we're used to seeing, or even a sensation or feeling from it, we naturally go from fight to flight. That's all you know to do, and that's still in our DNA. So it just takes a little bit used to it. And for me, it's not what they look like. It's the frequency exchange between us. Human beings are at a very low frequency, and they are at a much higher frequency, and I can feel that, and I'm sure other people can too. And that, for me, is what's hard to understand because it's feelings that you never felt before. So,
and it's fight or flight, except that they can paralyze you, and that sleep paralysis is not some, sleep paralysis in therapy. That tells me we're all sleep doctors. No. This is a contactee, abductee type thing, and they will freeze you. And that's just the way it is. So you don't have to worry. I mean, your inside might be trying to run, and you're like, I'm trying to run, but I can't do it. That's what sleep paralysis is, right?
Yeah, we've had that happen. Yeah, you can't see, you can't move. And it's a strange sensation, but, throughout the years, I now realize they were probably doing me a favor. So, because they're very task-oriented. They're there to do a specific job. There's no shade down there.
They got an agenda. Absolutely. Yeah. They have a plan of attack, and people don't know that unless they put their hand up to your face, it's because they have nothing to do with it. It is not anywhere in their family. They have no, reference to it. However, if it's in your family somewhere, or maybe it's you, you are interested in this situation and this information. I think if you're curious at all, there's a reason.
That's true. And that's the beauty of it, is that we're now, in our generation now, we're able to talk about these things freely, where we would have to 12 years ago. Yeah. But it's better than it used to be.
Yes. Thank goodness we're coast to coast doing breaking through a lot of that. I believe absolutely. I believe that, and I appreciate that. To be a part of this station because of that. I thank George Noria and Carpel for those things. They broke open so much so that we can talk about this kind of thing, and we do here, right? But you're right. It's still hard to get work, like me, because getting work outside of talking about Bigfoot and ETs and UFOs, man, some of the work in the world, they just think you're a nutcase. No, I'm not going to talk to you. And you and I both know, as well as so many people here listening, that no, we're talking, we have the guts enough to talk about what is so true out there that you have no idea about, because you're so busy into either the phones, the games, politics, or whatever. And it's just the way it is.
Yeah, we're programmed from the minute that we're born to live a certain way, and we forget a lot of the important values that we used to have eons ago. But so it's good. It's kind of like when you listen to these programs, it's a wake up call, and it's a lot of the stuff you already know, but you're getting that affirmation that you need to well, there is something to this. I need to check this out. But,
That's for sure. Now the difference with you is, because we get a lot of abductees on here, we contactees. Usually people that just some of you, when I say contactee or abductee, what the difference is usually a contactee is very positive and okay with being taken. Abductees don't always. They're like, no, hey, I didn't ask you to do this. Not my will. You're doing this against my will. And then people say experiencers. That's more of also a positive thing. And I like what me and my friends call it lifers. There's no connotation at that point, right? It's just life. It is what it is. There's nothing we can do about it, like it or not, right?
right.
Because that's what you are. There's some people, I believe, like Travis Walton, I think he was taken once, and that was it. I don't think he's continuous, right? Sometimes, he ran up to it. He'll tell you, I ran up to
In the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, exactly. But anybody else that's really into this big time or has some questions, it's because they've been taken, and their mom or their dad or both have been taken before that, right? Their siblings, it just goes on and on and on. So I'm looking forward to a lot of the conversation, all of the conversation we're going to have tonight. But the difference with you is, and it's not that you're the only one, but that you also work with the Department of Defense. And that's where people will be like, wait a minute, whoa, does she know more? What's going on? So tell us about your work there.
Well,
you seen 3D years before and you most would see it?
Yeah, and with the working with the Army, they had that technology in their clinics. They don't even have that really out to where, well, I don't know everybody might be wrong. But yeah, that was the technology and that out of the whole military thing. Like one clinic even had the 3D imaging machines and stuff. So everybody was, it was all new. But play around with it, just see what it could do. And it was amazing. So back there, if you go to the X-ray, I know everybody's seen an X-ray of the and the picture is of the front side of the surface, but when you're doing 3D, it literally takes the picture from the inside of the bone. And now, you're seeing every single vessel, every little thing. And, it's so much higher definition and quality. There's really no comparison on X-ray 3D imaging.
So what if you were in that position that they purposely, not they, the ET, but
Yeah.
they, the military, knew that you were an abductee, and they said, okay, we're going to take her, we're going to put her here, and we're going to get some information from her via them, get information from the ET via you. So they know you're an abductee. Somehow you're on some sort of list. She's an abductee. We're going to give her this position, and we're going to learn this 3D imaging. And maybe really they learned that from you, from via you, from the ET. Does that make sense what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
That's a possibility.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't afraid of I was there for about years and one that was the pretty concentrated area out of state. And I have where I can see it on the right. Yeah, this station I can feel it on the inside, I can just tell. And so I lived in Kathy. But these were not the phrase that comes to me. This was totally different in the whole everything was different. And the memories were more right. So they did come around. I got it. Now, the bands running around in gray. And they basically were saying, take her back. And I knew they were going to let me off. The next thing, I was waking up in my old bed. And I was pretty good way to find out what my air or whatever crap, whatever I wasn't that one. So I think that was kind of a pretend abduction that was done by military and some grades.
And what would the pretend part be for?
Well, the research for them, probably because they knew that I am a contactee, and they were, more either I think it's just maybe because where I was, it was not easy to access without other people seeing. There was no light pollution or anything. It was very primitive area that I lived in. So, but basically, I think it's just a lot of times they like to pretend that they're the ones that we don't use a government and they'll use some technology and they'll do their own abductions. So that, for one thing, it's a good way to instrument fear into like humanity, and also it's a good way for them to do their own genetic testing and things.
No, makes total sense. Yeah, hang in there, Nancy. We got to take a break. Nancy Timms, former Department of Defense employee, talking about disclosure. Stay with us. We've got more to come, and I'm looking forward to hearing more here. Stay with us on Coast to Coast AM.
worry more, and let me tell you how Tidy Cats simplifies litter care while giving your cats what they deserve. Do you have a finicky feline like mine? Please, you heard me. Try Tidy Care Comfort with smaller granules for a gentle paw feel. Or maybe you want to keep an extra eye on your cat's health. That's what Tidy Care Alert is all about. It uses color-changing crystals to help alert you of potential health concerns. Who knew that keeping an eye on my cat's health could be so simple?
Spectrum One is a big deal. You get Spectrum Internet with the most reliable internet speeds, free advanced Wi-Fi, and a free Spectrum Mobile Unlimited line, plus a $100 Visa Rewards card, all while saving big. For big speed, big reliability, and big savings, get Spectrum One today. Offer only available online. Visit spectrum.com/big deal for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
Home decorating, it's pretty lame. I'm going for mid-century meets rustic chic with a terracotta gallery wall and abstract photo. Looking nice. Free one-day delivery on home decor and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles for juice boxes.
What's up, Dan?
Find Juicy
Thank you,
Juice
Officer
at your
Lord.
local
Was
grocery
your test,
retailer.
man?
Info at juicyjuice.com.
Juicy Juice is the thing. Juice everything.
As the #1 audio
Juicy
company,
Juice
iHeartMedia
everything.
gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Tonight in the first hour, John, I was showing a picture of the Antarctic, where there ought to be ice. There's water.
Yes, it's melting. Yeah. And that's pretty scary. Well, as you know, what will happen if the ice caps melt?
Nothing good.
And then we have the problem of the superstorms and all that. The weather is really undergoing a strange change.
You've noticed.
Everybody has noticed. And you have a book out on it.
Okay, you know about that. I read it. John, you read it. John, hold on. Stay right there. I'm Art Bell. And this is Coast to Coast AM. Morning.
Something happened here, but it ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there, telling me I got to beware. Every time we stop, children once outside, everybody what's going down. That might be wrong, Everybody's right if everybody's wrong. Young people speak out of their mind.
You know Dan Aykroyd since Saturday Night Live, the Blues Brothers, and House of Blues, but did you know he's got a deep interest in UFOs? You can read about Dan in the February issue of the After Dark newsletter. You'll find out about his interest in the NASA UFO cover-up, and yes, there is evidence that UFO activity has been seen at NASA. Also, read about the future of nanotechnology, real-life stories of levitation.
It's Coast to Coast AM.
To reach our bell in the Kingdom of Nye, from west of the Rockies, dial 1-800-618-2555. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach out at 1-775-727-1222, or use the wildcard line at 1-775-727-1295. To reach out on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Network. And I think I'm about to knock your socks right off, folks. Listen to me closely. You heard John say Chart.com earlier in connection with this disaster. And with the Mothman. And I would like for you to go to my website immediately, artbell.com. Because the moment I heard that, I remembered this photograph that I got that still staggers me. And if you'll just go to What's New, it will take you to the appropriate place. It says bird image from 9/11 photos, question mark, and just scroll down. And below John A. Keel's name, the last link says bird image in 9/11 pictures. Now you take a good look at this for me. And I don't care if you're one of those people who says, well, the bird was close to the camera, fine. I don't think so. It doesn't look that way to me at all. It looks to me like this bird was way back by the building where the photo was snapped. In fact, the enlargement, no matter what you think about how close or far away this bird was from the camera, looks like a pterodactyl to me. It looks exactly like one. So, if you want a little eerie deja vu from hearing about Mothman, go to my website right now, artbell.com. Go take a look at this. You tell me, it brought, when the moment John said that, it brought this photograph to mind, and I have to bring it up. Go to What's New right now, bird image from 9/11 photos. Click on that. And then you tell me what you're seeing, regardless of how far away you think that bird is from the camera person. What kind of bird is that, folks? Coming back in just a moment is John A. Keel. We're talking about the Mothman prophecy. $0.75 this week only with a free phone match for it. Call in the morning at 6:30 a.m. 1-800-522-8863. High-end electronics, Secret Company 1-800-522-8863 on the web, of course, at ccradio.com now. Volatile stock market, huh? We're in a recession. Officially, that is, in a recession. No question about it. When things are bad in the markets, things are good in gold. That's just a fact. Markets down 20, 25, 30%. Gold up almost 30%. Analysts are thinking gold is going to rise about another 20% or so this year. So if your portfolio is unbalanced and you, as a result of the current action in the market, are becoming unbalanced yourself, and I don't blame you, you might want to consider some diversification, and this company will get it done for you. They'll send you free of charge, free, good word, right? A first-rate audio seminar that'll show you exactly how to recession-proof what you've got left. The number to call is 1-800-474-4259. Market down, gold up. 1-800-474-4259. Seminar is entirely free. All you've got to do is mention my name. Do that. John, I sure wish you had a handy computer because we've sure got that photograph up here right now, and I think if you saw it, it would give you chills. So if you can make it to a computer in the next couple of days, after you've probably slept for 2 or 3 days after doing all of these interviews, you'll eventually get to it. Go up and take a look.
Sounds fascinating. Now, these are real photographs with a real camera, not digital or...
Well, I don't know. It's either a digital camera or it's a regular camera scanned photograph. I don't know which, but it's a very clear photograph. Very clear. Now, there's the next question for you. How do you, I understand you have a theory about Windows. I was about to say, how did these things get here? But I was told that you've got a theory about Windows, things that open temporarily, occasionally, in certain places, in certain conditions, certain windows that open to a different place, something like that.
It seems these paranormal manifestations cluster around certain areas century after century. And, for example, not far from Point Pleasant is Moundsville. And that's where all of the Indian mounds are, which are shaped like snakes and elephants. And you don't know about Indian mounds? No, sir. Indian mounds are very interesting. We say they're Indian mounds, but they may have been done, thousands of years ago by somebody else. And so this particular area of West Virginia has had a succession of mysterious events. Flatwoods, West Virginia, is not far from Point Pleasant, and they had a monster sighting there in 1952. And then a little further up the river is a town called Sistersville. And in 1896, the whole community was awakened by a very bright light which came out of the sky. And they never had a logical answer for it. Because if it had been a meteor, it would have hit somewhere and might have started fires. It was not alone. Very bright. And I talked to one man, an elderly man there, who sort of remembered it. But he was a child at the time that happened. And eventually the people there, I think, tried to say that it was some kind of astronomical phenomenon. But it was rare. Sistersville is still a tiny little town there. But all up and down the Ohio Valley, we've had a long succession
you say was the most recent sighting you've heard of a Mothman?
A Mothman?
Yes.
I think there was a young man in Pennsylvania who saw a giant bird just a few months ago. He was 19 years old, and he reported it to a local Mortean named Stan Gordon, and that's how we heard about it. There was a sighting in South Dakota last summer. This giant bird was roosting on a tree for a long time because a lot of people saw it. It was larger than anything they'd ever seen before. And it flew away. But we do get these reports frequently. And Lauren Coleman tries to keep track of them more than I do.
I know he does, yes. I've had him on the show several times, and I mentioned he was on this before you were. That is a question. Anyway, this creature, so then this creature may well still be around and may visit the area where either horrendous events are going to occur or have occurred.
That's very possible. If this is all related to psychic phenomena, and I think it is. I looked all over West Virginia for physical signs, like a bird that large is going to leave a spore and all kinds of traces, and it probably need a large nest or a cave.
Not to mention gigantic eggs.
They have gigantic eggs, right? And there was no trace of anything in that area. And the bird also Mothman had a habit of disappearing suddenly. People would see it and then it would be gone. That's of course also true of these bright lights.
Yes. So that brings us right back to the paranormal and these areas that seem to, I don't know, for a time something opens. What do you think opens? What is it now that's opening?
Well, the scientists are working on all kinds of theories about other dimensions and all.
They sure are.
And they're getting closer all the time to some kind of spectacular explanation of the universe. They're just finally recognizing that most of the universe is made up of dark matter. It doesn't reflect light. And the stars that we see are only a tiny portion of the real universe, whatever it is.
All of that is dead correct. That's exactly what they're saying. And, it's going to really eventually turn everything upside down on its ear about what we believe and what can be true and what was called science fiction and just legend and myth. It may all come from somewhere.
It's true. And of course, the scientists have to fight among themselves. That's part of the process.
They're doing lots of that.
They're doing lots of it.
Yeah. So maybe a lot of what you saw then, what were you thinking then? Then the scientists weren't saying things like they are now. Other dimensions were pure science fiction, then. So.
Well, I was thinking a lot of things because I was totally baffled by all this. And it was very unsettling because I couldn't talk about it much with other people. Certainly not with the people in West Virginia. I could not discuss these things. And I was aware that these things were always clustering around certain areas, generation after generation. And if somebody named Jones saw something in 1896, somebody named Jones would see it in 1910 in the same area, and so on. It seemed like it was almost hereditary. These things kept recurring. And of course, the historical records were very vague. They had to depend on newspapers of the period, which were known for their hoaxes. It was difficult research.
Okay, and
newspapers in small towns are gone. And when
Well, wouldn't a lot of the people who saw these things probably regard them as evil entities of some sort?
yes, there was a lot of that. We had a rash of men in black cases, which seemed to get evil. These men would ride in black Cadillacs, and they looked, well, they had angular features and a very dusky skin. Sort of like, when I would carry pictures around with me of different racial groups, and they would always pick out the Laplanders.
Laplanders?
That didn't make any sense at all. But that was what people thought these men looked like.
Oh, isn't that odd?
Then we had phantom photographers who would drive up and photograph somebody's house and ask to photograph the children. And this is going on in recent years in England. They call them phantom social workers. But they're very interesting children.
That's
spooky.
That is really spooky. That's really spooky. Do you have any best guess about what they were?
There again, I don't know. Because I put out the word to all the police up in the Ohio Valley to watch out for these guys. And sometimes I would miss them by 10 minutes. And they would disappear somewhere. And eventually, this built up into the Men in Black lore. And they finally made a comedy out of it in the movie. Another Men in Black movie coming up this year.
Yeah, it's not all comedy, though, believe me.
No, I first one to agree with that. Something is very strange going on out there. For example, I was talking to a woman on the phone one day that I had met in West Virginia. And she said, by the way, as I told your secretary the other day, I said, hey, wait a minute. I don't have a secretary.
Right.
And this woman had been going to people that I had interviewed. And she was re-interviewing them and telling them that she was my secretary.
Really?
And they said it was an attractive blonde woman, I think was blonde, hair, and carrying a clipboard and looking very secretarial.
Ginny John, somebody was really interested in your work?
Well,
Really interested.
that was part of the growing paranoia in that period, which, of course, I given detail in my book and the movie and all. It was a very frightening period.
Why do you think they've decided to make this big motion picture? And by the way, have you seen it yet?
Yes,
You have,
and I liked it.
and you liked it.
Yeah. They of course couldn't do exactly what's in the book, but they did a lot of the things in the book. And they captured the mood of the book and the atmosphere and did a very good job with the production. And I think it's going to cause a sensation. For example, there was one thing I told you, I had all these problems with the telephone.
Right.
And at one time, I got disgusted with the telephone and I pulled the plug out of the wall.
Yes.
And the phone rang.
Why?
How can you explain that?
You cannot.
And,
Well, unless there is a separate device inside the telephone that has been there for quite a while.
well, I was going around taking telephones apart. In those days, the phones, you could easily open them up.
Oh, yeah.
And with modern phones, you need special tools, I think, to do that. But, that little incident is in the movie. And many of the other things that I encountered in those days are in the movie.
pretty well represented then. Obviously, of course, Hollywood always takes liberties here or there and will change something here or there. But as a general rule, it follows pretty much what you wrote, or there's enough of what you wrote in the movie to make it.
Enough to keep me from having the usual author's fit. You know, most authors scream and tear their hair when they see the movie of their book.
So I hear, yes.
Yeah. And the director did a fine job.
Were you part of it?
Not really, because I was undergoing some eye problems and I couldn't go. They shot it in Pennsylvania, and I was supposed to go out there and take a cameo part, but I had medical problems and I couldn't go. And otherwise, you'd see me in the movie sitting in a park bench or something. You know how they do that.
That's right. That would have been fun, though.
They shot the film in a place called Tonic, which is outside of Pittsburgh. And it was a town that looked pretty much like Point Pleasant.
Now, I wonder, John, and I bet you wonder too, and after this movie comes out, if it's a gigantic hit, I wonder what will happen to the number of reports of sightings of Mothman. Suddenly, I bet they go right through the roof.
I'm worried about that too. And as you certainly know, this is also very contagious. If somebody sees a Bigfoot going through his garbage can, reports it, very soon everybody in the neighborhood sees somebody going through their garbage can.
And there's a couple of ways of looking at that, aren't there? In other words, I'm not even beyond thinking that these things, whatever they are, might even come from us, inside of us, the id.
Well, that was one of the things that I was afraid of, that wherever I went, I might have been causing this.
And there you are.
You can imagine my mental state at that time.
Well, in that case, John, think what you're about to cause with the release of this motion picture. Maybe.
Well, what I worry about is that...
Hold on, we're at the bottom of the hour here. We'll find out what you worry about in a second. I'm Mark Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. First time online, you're on the air. I'm all right. How old are you? 13. Since you got through, you can make a prediction for 2002. Something you think might happen or will happen. Or I believe it is something you would like to happen.
I'll get a really high allowance.
Like, okay. $50
$50.
a week.
Yeah, I'd be so much happier.
West of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may return at 1-775-727-1222. And the wild card line is open at 1-775-727-1295. To return on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with our film from the Kingdom of God. Regarding the pterodactyl that I think I put up the 911 photo. Up on the website right now, getting a lot of reaction now. Derek in Cincinnati says, I don't know what's in that picture. Bird image from 911. But that sure as hell ain't no bird. Pardon my grammar here. Almost looks like a flying Loch Ness monster to me. Yeah, me too. That's why I put it there. Just hit me. When John said tragedy, the word tragedy certainly occurred. And then that picture flashed across my mind, and oh man, you've got to see it. So go take a look. It's at artbell.com. John A. Keel will be right back.
Attention parents.
Just want to go home. E-File is accurate, secure, and you get your refund in half the time. Hey, Russ, night. Right, Bob. So instead of stuffing envelopes and wicking stamps like Russ, maybe you should try a Wix sponge. Tell your tax professional to delete the paperwork and hit send with IRS e-file. To find a tax professional who uses e-file, visit irs.gov. With what I've heard, I can now easily see how this is going to make a really, really, really good motion picture. It's got all the elements. And I'm kind of curious, of course, Richard Gere is in the movie, but who plays you, John?
Well, there's also Alan Bates, the English actor in it. And he does a little cameo. He's very good. He plays an eccentric scientist. I think the Gere character and this character is sort of a composite of me.
Of you?
Yeah, sort of. I like the Alan Bates thing very, very much because he talks just like I talk. I've never met Alan Bates.
What, you did tell me originally that you went down there to look for this winged cat. And so, were you doing all those kinds of stories then?
Oh, yes. I was traveling all over and doing stories about everything I found.
Bizarre, paranormal, that kind of thing?
Well, that and human interest stories. In those days, there was a big market for human interest stories. And I was, sometimes I would stay up all night and sleep all day because I'd be sitting in a graveyard or some dumb thing because we're seeing these lights in graveyards. And that's an old phenomenon. Nobody has an explanation really for that either.
It's a current phenomenon too. It's a current phenomenon, yes it is. And I have a group that comes on the program, John, and they do electronic voice phenomena, and I'm sure you've heard of that. And you can hear these voices that they seem to harvest well in graveyards, John.
Well, they've been doing that for several years now, recording voices. They also, that Radio Luxembourg places in Europe have been able to get pictures of the dead on television.
No, John, I haven't heard about that.
Well, it's never gotten much publicity in the United States, but it was a sensation in Europe.
Tell me about it, please.
They have some kind of a system where they arrange mirrors around the TV screen, and when everything is adjusted properly, images of dead people appear on the screen, not recognizableness.
Really?
And this was going on for some years in Europe, but it's quieted down.
I've never heard of it. Hey, you reported on that?
I've written articles about that.
Have you seen any of these images?
No, I haven't. A lot of people have. And they say Radio Luxembourg got involved in this somehow. And they were doing it a lot over there. That's just one of the many strange. I think the business was the voice that started with a blind man in England, didn't it?
I don't know.
I think he was a blind man had a tape recorder. And at first everybody thought that somebody was pulling his leg. You know, whispering out through the window or something.
Yes.
But it turned out that many people were able to pick up these voices.
These people that I have on use a lot of careful controls, John. They use only brand new tapes, never recorded on tapes, that sort of thing.
Right.
And what they capture really is totally freaky. I mean, it really is freaky, and they go to graveyards all the time. I couldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. You did it, though, huh?
Because I've been interested for 30 years in a phenomenon in the graveyards where the tombstones are knocked over. Now, this sounds like, not very much of anything, but the early tombstones were made to stay erect forever. They had steel rods through their bases. And in order to knock one of these over, you'd almost need a machine to it, because they bend the rods inside the tombstone and it breaks off. And often, right here in New York City, we've had occasions where the police would go through a graveyard or around the graveyard, and then they'd come back 2 hours later, and 200 stones would be knocked over.
What?
And unless you have a tractor and a lot of chains and things, you're not going to be able to do that. So one thing to think teenagers are doing it now, but they're not that interested in hard work.
200 tombstones. So you sat in a graveyard trying to see this phenomena?
I'm trying to figure it out, because it never happens when you're there. You leave the graveyard for 2 hours, you come back and things are knocked over.
That happened to you?
Yes. And it doesn't just happen in one city. It happens all over the country. And I understand that they had a rash of this in France.
Any ideas?
I have no idea.
You ain't know, huh?
It seems to me that they would need machinery to do it, and that would leave a lot of tracks. And there are no tracks.
Same problem with the crop circles. They never find any tracks.
That's true.
In even deep, very damp earth where there would absolutely be tracks, they don't find tracks. It's very puzzling.
Well, some years ago that was a big phenomenon in England. And I was over there. You could take a train through the countryside and you see these circles in the fields. And just in the middle of nowhere. And nobody paying any attention to it.
Do you think that there are just these areas where these things happen? Because these very complex crop circles, and they become, by the way, every year, including this last, more complex and more interesting and harder to figure out. Do you think there are just areas like Great Britain where these particular things or this kind of phenomena manifests itself?
Well, I think if you had the money to do it, you could examine this worldwide and see if these circles are following a pattern around the world because they turn up in every country,
Oh, yes, I'm aware.
If we can map it out, they never bother with maps. Not a map does. If we can follow this path around the world, we might find that something like a satellite is doing this.
Maybe they're finding them, John, in ice and snow, and even in dirt and grass, in areas where you have to look a little more carefully because it's not as obvious. When it knocks down wheat, it's very obvious, but they're occurring all over the place, John, all over.
Well, I've examined them, and you can't figure out what would do that to bend the plants over like that.
No.
Of course, there were a lot of hoaxes too. At one point, college kids would try to out-hoax each other. But it's pretty obvious that they used a stake in the middle of it and a string or a rope and walked around in a circle.
Yes, and those are obvious, and they're easily detectable, but then a lot of them are not. And you've had to really do the same thing. You did all the reporting on this kind of thing. How did you separate hoaxes? Or did you try to?
I would find a lot of hoaxes, as I travel around, and there were a lot of hoaxes where people claimed to see something just for the hell of it, and it would turn out that it was a couple of guys, just having fun. But we do have a lot. One of the mysteries that I got involved in was mysterious holes in the ground that appeared, and these are very deep holes.
Yes.
And you know about those?
I know something about holes. Yes.
Yeah. And that has puzzled me because a farmer will wake up in the morning and there'll be this huge hole in his field, and there's no idea how it got there or what caused it.
Well, I have done some stories. In fact, next week I'm going to do another on an apparent bottomless hole. I mean, truly a hole without a bottom.
Really?
Yes.
Well, you probably don't want to say where it is.
Well, it's been discovered. It's been discovered by the same man who discovered one in Ellensburg, or near Ellensburg, Washington. It's
I remember that one.
Do you?
I think so.
It was called Mel's Hole, and
Did it get pressed?
I believe it did. Yes.
I think I know about that.
He's found another hole, and you're telling me you've heard about holes that just suddenly appear.
And in various parts of the world. I remember there was one in Switzerland. And again, plausible explanations don't work.
No, not with holes. They're usually there or not. I suppose there could be some sort of geologic movement, and suddenly a hole might be revealed. But aside from that,
An underground haven or something, but
has anybody ever attempted to explore any of these holes?
I'm sure there are people try to go down with ropes and things and they give up. Some of these are very, very deep.
That's exactly right. They literally give up. They're so deep. And do these holes then remain for scientific study, or is it your experience something else happens to them?
Well, I guess they just remain. The farmer can't fill them in, or whoever owns the property. And scientists aren't interested in that kind of thing.
Why not?
Because they're afraid of the unknown. They want to be able to explain it. Whatever happens, there are ice caves all over. These are just holes in the ground that are filled with ice, and they're only, 10 feet down. And nobody knows why it's so cold in there. We have all kinds of scientific anomalies, and very few scientists allow themselves to look into it.
Well, there's really a good reason for that, and that is because they're all subject to peer pressure, and they're all subject to grant money needs, and when you go and you start investigating the bottomless holes and things like that, get in trouble.
They're also afraid for their reputation.
That's what I mean by trouble.
Yeah. That's a big factor when you're a scientist. You got to protect that reputation. Imaginary or real, whatever.
But you'd have to think there would be some. I mean, a person who turns to science with a scientific mind, at least some percentage of them would say, "To hell with you. This is really interesting. I'm going to look into this," but we just don't get a lot of that, do we?
It's happening more with astrophysics than with anything else. The people who are speculating about antiparticles and particles and all that, they're more daring than most scientists, because they sometimes have to put their neck out on a limb to project their theories.
Yes, you're quite right. There are some out there on the edge, no doubt about it, but the great majority of them seem to live in some sort of small, fearful world that I don't fully understand and doesn't seem to fit my concept of scientific mind. Have you had a lot to do, in other words, as you investigated some of these really anomalous things, have you approached scientists? I mean, obviously, to bolster the credibility of anything you might write, you would think you'd want to have somebody of science involved in some way.
Well, it's not that easy. It was the Mothman thing. I was trying to find something that a scientist could look at, and I found some very odd footprints of what looked like giant dog footprints. I couldn't get the local university in Virginia and West Virginia to do anything about it. Really? These were very strange footprints. They were very, very large. If this was a dog, it must have weighed 500 pounds. And also, on one occasion, I found in the snow next to a road, I found one single human footprint.
One single footprint?
Without shoes. Just a human foot.
Oh, no.
I had no explanation for that. If somebody was walking around barefoot in the snow, I would have found other footprints.
But not one.
Not one.
Maybe if a giant pterodactyl had a human in its mouth and it landed for a moment, one footprint and took off again. Otherwise, I can't imagine how a single footprint would get anywhere.
One of the many little problems that you run across.
So anyway, toward the end of the last break, we were talking about responsibility and that when you get publicity about this kind of thing and you put it in people's minds, inevitably you are going to cause a lot of sightings and a lot of people see the things this movie is going to bring first to the screen and then, eventually to their TV screens, and they're going to start seeing this thing, John, no question about it.
I imagine they will. And I fear for the people in West Virginia because they're going to be inundated with tourists. And they're not prepared for it. There's going to be first a trickle of tourists, and then maybe by the end of the summer it'll be Coney Island, Point Pleasant.
Oh, brother.
There's nothing much I can do about that.
Do they know this is, do they suspect there that
I've tried to tell them that now is the time to build hamburger stands and souvenir stores. And, their economy is not very good there. And we'll see what happens. Well, what they did in Roswell. They opened museums.
Oh, yes.
And every year they draw thousands of people now.
I'm very well aware. Very well aware. And so that could occur here. This would be really something. This movie opens today, probably in the big cities like Los Angeles, New York.
It's opening nationwide.
Nationwide all at once.
Yeah. They must have hundreds and hundreds of prints out there.
They must have, yes.
And by a curious coincidence, a new reprint of my book is about to appear in the bookstore.
Another gigantic coincidence.
It's
Listen, I know they've been bleeding you dry, John, but I have 1 hour left, and I would like to take this moment to ask you whether, all my guests at this point have a choice to either go to bed if they're tired, because I know you're on the East Coast. Let's see, it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Or if you want to stick around for 1 hour, you can answer questions of the audience. I know they'd love to talk to you, but it's your choice.
I'll stay with it.
Will you really?
I think I can hold up here.
Well, I'm
very tired, but
you want to give it a try?
yeah, let's give it a try.
All right, I know a lot of people would like to speak to you, so stay right where you are, John. Have a cup of coffee. All right. John A. Keel staying up very late with us. And believe me, he's been doing the rounds for the people who are releasing this movie. A lot of publicity. It's like all the time. So for him to spend this much time with us is really, really something. Your opportunity to talk to John A. Keel coming up next. The World Trade Center burned for almost 3 months, a very, very long time, but not the longest burning fire in the U.S. Find out what blazes burned a lot longer in the February issue of the After Dark newsletter. You can also read about evidence of UFO activity that's been covered up by NASA and how Dan Aykroyd got involved in the caves and floods, levitation, nanotechnology, and much, much more. It's all in the February issue of the After Dark newsletter. Call now, 1-888-727-5505 for only $39.95. You get 2 free issues, 14 for the price of 12. That number to subscribe, 1-888-727-5505, or log on to ourbill.com, hit the library link to the secure server. Stay right there. worth every single penny you pay for them, and a whole lot more than you pay for them. Whether it's you or, better yet, you and your family, it is a gift well worth the giving. Hi, this is Art Bell. Are you tired of these volatile markets? Oh, please listen to me and carefully, very carefully. While stock funds are down 15 to 25%, gold funds, on the other hand, have been up nearly 30%. That's right, gold funds have outperformed 90% of stock funds this year alone, but more importantly, top analysts estimate gold for 2002 up 20% over today's prices. That's why some of America's leading brokerage houses by themselves are recommending gold now. So what does it mean for you and me? Well, it means we need to look at our investments right now and make sure they're properly divested for protection and growth. That's why you need to call my friends at Lear Financial and request their free gold diversification guide. Their first-rate audio seminar showing you exactly how to recession-proof your savings and retirement with gold. So call now, 800-474-4259. That's 800-474-4259. I have personally benefited from this excellent material exclusively from Lear Financial. In fact, I'm a client, so pick up the phone right now and call 800-474-4259. Back down to John Akin just before we go to the phones. John, thinking back on everything that happened and how it happened and what happened, how has all of this affected your life? I mean, how has it changed your life? Something like this cannot occur without inducing a major change.
Well, it changed much of my thinking, and after the tragedy of the bridge, it was, to me, it was similar to the World Trade Center thing. I was in shock for 6 months, and I couldn't even think about the stuff in West Virginia for a very long time. I finally wrote the book almost 10 years afterwards.
It's very cathartic, isn't it, to write a book like that?
Yeah, and unfortunately, I had made careful notes all throughout. And I had a vast collection of information that I might have forgotten otherwise.
Well, I'm glad it's saved. And now with the movie, it's really saved.
Yeah, it's who knows what will happen next now. It's hard to tell.
Well, I have some theories about that, John. I think that those windows that you talk about, I think there are more of them lately, and they're more frequent, and things are getting stranger very quickly, exponentially quickly.
I certainly agree with that. Everything is speeded up.
Yes. All right, let's see what we get from the lines. First time caller line, you are on the air with John Keel. Hi.
Hey, it's good to you.
Thank you. Where are you, sir?
I'm in Monroe,
where? I'm sorry.
Monroe,
Wisconsin. Okay.
Yeah, back in 64, 66, last year, I was about 18 years old, and we lived at a farm in the Schultzburg, kind of a hilly farmland with small woods here and there. And my father and uncle shared a driveway. He had farms on separate sides of the valley. And I figured I was maybe 1,000 yards from my uncle's house, right? And one night I was off playing in the yard, like I say, 2 years old, and I could have swore what I saw was a man with wings who down behind the fence of my uncle's house.
A man with wings.
Yeah, a man with wings. I was basically a silhouette, but it was huge. I mean, looking back on it now, I could easily say it was 6, 7, 8 feet tall, according to the side of my uncle's house. And I ran in with my dad. He just got done smoking. He was reading the newspaper. He was tired. Yeah, sure. Okay, yeah. But I told my mom, and she went out and looked, and of course she didn't see anything. The next morning, my uncle called us,
subscribe can help you live healthy
Living in the parents that are sick.
and stay undetected,
Wow.
which means the amount of the virus is so low it
My
can't
mom
be
said,
measured.
well, my dad didn't believe me at all, but my mom said, well, are you sure it was a hog or something like that?
Learn more at
Mom, a hog was
today.
carried off a polar
This
pig.
message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Nor would it be 8 feet.
No matter what
Yeah, I know. I mean, it literally covered
good stuff.
at least a third of the wall in the hog house.
Well,
I couldn't see any detail, but like I said, it was the definite silhouette of a man with wings. And I couldn't believe it. Imagine it was something, I don't know how paranormal it is, but I think it's something biological. Like you had mentioned, windows, something from another world, that's possible, but let me ask you one thing. Isn't there a nuclear plant near you? Near Monroe? No, that's another Monroe, 100 miles away in Illinois, yeah. Yeah. Well, there are other sightings of men with wings. Yeah, and we're baffled by them. Another thing that was interesting, probably 2 or 3 years later, my mom got interested in things like this. She subscribed to fake magazines. And lo and behold, 2 or 3 years later, there I read about sightings like this with men with wing chasing cars. So I was really surprised. It almost verified what I was seeing.
All right.
Might have been one of my articles.
It should have been. Here's an interesting comment. I get these comments by computer while I'm on the air, John. An obvious scientist from Seattle says, why is it that people misconstrue good science for apprehension? We physicists love the unknown, but science requires that we create a model for any phenomenon. Otherwise, observations are meaningless.
I can't argue with that.
Not technically, but to me, they're not meaningless. And when you hear something like this man just said, and things like you said tonight, to me, they have meaning anyway. And they will be explained in a satisfactory way one day to people like this person who's sending me the message. I believe. It's just we're a little ahead of the curve, that's all, John.
All right. Interested in the loss of the pigs. This is a very interesting incident.
Well, it would take a little more than a big bird to carry away a bunch of pigs, that's for sure. Wildcard line, you're on the air with John A. Keel. Hello.
Good morning, John. Good morning. This is Brian calling from Victoria, B.C.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, I want to speak to 2 things. I believe the world's sort of a mysterious and strange place at times, as you do. But I want to speak, first of all, to the 19th century skylighting incident in Virginia with us.
What was that?
The one you referenced earlier on the Sisters Bell.
Oh.
Yeah, that's right. Because I was fortunate enough to be outside under dark skies for the leaning meteor storm. And there were several ball lines that exploded and basically lit the sky like a close lightning bolt would have. Well, this was very close to the ground. Well, when this one went off, it was very bright, and it lit up the area that I was in like day, even though it was a very high altitude explosion.
And the things about ball lines, though, sir, are that they don't hover.
Yeah.
They don't come down.
Okay, so this was a sustained light, was it?
Yes, it was
Bright enough and low enough, and very long enough to wake up everybody in the village.
and people would just come out and look at it, right?
Well, at least they go to the window, because it lit up the whole town.
And it appeared to be intelligent, or driven by intelligence, one of the two.
Well, we can't say that at this late date, but I know the meteor shower, last meteor shower was really spectacular.
I saw it, yes. Yes, but it's nothing like what you described. I saw many meteors and a few bolides, and They're all very distinctive, and they keep on going there as they explode or they, hit the ground or whatever they're going to do. But you don't mistake them for what you've described.
That's true.
Okay, Eastern Rockies, you're on there with John A. Keel. Hello.
Hello, that's me.
That's you.
Great. I'd like to talk about a sighting that happened in Norfolk, Virginia.
Go right ahead.
Okay, me and my friends were hanging out in the woods. Like, we went back there to party. This was like the ocean woods in Norfolk. And it was really secluded and stuff. And, I mean, a bunch of us, we were on, like, some drugs and stuff. And,
right away that doesn't add.
I know. But we were just hanging out, and I started to seclude myself from the rest of the group. And we were all hanging out, like, on this deck. And there was, like, 6 or 7 of us. And I started to just stare off in the blanket space. Like, that's just what I felt like, because I was on drugs. And
May we ask which drugs?
well, we were just doing some pot, stuff like that.
Just pot, all right. Okay.
But I just started to stare off in the space. These 2 red eyes, like, met me in the darkness. I was like, oh, man, that's really freaky. I felt like saving himself or something, I was, like, really terrified. I was, like, screwed with my friends. And then I looked at it, it was gone. I was like, that was really creepy, man.
Well, yes, I do know, and I don't, as I said earlier, I don't like red eyes. Red eyes are not good. Now, going back, John, to whether the Mothman was giving prophecy in order to save people, or people were just sensing what was about to happen with this creature's presence, and the creature was the actual perpetrator of the event, is unknown. But you would think that if something wanted, if it could manifest itself in any way, and it was coming to warn us, it would manifest itself in some way that would not scare us to death.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. Do you?
You are listening to Coast to Coast AM.
Have you given a lot of thought to
I've written books about time and prophecy, because if we can predict the future, that means the future already exists in some form,
right?
And that's a baffling problem. I think someday the scientists are going to tackle that one, because the future has to be out there in some form, whether it's electronically or whatever. But there, 15% of the population has the psychic ability to foretell the future. By all logic, it's impossible unless the future exists.
I've had one absolute premonition. Absolute premonition. It occurred immediately after I had it, and that's it. Only one. Never been back since. No matter how hard I try, I can't repeat it. It just happened. So you've got to be right about time. I mean, it's one of two things. It's either out there fixed and is simply going to happen no matter what, or we're sort of marionettes on strings, acting out the whole thing down here. I don't know. It is puzzling to contemplate it.
Well, so many things happened to me that indicated that something or somebody was keeping track of me, and they knew before I knew what I was going to do next. And for example, they would leave messages in a motel that I stopped at, and I didn't know I was going to stop at that motel. And I go into the motel, and when they heard my name, they had a stack of messages for me. They were nonsensical messages, but that's pretty odd that somebody knew.
Do you think some sort of madman has been following you? I mean, what other answer could there be?
I know that occasionally they were following me, because I was going into areas where the government was doing naughty things. They were, they constructed over 90 underground cities in the United States.
Was that nutty or naughty?
Or naughty, I guess. They were wasting a lot of understand our government has built a lot of underground stuff. You know, I have been to the three of them, and there's one in New York State, there's one in Connecticut, and then there's one down outside of Washington. Oh, it's gotten a lot of publicity.
That one I've heard about. They've done some television on that one.
But there's at least one in every state. Really? And the one in New Orleans is interesting because it's above ground. They was sort of controversial. They built a long, it looks like a concrete worm. You know, New Orleans is sinking.
Yes, it's actually below sea level.
And they had to build this above ground, and the big controversy was that at the time they had 100 beds in there for the black people and 1,000 beds for the white people. And this was during the period of the civil rights movement and all.
Right.
And so there was a lot of controversy about that one. They're everywhere. Outside of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, they were building one when I was there.
Do you think that all of these underground facilities are specifically built for nuclear war or what?
Yes, they were built. I think in the early 60s they realized we had really no civil defense at all. And
We still don't.
they are required by law to open them one day a year to the public. And they never tell the public what day that is. Really, you have to know somebody who is either working there or has the information.
And how did you get the information to know
Because
that?
I knew somebody who worked there. And when I went there, they have like dentist offices.
Yes.
They have all kinds of facilities in these places. They're huge. And when I was there were a couple of trucks unloading cases of whiskey. And it occurred to me that if there was a nuclear war, that's one thing we would need lots of. But these are huge, and the project must have cost billions of dollars. And now they're probably decaying empty.
I bet the whiskey's still good.
Right now.
Yeah, you need whiskey, all right. In case of a big nuclear war. That's eerie stuff, though. Underground stuff.
Yeah. But in the 60s, they realized, you know, at that time the Cold War was very hot. And we had really no defense. Where would you move all the people from New York?
And that's what I'm saying. We still don't really have any defense.
Well, in case of war, they probably would move the politicians into these underground places.
They would.
Yeah.
And you have to contemplate what sort of world it would be if all of the normal people get vaporized, and the only ones to emerge from a nuclear holocaust are our politicians, who probably are to blame for the whole damn thing in the first place. What kind of new society rising from the ashes would that be?
It would be frightening.
That is the thought nuclear war itself. Hold on, John. We'll be right back. John A. Keel is my guest. He's got a very good point there. The phoenix rising from the ashes would get about a foot off the ground and crash. I'm Mark Bell. How much chance do you think there really is that
that if one out of every million of those stars has planets around it,
At 1-775-727-1222. And the wildcard line is open at 1-775-727-1295. To reach our own toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Arvell from One Kingdom of God. My guest is the author of The Mothman Prophecies, John A. Keel. I have a question for him. I can see many of you do. That's what the telephone is for. The Mothman Prophecies motion picture starring Richard Gere and many others is being released today, nationwide. I repeat, today, nationwide. And so you'll be seeing a story about the life of my guest.
Some houses are born bad. Houses like Rose Red.
Now one team's trained to uncover the truth.
Rose Red is a dangerous place to run psychic experiments.
Only have their worst nightmare. Rose Red. Determined Sunday at 9 Central on ABC.
James Kaminsky, can you hear me? What the fuck are you doing here, dog? Oh, is it? How'd you know it was pumping overnight? Oh, okay. So it's not like you had a bunch of text messages or something. Oh, okay. May I ask, what are we at? Oh, yeah. Hell yeah, that's what I like to hear. Well, we're still listening to our man, John. What's his name? Yeah, the Mothman man. That's right. I learned why they call him the Mothman. I didn't know this. So originally, people were calling him, especially around Chicago or in Illinois, they were calling him a Thunderbird, and that's more the Native American tradition. However, the first guy to do an article on this subject really liked, maybe it's not the first person to do an article, but an early researcher on this topic, or an early interviewer, somebody early in this was really was a big fan of Batman. And so when they wrote their article, they put their own twist to it and called it Mothman, and that's what stuck. But more accurately, people were saying they were calling him Big Bird, or Flying Thunderbird, or like a Thunderbird, or more like a pterodactyl. Like, even, believe it or not, there's a lot of people who talk about this thing like a dinosaur, like a pterodactyl, like the wings at least. Or, so not really too moth-like. I guess some aspects of him are moth-like, with the, I don't know, the wings, and I think like the red eyes kind of make me think of moth. But I don't know, moths don't have red eyes. Nevertheless, we're going to continue and just keep riding the wave to good times. If there's anything you want to say, let me know, though.
As I said, the advertising works, and I'm obviously going to have to see that movie, as I am going to have to see Mothman Prophecies. Once again, here's John A. Keel. It is now going on.
One other thing, I bet daylight savings time didn't help your sleep schedule. Dude, it fucks me up every year. And I heard somebody say this on the radio, and I really mean this. I don't get used to it for 6 months. There's something about it that just throws me off. And then we switch, and I still don't get used to it. It's like, I mean, maybe I do at certain points, but especially when it first happens, it messes with me. And it doesn't make any sense for whatever reason. I've looked this up. This has been a big one. Like, why do we have this stupid ass schedule? And what it really gets down to, from what I know, if you really want to know, it has nothing to do with farmers. It has nothing to do with like the light of day. Okay, here's what it has to do with. In the early 1900s or the early 20th century, when power plants were starting to be built, there was the idea that if we were going to get everybody on the same time, like, here's an interesting thing. People used to not be on the same time in a city, or in different cities. So like New York had its own time, and everyone would go by the time clocks in New York. But then like Philadelphia was different, and there was no way to synchronize the time. And it really didn't matter. Who cares if it's noon in Washington, D.C. or in New York? Like, nothing needs to be that accurate until the train. The invention of the train and the mass, the sprawling of the train from major city to major city, and to have consistent train schedules meant that time had to be taken seriously, particularly when you were going cross country through different time zones. So there was the discussion that, all right, everyone should know, like, noon it's light out at noon, and it shouldn't be like noon in New York and look like it's 8 a.m. in California, because they don't switch times. Or how am I trying to say this? Basically, like, if we don't switch times, noon in New York is going to look like noon in California, except it'll look like 9 a.m. in California, or even earlier, and that won't make sense. When you're thinking about, like, how you're referencing things in society, like, oh, tonight about 9 p.m., well, that makes sense to everyone in the world. 9 p.m. is usually like at night because we use this system. However, if you didn't use this system, 9 p.m. doesn't necessarily mean tonight everywhere in the world. Okay, so moving on from the time system, because this is really important for some reason. I don't know why the fuck I'm on this topic. but I'll reel it in. I'm telling you, James. Something about times in different cities. Oh, the daylight savings thing. Okay, so time didn't really matter until the invention and the proliferation of the railroad. All right, then what happened? Oh, so this is the big reason, or what I think is the big reason. The power plants started to be built, and they realized that you can make a lot more money as the owner of a power plant if you force everybody to have to use electricity for an extra hour 6 months out of the year. James, does that make sense? So basically, if you don't change the time, that's fine. Then it's just a little darker or a little lighter at a given period. However, if you do change the time and everybody falls back, then it's super dark. And you have to use more electricity and you have to use more light bulbs. And the people who are running the power plants then, namely like Thomas Edison's General Electric, that was financed by John Pierpont Morgan's J.P. Morgan, and like Nash. Interesting. That is interesting. I don't know if there's a connection there either, but I do know there's a connection certainly for an organization to want to ensure that they had standardized time and that everyone in the campus would know that it's noon for whatever reason. And it could be some type of... Right, like some towns have like town square bells or church bells that do it, or did for many years. And if you notice, that doesn't happen anymore. Like if you go through a town, they don't have they don't play bells anymore. There's a reason for that. They don't want people to be, when I say they, powers that be, to be aware of these kinds of things, to be aware of what time it is. They almost want to treat life like a casino. No windows, no clocks, just, kind of living in your own world. Okay, so back to the idea of the time issue. I really think in the future, we will not have time zones. I think the whole world will just be on one time. And what's noon in London will be like 9 p.m. in the United States. And it'll just be like, hey, that's fine. It's no big deal. So we will just basically, we'll never change the time. And we will, now I'm talking like maybe hundreds of years from now, and it won't really matter too much because we'll have like really advanced clocks that basically like will be able to tell you wherever you need to be in the world. But basically, I think it's a simpler solution that we don't use time zones and everybody just has like it's a different, like who cares if it's noon, if the sun's out or not? And the reason why I say that is because when you start doing, this is why this topic is important. When you start doing interstellar transportation, it's like, well, what kind of time do they take? Like, because they're not being affected by the sun or the earth anymore. So do they change their clock if they're just flying to another, like, solar system? The answer is no, they don't change their clock. I mean, everything's still relative to them. But all of that sun and earth, that's all earthbound. It doesn't necessarily, affect interstellar space. Okay, so then why do we still have it? It, number one, requires Americans to spend a lot more on electricity during the winter months because they lose an hour of daylight. And so they have to make up with that with electricity. So it makes their bills higher. The other thing that this does is the days of the time change. Whenever it is, it's like in the fall and the spring, there's a much higher incident rate of heart attack and car accidents because it throws everybody out of their normalcy in life and out of their routine. I mean, we're even experiencing it here, and it's just an hour that we lost. But basically, everything gets messed up that way. So long story short, I'm not a big fan of this, and I've done my best to do the research on it. Oh, there's another thing about it too. There's something about television stations are able to sell an extra hour of advertising in the evening. Or there's something like this. More people are home in the evening because it's dark. And so they're able to sell more advertising. There's something along those lines. And in some markets, it creates like an extra hour of advertising. And what do I mean by that? Like in Arizona, where they don't change the time, and some other places, it allows for like an extra hour of programming block that they can just put in syndicated television. And that's a lot more money for them. So basically, the way that I understand this goes down is you have people advocating for daylight savings to stay and people advocating against it. And the major players who are advocating for it are the power companies and the television companies. And those are two really powerful groups. And even though like all the people don't like it, there's not like a huge push to change it because of those two reasons, the power companies and the television companies. But I truthfully, it makes so much sense, absolutely. And especially when I learned about and just thought about it, you're going to need an hour more electricity in the winter. So think about it. You fall back in the winter. What does that mean? That means that it gets really dark, like starting in November, really, really dark. When normally you would have an extra hour of light and it wouldn't get dark all of a sudden. Instead, it gets dark immediately, and everybody has to start using their electricity very early. And then for many years, when people would question this, why do we have this system? At least what I always heard was that it was farmers in the Midwest who wanted to save them, like get up earlier or something. But then if you ever talk to a farmer, they'd be like, no, we hate this system. And then but nobody ever discussed like the real heart of the matter, that you need a lot more power if you're going to have people like be in the dark for an extra hour. And then the other thing is there's more programming that you can sell. So I think those are two fascinating aspects of it. And I look forward to ending it someday. Yeah, I do. So this actually gets into a really interesting debate. So there's a more accurate time than atomic time. Did you know? I mean, there are many ways, but there's at least one that I know of. It's called stellar time. Have you ever heard of stellar time? Okay. So atomic time basically runs on the Earth, like, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I just know that basically it's very accurate, and I thought it used like an atomic clock, which is like some kind of clock that was kept in like Colorado in like Mount Cheyenne or whatever, Cheyenne National Lab or whatever, Mount Weather. It's like deep underground, but we're going to look it up right now because, and I know it's very accurate. Okay, an atomic clock is a clock that measures time by monitoring the resonant frequency of atoms. It is based on the atoms having different energy levels, which I always thought was the most accurate kind of timekeeping. But apparently there's more kind of accurate timekeeping. And if this doesn't even show up, and I'm making it up, then I'm making it up, and I'm telling you, somewhere I heard this or I read it. It's called a stellar clock. What is it? Star clock.
Financial experts thought we were in the clear. They were anticipating around 6 rate cuts by the Fed this year. And then the inflation data came out higher than expected.
You like what? Help me. Oh, wait. Zulu time is in like military time? I do too. And the world will go to that too. Basically, once there's some leader out there who starts making some decisions on things, and I mean, I'm not saying I'm going to be that person. I'm saying it's somebody who's going to be really influential in society. Maybe they're an actor, maybe they're an athlete, maybe they're a live streamer. They're going to have some like says in things of like how they do things. Other people are going to do it that way, and how they interpret some things are the ways that people will interpret it. Like, for instance, I've already thought about this for a bunch of things. Okay, sometimes you see exit signs with a red, and sometimes you see them in green. Like, you know, when you're going like outside above a door, there's an exit sign. Sometimes it's in red and sometimes it's in green. Well, which one's right? No, it's a good question. So society doesn't have a leader, truthfully, who has made a decision one way or another. So traditionally, they were made in red to be able to catch someone's eye. However, as we became a more international community, we started learning that people, particularly in foreign countries, think that everything is standardized in the United States, but it's not. And so when they see red for exit, they think stop, like a stop sign, because they see red. And they associate red with stop, don't go. And since they can't read exit, it actually causes a lot of deaths. So one way to get around this is to have green ones. So that internationally, people should just know when you see green means go, which generally we think that, but you know, an exit sign's a perfect example. You and I think, oh, we see exit, this is the way out. It's in red to catch my eye. But someone who's not from the United States sees that exit and sees it's in red and they think, don't go this way. Does that make sense? Exactly. Here's another one. There are just some buttons and things like that, icons that we don't have internationally. Nobody has officially said this is the power button. Okay? This isn't like standardized. Sure, the international standardization system has some things, but there are some labels that haven't been 100% agreed. Do you see this power button? Okay, so like that's one of them. That like if we just have a good leader in society, they can get a bunch of these and be like, okay, this is what we're all going to say is a power button. This is what we're all going to say is, you know, I don't know what other buttons we have, but this is what a volume button is, you know, like the plus or the minus, all of that kind of stuff. You can, or the speaker, yeah, exactly, or you know exactly what it is. So we need a leader in society to do that, and usually this is done by like a committee, but it's really pretty easy. Like you literally would just have to have a few people who are like, yeah, this is how we all agree on this, and then it will just go viral. Like honestly, if you gave, let's just say, truthfully in society, if you gave what's that bitch's name, Meryl Streep and like Hillary Clinton and Oprah and like George Clooney and The Rock, if you put those people together, and like Chris Rock, like and Will Smith, just like all these celebrities, put them in a room, those 6 people, and gave them a list of all of the symbols. And they were like, okay, we want you to align on these things. Everyone would watch them do this and be like, okay, well, that's the power symbol, and that's the volume symbol, and that's the Bluetooth, and all of it. It'd be really easy for everyone to align on that. If we had like a moment in time where there were influential people who would do this. I'm not saying that they have to do this, but I'm saying that would be helpful to society, more so than a lot of the bullshit that they do now. But until that happens, we're kind of stuck here with like different symbols that mean different things. Like I see it all the time when I'm dealing with these different platforms. On one platform, like a gear symbol means settings, and another platform it means like configure, which is different than settings. And another one, it means like your stream settings. Like gear should mean settings. That's it. Don't use another symbol for it. You know what I mean? Like somebody needs to just align us on these kind of things. Another one is on an app, like where the menu bar should go. Here's another one. Where does the close box go? Should it go on the right or should it go on the left? There's not one person who has aligned this on Earth. We need a leader to be able to do that. I don't know who that person is, but I will advise them as best I can to say what it should be. And I think at least when it comes to a close box, it becomes the upper right. The world becomes much more Microsoft oriented, which means like, close boxes on the upper right. However, the wealthy of the world are the only ones who are going to be able to afford Apples, and they will still use the closes on the left. You know what I mean? That little close, the X to close something out. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, so we're just kind of waiting on a leader to kind of figure this stuff out, and it'll happen though. Hey, we got 100% in here. Just one moment. Hey, what's going on, Jared? Jared, can you hear me? Jared, if you can hear me, say hi.
So now I know David, you've been on here many times before, a while back, but I'm going to look on you for the first time. Maybe someone else.
Exactly. Okay, that's one. Pop wins out. I was surprised at this. Pop wins out. You know why Pop wins out over soda? Well, let me say first, less people say Pop than say soda in the United States. And in your more influential areas, New York, Los Angeles, they say soda. Why does Pop win out? Believe it or not, James, it's shorter. It's easier to say Pop. And when beverage companies are marketing to people, believe it or not, keep it simple. They want the simplicity of it. Pop. It's easier to say, let's get a pop than let's get a soda. Let's get a soft drink. It's Pop. And they like that. And you watch Pop will win out. And that one really surprised me. It's Coke. Exactly. Everything's Coke. And it would win out because it's shorter than soda or soft drink, but there are, it has competitors. And Coke will not be as big in the future as it once was. It will have a very solid stock. Its stock will be more, I really mean this, its stock will be more, what do I want to say? Its stock will be more reliable than the Federal Reserve note, meaning I would rather invest in Coca-Cola stock than fiat currency. But Coke has some major competition. See, here's the thing. Coke really just decided it's just going to buy every single beverage company out there. And if you come up with a new beverage, that's great. They're going to buy you. And so it's really, really hard. In fact, the beverage industry is one of the most difficult of all the industries to get any kind of foothold as a new player. It's like practically impossible to get shelf space because Coca-Cola has so many different types of Coke products that they'll put it on the shelf before they'll put together your little concoction of whatever 7-Up drink you have. Okay, so but it has competition, obviously Pepsi. And Pepsi, I mean, it's divested itself, but to some extent, it has very close relationships with Frito-Lay and Taco Bell. And it is going to use those to, and also its inroads with the youth. So they've always tried to make themselves out to be like Generation Next and all that. There's a story. I bet I could change you into being a Pepsi drinker right now. I love Coke. I like Pepsi too. But literally, I think the world, if they heard me tell this story, it would make all of them Pepsi drinkers. Okay, what is it? Okay, be me. I'm in 7th grade, and I am in class, and the teacher comes in every single day after recess with a brand new can of Coke and a straw. And one day, one of the kids in class says, I have a question to ask. I notice every single day after recess, you come in here with a can of Coke and a straw. Why is it that you use a straw? Why don't you just drink the Coke out of the lip of the can like most people do? Why do you always use a straw? And this teacher smiles and he says, very interesting question that you asked. My sister-in-law was very seriously struck with a very serious illness due to an incident that happened at a Coca-Cola plant in Dallas, Texas or something, where rats had gotten into the Coca-Cola plant and had urinated on the lips of the cans, of some of the cans that were there, and caused like some kind of like crazy like typhoid or something in a significant part of the population. Anyway, and I still drink Coke, but whenever I see a Coke can, I always think of this story. This teacher who told us this. Exactly. So when the world hears that, so I'm telling you, like, all it takes is one influencer to tell a story to absolutely kill a brand. That would absolutely kill the Coca-Cola company. If they, it would be like if you said that story during the Super Bowl, what kind of impact would it have? Now I'm not saying that Coca-Cola stocks will not be strong. I'm a huge Coca-Cola fan, as is my family when it comes to stock. I mean, it's a solid stock, but you watch Pepsi will make inroads, and also what Pepsi will do is basically buy its way into overtaking Coke. It's the only way that they can do it. What up, Sergey? The only way they can do it is basically to sponsor the biggest stars. So who did they sponsor in like the last 40 years? They sponsored Michael Jackson at like his height. They sponsored Britney Spears at her height. And they'll get the next big person. I think do they have Taylor Swift? I don't know. What did you say? Oh, yeah. That's right. They got that Kardashian to do that. Yeah. And so, but the one that wins out over both of them long term is Dr. Pepper Schweppes. You're like, why? Why does Dr. Pepper Schweppes win out? Because Dr. Pepper Schweppes also owns Keurig, which gets them huge in the coffee market long term. And also Dr. Pepper is older than both Coke and Pepsi. And in the long term, people will be very associated to these brands for their, like there's, they're basically the same stuff. They taste a little bit different. But, so Pepsi was started in 1885. Or I'm sorry, Dr. Pepper was 1885, and Coke was 1886. And Pepsi was started as Brad's drink. And I think eventually, I know this sounds crazy, but they'll go back to that name. Why Brad's drink? It was originally like from Brad, like some fucking pharmacist. But like, do you remember when Miller Lite, like for like 10 years, went to like a blue can, and then they went back to their retro can? Okay, so Miller Lite for like, I'd say actually like 20 years, had this like, I don't know, different kind of can that they would use. Let's see, do they have like a timeline? It is. It is. And believe it or not, so here's a timeline of them. They used to have a blue, they used to have their old one, then they had a blue can, now they went back to the retro one. Well, in the same way, give it 100 years and people will think it's very funny to go back to Brad's drink, like the original OG name of Pepsi. And that will cause like a big, I'm not saying it's going to like shake the world, the beverage world, but it will be big. 1893 was when it started. And yeah, but the big one will be Dr. Pepper Schweppes. Just you watch. See all the things we covered? Right. Well, yeah, I mean, to some extent, and what they do with marketing and like connecting themselves to these holiday traditions and Santa and like home and polar bears to make you associate everything holiday related with their brand. Right. Yeah. And they basically took what Norman Rockwell had for Saturday Evening Post art and transformed it into Coca-Cola. In fact, I wonder if Norman Rockwell ever did Coca-Cola art. I mean, Coca-Cola art is its own like niche of art and like decorative, like people, you know. I'm almost certain Norman Rockwell did some of it. Yeah, he did. So I mean, how much more America can you get than Norman Rockwell kind of art and like that? But here's the thing, it's very American, and Pepsi will take advantage of the international market. Pepsi's the biggest drink in like somewhere really important. Pepsi's like really big in India or something. Yeah, it is. There's a story of the Philippines. Pepsi global market share. It's 22.1%. And Coke's like 48%. All right, so there's this funny story. Oh my God, actually, it's not funny at all. It's actually really fucking sad. Okay, I'm sure you remember this, but maybe you don't. The Pepsi Points story when you could buy a Harrier jet. Remember this? Oh my God. Okay, so now this one I'll never forget. It was like summer of like 96 or something. Let me see when it actually came out. It was something like this. And all right, here's the case. It's Leonard versus PepsiCo. It's more widely known as the Pepsi Points case. It's an American contract law case regarding offer and acceptance. The case was brought to the U.S. District Court from the Southern District of New York in 1999. Its judgment was written by Kimberly. In 1996, yeah, it was 96, okay, PepsiCo began a promotional loyalty program in which its customers could earn Pepsi points. These points could in turn be traded for physical items. A television commercial for the loyalty program displayed the commercial's protagonist flying to school in a McDonnell Douglas AV-8B Harrier II vertical takeoff jet aircraft, valued at $37.4 million at the time, which could be redeemed for 7 million Pepsi points. The plaintiff, John Lennon, discovered a loophole in the promotion, allowing him to purchase Pepsi points at 10 cents per point. Leonard promptly delivered a check for $700,008.50 to PepsiCo, attempting to purchase the jet. PepsiCo initially refuted Leonard's offer, citing the humorous nature of the offer in the advertisement. Leonard then sued PepsiCo in an effort to enforce the offer and acceptance perceived by Leonard to be made in the advertisement. In her judgment, Wood sided with PepsiCo, noting the frivolous and improbable nature of landing a fighter jet in a school zone that was portrayed by the protagonist. PepsiCo would re-release the advertisement, valuing the jet at 700 million Pepsi points. So basically, this was a really popular commercial during the 90s where you could buy like different articles of clothing or merchandise with Pepsi points. And they made a joke that you could buy a plane with 700,000 Pepsi points or whatever, 7 million Pepsi points. And this guy was able to just buy Pepsi points for 10 cents each. And he had an argument that they should have had to buy a plane. Okay, so there's that story with PepsiCo, which is kind of an interesting story, but there's an even more interesting story that took place in the Philippines. And like, before I even look at this, I haven't looked at this story in a long time, but literally you can talk to people from the Philippines 2 or 3 generations after this happened, this incident, and they're still pissed off about it. It's like, I would be too. Okay, so this one's called Pepsi Number Fever. Pepsi Number Fever, also known as the 349 incident, was a promotion held by PepsiCo in the Philippines in 1992, which led to riots and the deaths of at least 5 people. So it's not funny. It's like, what the fuck did Pepsi do to cause this? In February 1992, Pepsi Philippines announced they would print numbers ranging from 1 to 999 inside the caps of Pepsi, 7up, Mountain Dew, and like Mirinda, whatever that is, some Philippine drink. Certain numbers could be redeemed for prizes, which range from like 100 pesos, usually like $4, to 1,000,000 pesos for the grand prize, roughly $40,000. In 1992, equivalent to 611 times the average monthly salary in the Philippines at the time. So basically, Pepsi was doing this contest, and the most you could win was 40 grand. But that was a lot of money in the Philippines back then. In fact, it would be like, okay, I'm actually going to do the math on this. It's 611 times the monthly salary. So I want to know how many years that is. Is this like, are we talking, you're gonna have the ability to live the rest of your life and not have to work? And it looks like you'd be able to live 50 years and not have to work, and that's probably most people. So basically, if you won this contest, you're thinking, I never have to work again. All right. So Pepsi allocated a total of $2 million for prizes. Marketing specialist Pedro Vergara based Pepsi Number Fever on similar moderately successful promotions that have been previously in regards geographic area of expertise in Latin America. Pepsi Number Fever was initially wildly successful and increased Pepsi monthly sales from 10 million to 14 million and its market share from 19.4 to 24.9. Winning numbers were announced on television nightly. By May, 51,000 prizes had been redeemed, including 17 grand prizes, and the campaign was extended beyond the originally planned end date of May 8th. by another 5 weeks. So basically, this is a huge positive. I mean, it increases their market share by 5%. It's huge. Okay, then there's an incident. On May 25th, 1992, the ABS-CBN Evening News TV Patrol announced that the grand prize number for that day was 349. Grand prize winning bottle caps were tightly controlled by PepsiCo. 2 bottles with caps with that day's winning numbers printed inside of them, as well as a security code for confirmation, had been produced and distributed. However, before the contest was extended to add new winning numbers, 800,000 regular bottle caps had already been printed with the number 349, but without the security code. Theoretically, these bottle caps were cumulatively worth $32 billion. Thousands of Filipinos rushed to Pepsi bottling plants to claim their prize. Pepsi initially responded that the erroneous printed bottle caps did not have the confirmation security code and therefore could not be redeemed. Newspapers the next morning announced that the winning number was in fact 134, adding to the confusion. After an emergency meeting of the Pepsi company executives at 3:00 a.m. on the 27th, the company offered basically like $18 to holders of anyone who had these mistakenly printed bottle caps as a gesture of goodwill. This offer was accepted by like 500,000 people and cost Pepsi like $9 million. But there were all these protests. Many irate 349 bottle cap holders refused to accept Pepsi's settlement offer. They formed a consumer group, the 349 Alliance, which organized a big boycott of Pepsi product and held rallies outside the government offices. Most protests were peaceful, but on February 13th, a school teacher and a 5-year-old child were killed in Manila by a homemade bomb thrown at a Pepsi truck. In May, the Pepsi employees in Davao were 3 Pepsi employees in Davao were killed by a grenade thrown into a warehouse. Pepsi executive received death threats, and as many as 37 company trucks were overturned, stoned, or burned. One of the 3 men accused of orchestrating the bombings claimed they had been paid by Pepsi to stage the attacks in order to frame the protesters as terrorists. Then Senator Gloria, some senator there, suggested that the attacks were being perpetrated by rival bottlers attempting to take advantage of Pepsi's vulnerabilities. The Philippine Senate Committee of Trade and Commerce accused Pepsi of gross negligence and noted that it was involved in a similar fiasco in Chile just a month before the 349 incident. So basically, let's see here what happened. About 22,000 people took action. Those dissatisfied plaintiffs, it turned out they lost 96. The trial court awarded the plaintiffs in one of the lawsuits. Oh, no. I'm sorry, they won. They were given $380 each in moral damages. However, 3 of them were dissatisfied and they appealed. And the appellate court awarded those 3 like $570 each. Like, just nothing. Like, can you imagine PepsiCo is having like to pay lawyers? Like, their lawyers are paying like that's 1 hour for each. Like, one lawyer is $570.92. Pepsi is not liable. They say the suit reached the Philippine Supreme Court in 2006, so 14 years later, and it ruled that Pepsi is not liable to pay the amounts printed on the crowns of holders, nor is Pepsi liable for damages thereon. And the issues surrounding the 349 incident have been laid to rest and must no longer be disturbed in this decision because it caused so many people mental anguish, like huge mental anguish. It doesn't talk about it in here, but it is big. And then the other thing, did you ever see the thing on HBO about McDonald's, the Monopoly game?
Good stuff happening for you. And good stuff tomorrow night too. George Norrie's going to be back. He's got
So that one's really fucking interesting. If you ever have a chance, well, yeah, but it involves the mafia. And yeah, and basically like the way that game was done, there was like an inside guy, not at McDonald's. What up, Grumpster, you little slut? How you doing, baby? There wasn't a there was like no one who worked at McDonald's, but somebody who worked for the company that ran the contest had like an inside knowledge of like what were going to be the winning tickets, and it became an issue that this person couldn't find enough people to give the tickets to. So like basically it would be like, James, I like you, but we're too close of friends for me to give you this ticket because I've already given it to like 3 of my other friends. So what I need you to do is go find someone like a friend. You have a friend, and you got to give them this. And here's the deal: it's for $1 million, and they're going to get $1 million, but they have to give me $100,000 up front, and they have to give you $100,000. So they're really going to get $800,000 of this. And the people would be like, oh, okay, well, that's fine. I'm going to get $800,000. That's great. But they don't know that there's tax on it, or they're not thinking there's tax on it. So then they're only getting $400,000. And on top of that, on top of having tax, they're getting it in an annuity. So they're getting it $50,000 a year for 20 years, which doesn't mean, that means they're not sitting on the interest. It's basically like they're still having to work. A lot of the people who won the McDonald's contest still had to work. They were like, they would say like, we had $1 million, or we thought we were, everybody, all our friends thought we were millionaires, but we were only getting $50,000 a year. And on top of that, we were having to pay the people who got us the ticket basically. And like, I don't want to say they all lost money on it, but basically like a bunch of them lost money on it. Now the guy who ran the scam, he didn't want to be interviewed for it, but basically he's just living in his house in suburban South Carolina and just living his life without a care in the world. He got away with it basically. they put a camera outside his house and he's just living a normal life. And anyway, it's a really, if you have a chance, it's called McMillions, and it's really good. And it's going to continue. I know I made this prediction before, but I'm doubling down on it. Very soon, companies will be so strong that they will start demanding positions in the United Nations, and eventually Amazon and Meta will, and perhaps others, but they will have seats at the UN security table as companies. That's freaky. Yeah. And the way that they'll make the argument is that they basically store the world's human data and the world's, it'll be like the world's servers will be on Amazon Web Services. And they're just going to say like, look, our GDP, if we were a country, we'd be like huge. We'd be like the 3rd or 4th biggest countries in the world. So why aren't we being treated that way? And they'll make these arguments. They'll be like, we also employ like hundreds of thousands of people. You have some countries in the United Nations with less people than we employ. And certainly they make less money than we bring in. So why aren't we being considered as serious contenders? And it's like, dude, it's the United Nations. It's not Zuckerberg's playground. But nevertheless, they're going to get their spots. What up, Zoot? How you doing, you slutty punk? We love you. We love Kangaroony, Dev Polygon. Have you been watching the chart? Hell yeah, baby. Oh, is that the name of your coin that you're going to start on April 1st? Dog, you were waiting until April 1st. But you were so like enthused. You're like, April 1st is a perfect day. I have to do it on that day. That's a good idea. I want you to still do something with it on April 1st. How are you? That's good. Zoo, I'm sure you know James Kaminsky. Do you know James Kaminsky? Oh yeah. You met him at oh, you didn't need it. He's done. Why are you depressed, Zoo?
I'm just listening to it. I keep going. I'm just over here listening to you because, they say we all deal with it. I'm dying to laugh. You're right. I know about it. It's funny.
It's a beginning and death isn't an ending. It's holding that duality, that having to say goodbye with just my younger son Bruno.
This is my friend. My friend is that Frank. I was supposed to be well, but then it was right.
And I hold those things together.
That's the beautiful thing.
What about the differences of a loss?
It was very good try.
You lost your mom. You lost a son. They say there's nothing worse than losing a child.
Were you like, you know what? Think about that.
There was a moment
Way back when,
in 2020, in the beginning of the pandemic, that I think really made it so clear.
Yeah.
When the pandemic, we're in lockdown, we're all 6 feet apart in the middle of the street. And we're walking in the street separately. And give some of it to her wedding being postponed. She's taking away from me. I said, there's enough in this world for all of our laws. And here's the thing. When people say to me, which law set laws, it's a common question. Is it a child? Is it a murder? That's so much there. And is it a tragedy? Because the people died. I always say the worst loss is yours. You think yeah, yours. You know, my worst loss is my son. Your worst loss may be a spouse, maybe a parent. The 20-year-old's worst loss was the wedding. No one died in her life. That really is her worst loss. So I try to remind people that you try to get out of our parent line. Every line we have a and you're realizing your job. Read your own thoughts. Always going to be someone you're you as someone not as bad or worse than you.
But be something like AI related. Oh, for sure. That's about right.
Yeah, pets are pretty important too.
Be AI training.
Let me tell you, after my son died, I think it was like
Then you get cookies, it'll be
my sweet
then you get cookies,
17 years died.
once you say the cookies, it'll be
Well, obviously your son was a martyr, didn't it? And I thinking, like, why do I have to choose? It's
Yes.
like horrible.
Yeah,
I agree.
there's no competition to this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I find something else interesting. They talk about it's let me see if I can condense it down. I'm actually looking at it on your Facebook page. The Facebook page is on David Kessler. There it is. You're consistent across the board. I love it. And what it says is, so let me just kind of say what it's saying here, and then I'll ask the question. In grief, we are haunted by two words: what if? And it's like, what if I had done things differently? Maybe they wouldn't have passed away. And you say something in here like, we don't want to live a life where we have no control. I have noticed widowers and widows, I think more in the widowers world, I've recognized, because we talk about this all the time here on Coast to Coast, these types of things, that it seems to be that after losing a spouse, there is, they want to control so much more. Do you, I mean, is that kind of what you're saying as well? It's almost like I'm going to try to control everything. This time I'm going to make sure if I'm with somebody that this is going to be right, this is going to be right, this is going to be right, so that I won't go through what I went through before. Do you find that a lot? Because I've actually seen that, and it's like, no, you still got to let go and let go, right?
Yeah, let me unpack this, because we talk about that all the time in our research, especially with spouses. Right. Because usually with parents, with your own parents, they kind of are often the caregivers, the keepers, you know, and if something goes wrong, of course we feel like, oh my gosh, haunted by two little words. What if we got to the hospital early? What if they had that second opinion? What if we hadn't gone to lunch? All those what ifs.
Yeah.
So, here's the thing, the psychological, we often don't understand. The mind would always rather feel guilty than help. So think about it. The mind would rather feel guilty than help. Because if we're guilty, I just think that you know, if you get those second opinions, then no one else will die. You know, if you get to the hospital on time, no one else will die. And you were exactly right, honey. It's about the illusion of control. If I can pretend I did something wrong, I could have saved them, then maybe nothing bad will happen again. And so it does become about control. And it's also true, like you said, we become over-controlling people because we don't want bad things to happen. You know, people who have had a catastrophe become catastrophes because you have a real catastrophe. That's normal. I mean, I always joke with people, I never get a headache. I only get a break. I mean, that's the way I walk. No? I see you. It's like it's got to be a break. You're worried. It's going to be a headache for good
That's funny. You got to be lighthearted in this or forget it, right? You know. You have to.
Let me tell you one other thing about exercise that's fascinating. Most of my stuff now is online. So I have a Greek educator program, certificate program. I have 25 different groups online. But back in the day, 4 years ago, for most of my career, my life was in hotel meeting groups. We have, a few hundred people would gather to a local hotel, and I would go to 30 cities, every year. And one of the things that happened in those hotel meeting groups, picture it, I'm in my meeting room, maybe there's 250 people in my meeting room, spending the day learning about it. In the next is the accountants, in the next meeting on the other side is maybe the nurses, down the hall is the realtors, down the hall is the Rotary Club, and more than one occasion, after the day was over, and we're
Yeah, baby.
hotel staff is there, they would say to me, hey, what were you teaching? And I would go, why do you ask?
Excellent. What's the name of your strip club, Zoo?
Was laughing the most. And I was teaching Greek. They would go, what kind of Greek?
Zoo, I asked you a question. What's the name of your strip club?
And they couldn't understand it. But here's what I think
Don,
happens to me.
that's the first thing you need is a name.
One dies,
So let's think of it. What do you want to call it?
the pain has been stretched. And at the same time, your bandwidth for joy.
I got one. It's not that good.
The people in those rooms laughed a little
Oh,
short.
I know it sucks. It's not that good. It's a good crypto name. All right, I'm gonna come up with a better one, and then I'll tell you what that one is. Zoo, we need one. What are you gonna call it?
Interesting. Yeah. I love your perspective. It's a whole different perspective than like I said,
Yeah, I'm gonna get something good here.
afterlife type
You what?
things. And you probably know some of these people, Dr. Jeffrey Long. Are you familiar with him?
I've heard his name. I haven't been able to meet him in real life yet. But so many people out there are sort of, being more open and talking about these things they used to be taboo.
Yes. Well, that's the problem, I think. It's taboo to talk about death. We only know it.
We're gonna
we
ask
experience it with
ChatGPT.
someone, friend, family, whatever it is.
What are
We
100
actually go into
cryptocurrency themed
we don't
gentlemen's
know
club
because no one tells you when he's
names? Question
we're
mark.
taught algebra, trigonometry. Teach us about how to deal with death and how to handle grief and loss.
Crypto Seduction Lounge,
We need to learn
Bit
this.
Boudoir Club, Ethereum Elegance, Ripple Rendezvous, Litecoin Lounge, Stellar Soiree, Neo Nights Cabaret, Dash Lights. I was thinking, what was I called? The Alpha Room. I think that's a cool name for one. And then what was the shitty one? Oh, it was gonna be called the Green Candle, and all of the polls could be green, like candles. I thought that was funny. Oh, it's like a guy's. It's like so it's for chicks. What? Why the fuck are you creating a strip club for chicks? Why? It's also a brothel? Well then, is it gonna have, do you fuck girls at it or do you fuck guys at it? Girls? Okay. So then just call it the Bitcoin brothel. Bitcoin brothel, and you have to pay in Bitcoin.
You're exactly right. Hang where you are there, David. We gotta take a break.
Dog, you should just call it the Thunder from Down Under and do that thing that they do in Las Vegas. That's literally what you're talking about. I want to take Australian guys and have them strip in front of women. That's Thunder from Down Under. At least that's what they call it in the United States. It's a show here. And it's very popular, so I'm not saying that it can't work. It's interesting that you're from Australia and you're talking about this because it's one of the most popular shows in Las Vegas for the last 15 years.
Taking a step back and understanding the pain that your customers are currently going through because of a tough environment is really important. We have 19,000 agents.
So I think you should call it the Thunder from Down Under Bitcoin Brothel. Then you get both sides of it. You get that male side and you get the female side. Zoot's Thunder from Down Under Bitcoin Brothel. How about this? Zoot's All You Can Eat Thunder from Down Under Bitcoin Brothel. Just who knows? That'll get asses in the seats. That'll put people in the doors. Like, is there a buffet or is this a really sexual name of a place? It's up to you. What do you want it to be? So, have you ever seen Parks and Recreation and its take on strip clubs? Okay, it's very funny. There's a strip club in this show. It's called the Glitter Room, and like everybody goes there when they're like having a bachelor party or whatever any one of these kind of events is. And one of the guys is like, yeah, the Glitter Room, I know where it is. I don't like to go there. There's only one reason why I do go there. And it cuts to him and he goes, they have the most amazing breakfast buffet in the entire city. And it made me think, like, a strip club with a really good menu, like with really good food, I'm not saying is the way to go, but is definitely a good, like a definite bonus to get people in the door. I don't know if anybody wants to eat at a strip club. I mean, that's kind of like one of the last places I'd want to ever eat, perhaps. But at Zoot's, 24-hour, all-you-can-eat, Thunder from Down Under, Bitcoin brothel, you might have to make an exception. Do I know much about what? Sorry, I can't hear you. Can you repeat that? Zero proof knowledge? Please enlighten us.
Introducing Discover Cashback Debit, a checking account for cashback. It pays to discover. Eligibility and terms at discover.com/cashback. Discover Bank.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most exciting time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets.
Okay.
DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. Customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crowd is yours. Must be 21 years old. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/BE. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-WINNIT.
I do. So basically, you're saying with a little bit of evidence, you might be able to
Prescription medicine for people 6 months.
ascertain some kind of future event.
Well controlled with the topical prescription therapy. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of it. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your exam, or how it helps block a key source of information inside your body that could cause a cancer. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from pain. But you can see how it helps you have clearer skin and less itch.
I got you.
Poor results may indicate serious allergic reactions to the drug can be severe. Get help right away. Or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, friend. Tell your doctor about your worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change your style.
Okay, so let's get down to the nitty gritty. When is opening day of Zoot's all you can eat 24-hour Thunder from Down Under Bitcoin brothel? Dog. All right, next year. Can I start in Thunder from Down Under? Dude, I'm the main star. I put asses in the seats. I'd be like, motherfucker, Zoot only wanted to have this be a Bitcoin brothel. I'm the one who was like, you know about Thunder from Down Under? And I'm the one who brought in the all-you-can-eat 24-hour breakfast buffet. So I'm instrumental in this. Dog, you know that I'm going to make or break your Bitcoin brothel. Yeah, the 24-hour all-you-can-eat breakfast buffet. Because if it's really good, it'll make you.
With the Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
Zoot. Go ahead.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
After 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation promised to make sure we never forget. Since then, it's been supporting America's heroes and their families. Heroes like U.S. Army Specialist Michael Hook, who was killed in Iraq. Hook began a pregnant fiance who gave birth to his son who never loved. Tunnel to Towers paid off the mortgage on their home. America's heroes need your help now more than ever. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org. KFI AM 640.
That motherfucker in Cincinnati? Yeah, dude, there's this theory that, like, that was a really important event that really affected the global system much more than we think. Like, if you look at what inflation was before Harambe died versus after, it was, like, averaging, like, 2 to 3% a year, and then went to, like, 6 to 9% a year for several years. I mean, I'm laughing at it because it's so goddamn sad. Possum, how are you? We're glad you're here. Yeah, get his ass back in here. We were just talking to him. He was going to start his own, well, I named it for him. It's called Zoot's All You Can Eat 24-Hour Thunder from Down Under Bitcoin Brothel. Apparently, he and James were coming up with some kind of idea to have a strip club, but it was going to be like an all-male strip club. So I asked him, and also, and then he also said that it was going to have a brothel. And so I was like, what's the name of your establishment? And he's like, I don't know. We need a really good name for it. Rumble Pack's in here, aka Bitcoin Richard F. I don't even know what the fuck your name is. It's so goddamn long, dog. Kicking ass, taking names. How you doing, Rumble Pack? Well, I hope you get cold, ice cold, quite soon. Dude, possum pit. Oh, it's good. It's really nice. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's got better internet, I can tell you that. Possum pits. I just noticed that your Sproto has like a coconut bra. That's really cool. I was just saying that Possum Pits' Sproto had a very nice bra. There you go. Rumble Pack, what do you think of our chart? Oh, sorry, Possum Pits. Go ahead.
This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Connie Guinness.
And that's Leo Sayer there living in fantasy on Coast to Coast AM. I did that too because David Kessler talks about ways. This is for those that had something significant. And to know that, yeah, they did it. So live it and love it and enjoy it because it can happen to you again. Yeah. And if you want to know more about the bumper music that we have, and you're like, I don't remember what Poppy said, who that was. What is that song? What is that song? Go to our website and you get the full list of who sung it. So, what it's called right there and on our website. And also, while you're there, sign up for our free Coast Zone e-newsletter to receive some exclusive daily articles too. That's coasttocoastam.com.
Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity. We fought for $6 billion in tax refunds flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. And if you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own. Even if you're careful with your personal information, if you do become the victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to do to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. LifeLock.com, save up to 25% your first year with promo code George. That's promo code George for 25% off at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. LifeLock.
Go with your guts. Go right down to my next. 70% of your dog's immune system is based in the gut. Certified for health, good nutrition is vital. But how can you be sure your dog is getting the nutrition they need? A diet like nutrients can present issues. Attention, scratching, and a weak immune system. However, there is a solution. DIAMO-VITE. Another one is the delicious nutritional supplement created to boost your dog's overall health. And the reviews are incredible.
Itching, tenderness after we started to innovate, I started to see improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent.
Right now, try Dynamite for free. Just pay shipping you need. Or go at Dynamite.com/radio. It's DINOVITE.com/radio.
You are listening to Coast AM. How you doing tonight? Connie Willis here. Make sure your closet all sprung forward. Is that right? Sprung forward. Right? Let's just say sprung forward. We can get out of that whole mess of that kind of thing. The whole English language has changed since I was a kid, especially when you do any type of advertising of the world of radio and television. Because, and even Twitter or X or whatever, because you're just limited, even in space sometimes, and you have to, like tonight. I spell tonight Tonite because it's shorter. It takes less letters. And sometimes you got to do that. I spell it. I haven't been TV and radio too long. I guess that's the way you spell it, isn't it? But I guess really it's not. So there's a whole thing to that. And I've had people get on my case. Anyway, let's go back to what's going on. Please join me on TikTok, by the way. A whole bunch of you just jumped on. Thank you so much. I appreciate that because, you got to get so many followers before you can get some of the tools along the way. So thanks. That's at Connie Willis Live TikTok. I'll start doing some things. In fact, you can find out some things recently that I found. So I called it Larry the Light Man. And me and the Blue Rocker saw it live happening 24 seconds of what could be either a new entity just kind of seen. It just happens to be with filters through the windows that you're looking through, and then what the camera picks up too. Because some of these things you don't see with your eye. And sometimes it's because of the filtered windows we have. But thank goodness the other filter in the camera picked up through the live stream something for 24 seconds. It pops in, pops out. And so anyway, Larry the Light Man, check that out at my new TikTok. At TikTok and Connie Willis Live, and that's it. All right. So tonight we're talking about grief and loss. We have David Kessler with us, author, public speaker, well-known, well-loved, and in such a refreshing perspective.
Look at Real Schiller X.
I'm just amazed at some of the things you said.
Real Schiller X driving a car like a pimp. Look at this. She's in like a taxi.
And, it's only from experience that you don't know this. Even I can talk about what I'm talking about. But I remember being with my dad in the ICU. And you're with me, right, David?
Real Schiller X is like in a, hey, baby, what up? What up? Is he in an Uber? Is he in a limo? What are you doing, baby? He's living the dream. He's like a pro athlete. Hey, we got Zoo back in here. Zoo, you little slut. Possum Tits was in here looking for you, not 2 minutes ago. She was. And we got Bitcoin Kyle Chandler in here. Motherfucker, it's like the middle of the night, and we got Bitcoin Kyle Chandler in here. This is fucking incredible. We got Bitcoin Kyle Chandler in here. I want everybody to know that Bitcoin Kyle Chandler is a very talented individual, particularly when it comes to face painting. Wah, wah, wah.
It's like somebody else's soul. Where's my dad? That's not my dad. And the other people with the other situations happening.
Dude, look at Real Schiller here. He's got like, damn, this motherfucker's driver dresses better than I do. Look at this guy. He looks like a pimp. This motherfucker's a pimp. Look at Real Schiller over here, just driving around like a pimp. Real Schiller just being driven from one place to another, one brothel to another, one whole house to another. You take care, James Kaminsky. I was not expecting to pull an all-nighter with you, but I was glad to. Absolutely. Soft drinks and Mothman. It just don't get no better, baby. And time. That's right. Fuck daylight savings time. Excellent. We'll see you soon, baby. Dude, Real Schiller X, he's a pimp, baby. Take care, man.
Back in New York, a man whose blood has been drained by doing interview after interview has spent nearly 3 hours with us now. And soon the sun will be coming up where you are, John. They've got a lot of, anyway, here we go. Better not say that. First time calling the line, you're on the air with John A. Keel. Hello. Hi, Greg. Yeah, I have a sort of question, I guess, your dad is tonight. When I was about 13 years old, I was going to sleep in my bedroom, and I think I might have actually dozed off. I woke live in a really strange world, sir. Thank you very much. On the day my father died, a bat landed on our porch and just stayed there. I mean, this is a sunny summer, desert, hot day. And the day my father died, which was not long ago, a bat landed and just stayed. We finally removed him. We live in a strange world, don't we, John?
Yes, we have a whole category for this kind of thing. They're called bedroom invaders.
And
And
that's the
it's a lot more common than you would think. People wake up and
do you see that
see something in their bedroom.
That's right.
Very often they see a man in a plaid shirt. You didn't see any sign of anything he was wearing, did you?
No, you just said dark.
Yeah.
And I have a zillion reports like that, just one after another after another. And some people call them shadow people.
Well, we also know that if you're dreaming and you wake up, the dream overlaps into your real consciousness, and temporarily you see these things. Once when I was very ill, I woke up and saw a giant Coca-Cola bottle in my bedroom, really, and as I watched, it slowly got smaller and smaller and faded away. That was one of those waking dreams that people have.
Giant Coke bottle, that's a new one.
Yeah, I was of course taking medications for I had pneumonia.
That's interesting. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Johnny Keel. Hello. Hello.
Yes, Mr. Keel. Yeah. I just have a comment here. North Louisiana, when I was a kid up there before I'm out, I came across an area that was just dead. Of course, it's green in West Louisiana there. And it looked like the bottom of the lake. It looked like it had just been dead for a long time. And I was burned in it. Sorry?
Yeah, was there anything burned in the area?
It had that feeling. It was all brown. It was just all around it, like in a circle, covering it. Like, we had to walk into it to see it. Was this anywhere near Camp Lejeune?
Well, no, Camp Lejeune is in North Carolina. I was born on Camp Lejeune. I know where that is.
Was that in North Carolina?
Yes, sir.
And there were very strange birds in that area at night that would scream. It would make the hair on the back of your neck stand up.
In a dead area.
It was like a dead area.
How big?
About as big as like a medium pond. 50 yards. What year was that? Years ago. Probably 79.
that's the best movie?
Also, once, me and my friends used to walk around in the woods there. And once we were walking around in the woods, we came up on a prairie, this little farmhouse, and all of a sudden, by the little barn there, a bonfire started up, and there was a group of people standing around it. And 3 huge luminous balls shot up into the space. So then it freaked us out. We ran back. We knew where the place was, so we took our cars. We were 17 by then. Drove back, walked up and down the driveway, and saw one man walking around the perimeter of the barn, and it had some floodlights, one floodlight on one corner. Then that scared us, so we started running. And when we started running, there were cars all out in the woods, and it must have been like 25 people, and they were all standing by their cars. We just hightailed it out of there, and as soon as we turned around, all those car lights went out. And then we just left.
Wow.
Sounds like some kind of ritual.
Yeah, it really does,
Do people do things like that? Now, it's a strange area. Y'all were talking about how maybe on maps and how land
based on what you told me, that our government is really, really well aware that these things are going on, and maybe they don't understand them any better than we do, but they're sure investigating them.
Yeah, I think that's been the case for a very long time. And I would suspect that they're as baffled as we are. And it's a common theory of UFO buffs. Government secret. There's other things going on in the government. I worked in the government for a couple of years. And was inside the government in Washington. And I worked directly under the Secretary of HEW, who was Elliot Richardson.
Oh, of course, yes.
And while I was there, I managed to snoop around a lot inside the government. And I couldn't find anything realistic enough to say that there's great conspiracies going on. And everywhere I went, if I brought up the subject of UFOs, all of the bureaucrats would have their own UFO story, which they tell me. And I never found it. Only once in the Pentagon, an officer in the Pentagon was talking to me, and I was talking about this. And he was on the phone, and he whispered into his phone that there was a guy here that he had to stop. And that's when I was making inquiries into the UFO thing.
Then he had to stop.
Yeah, that was his phrase. So I put it in the book.
Oh, did you?
And with his name.
With his name?
Yeah. While I was there talking to this man, a secretary came in with a big red folder marked top secret. And she put a newspaper clipping in it. That was probably an entertainment they devised for the visitors' benefit.
You think so? I don't know. East of the Rockies, you're on there with John A. Keel. Hello.
Yes, is that me?
Yes, you.
Yes, this is John in New Orleans.
It's okay.
Yeah, you mentioned that building. I'm going to look for it. It's funny. It's just so nice to be in the presence of two such brain powers. Something that was the keel as far as time. Just a quick aside to art. I wonder that Silver Bridge that went down, if only symbolically, from the correct angle, with those two red traffic lights that were levited. From the correct angle being those two glaring bright red eyes.
Also, there's something to think about.
I want to know that. On the correct angle, it's only symbolic. Well, but mostly these lights, these eyes were being seen in dark places. That was far, but that's the
No, I'm with you. Yes.
But the thing, Mr. Kyle, a dream, concerning what I heard as the past of the future, and that's the only way I can, terminology give into it, the past of the future, because when I was there in the dream, I knew that I hadn't just moved to the future, I had moved from the future and back to the past of that future. And you know how you have, like the bird in the picture, at the tragedy?
Yes.
The perspective, the depth of perception of the bird close to or away from the camera.
Yes.
The same with let's call them two walls. You have the further wall and the wall closer to you, and the opening between those cannot be seen from the normal angle. Related to those larger things that are done, allegedly and suspectedly so, for real.
Well, potentially, yes, but if, as in Mothman prophecies, if in your dream, you dream of an event that is going to occur, and that event occurs precisely as you have dreamed, then you should be asking yourself lots of questions about the nature of time itself. Don't you think, John?
Well, I spent years asking myself those questions, and it's a major mathematical if you ever run across that in a secondhand bookstore or something, the man who wrote it was an aeronautical engineer. I'm trying to think of his name.
But it's called An Experiment in Time.
Right. And it's a classic work about dreams and how you control them, how you can move forwards or backwards in time.
I don't doubt it at all. But that long ago, written that long ago. Listen to Rockies, you're on there with John A. Keel. Good morning.
Good morning, Art. Morning, John. Morning. Let's see where to start at. About 2 years ago, I moved into this house and have now left there. But I tried to talk to you last week, Art. I had the bad cell phone. Anyhow, activity started in the house shortly after we moved in, but we would just hear voices every now and then, like little girl laughter, stuff like that, doors opening and shutting. And it never really got anywhere else until just like last year that it really started picking up and started hearing a lot of heavy footsteps up and down the stairs, different things going on, and it started attacking my girlfriend.
Attacking?
Attacking her? There was bite marks. It pinned her down a couple of times, and I was kind of like, okay, I'm not seeing anything, so I wasn't really, I got more of it, something else was going on. So, it's to this point where I start trying to figure out ways to get rid of this or whatever's going on, and I kind of start calling this thing out. Well, right around that time, it was like during the day, she was upstairs putting away the stairway, and that's where we seem to hear a lot of this stuff about. And you go up the stairs from the hallway, and then you do a 180, and you go up the stairs again, and then there's like a bedroom, and you turn, and there's like our room, and then take another turn to the right, keep like circling to the right, and there's a bathroom and another bedroom. Well, there's a deal where we kept all the towels and stuff, and she was putting towels away, and she turned around, and there was this black figure standing in the stairway looking up at her with these red eyes, and I know you don't like red eyes. And I did that. You've got a nasty poltergeist on your hands. Yeah, how old are your daughters? Well, actually, this is my girlfriend that's seeing this. My daughter's 11, and my son. Your daughter jealous of your girlfriend? No, she loves her with all her heart. So, but then,
John is right. That age, young girls seem to produce poltergeist activity.
So, but this is where it gets really. So I started calling this thing out, and then it was a Sunday morning about 10 o'clock. I had just taken a shower, came back. We were standing in the bedroom, had the radio on. My kids were gone at my folks' for the weekend, and there was nobody there but us. And we're in there. We have the door open. All the other doors to that hallway are closed to the stairway, so it's dark in there. And we hear this really heavy thump coming up the stairs. And I'm like, the hell's in the house? I look out our window, which I can see the driveway, no cars. So we both turn and we're looking through the doorway, and here it comes. It's solid black matter, not a shadow. This is pure. It's got dimension to it, and it's solid black. And I just froze, petrified. It's like fight or freak out. Right. And she dropped to her knees, and I'm watching this thing, and it hits the top of the stairs there, and it rotates towards us, and I can tell that its head's down, and it's like, I'm thinking to myself, if this looks up and we make eye contact, that's it, we're done. And it starts to come towards the door, and then it just turned to the right, gone, like a blink of an eye. And she just screamed, and she said, did you see that? And I'm like, did you see the size of the hair on that thing? And
yeah, listen, I think that you should be sending me some email again, and in some way mark it, mark something in the header that will grab my attention. Right. Talk to you last night or something or another.
Yeah, it was like last week I tried to get a hold of you.
I'm sorry, it's so many people, so many emails.
What was I going to say here? But that night, I took some pictures in the house, and I got some stuff on film.
Oh, my. Really?
Yeah. We were in the front room. I had a wood stove was going like 80 degrees in there. She went in the kitchen, comes back in, and the room just turned ice cold.
Do you have my email address?
It's, no, I don't have your email
It's easy. artbell@mindspring.com. That's just my name, Artbell.
Okay.
At mindspring.com.
At
mindspring.com.
Spring.com.
Yes. Would you please email me?
Yeah. But there was, I took several shots, and then there was two that I took one right after the other, one instantly. I walked over across the room in the front room, and back towards, we had three windows, and those were the only ones in the room that the blinds were up. And we counted at least 6 spaces in the windows. And there's something that is forming, this glowing orb that is illuminating the hair on the back of her head.
You need to just contact me and I'll have you on the air, sir. All right?
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. John, what a pleasure to have you on. We're running out of program here. That was some story, wasn't it?
Yeah, he needs more help than we can give him a phone call.
That's right. That's what I think too. But all you have said, well, today is going to be a big day for you, isn't it?
I hope I can sleep a few hours.
Are you going to one of the openings?
I'll probably, if nothing else, I'll go and protest.
And probably sort of sit in the theater and try and judge what the reaction is like as the movie goes on.
They're gonna not laugh. It's a very serious motion picture.
I don't think they're gonna laugh, John. John, it's been a pleasure.
It's been a real pleasure to talk to you finally. Good luck with all of this. Later, we'll talk to you again.
Yes, indeed. Let's do it again. Thank you, John. Good night.
Thank you very much.
John A. Keel, the Mothman Prophecies. I'm Art Bell from the High Desert. The After Dark newsletter has been reported with subjects that we talk about right here on the show. And just like the show, After Dark has been evolving and changing and keeping folks guessing. You never know what you're going to get next, but it's always a lot of fun. Give yourself a treat and subscribe. Just log on to my website, artbell.com. Go to the library link on the left. You'll find the After Dark link in the menu there. Click and you can subscribe on the secure server or call any time of the day or night toll free 1-888-727-5505. That's 1-888-727-5505 for only $39.95. You'll receive this 4-color magazine every month for a year. Subscribe right now. You'll get 2 free issues, 14 for the price of 12. Subscribe online at artbell.com or call right now 1-888-727-5505. That's 1-888-727-5505. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. From east of the Rockies, call Art at 1-800-825-5033. West of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico, at 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers may reach Art at area code 702-727-1222. And you may fax Art at area code 702-727-8499. Please limit your faxes to 1 or 2 pages. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Now again, here's Art. Well, you've just heard 2 hours of an absolute classic. We are going to do a material follow-up and a program follow-up. Coming up in a moment is David Icke. Not Icky, but Icke. It's ICKE, and I can understand how people get confused. We'll talk to David about that in a moment. And I think you're going to enjoy what lies ahead. So, once again, don't touch that dial. All right, let me tell you a little bit about David Icke. And it is Icky. He's billed as the most controversial and challenging man in Britain. He speaks openly about issues that others fear discussing. He exposes the lies and deceit of thousands of years and reveals the biggest secret: how humanity has been controlled and manipulated since prehistory by extraterrestrial gods, small g, and the secret society network they created and continue to orchestrate today. In this profusely illustrated presentation, he exposes an astonishing web of interconnected manipulation to reveal that the same few people, secret societies, organizations control the daily direction of our lives. They engineer wars, terrorist outrages, political assassinations, control the world market in hard drugs, the media indoctrination machine. He reveals how religions, politics, banking, and business have been designed from the beginning to control and suppress human potential in pursuit of long-term agendas. The mental, emotional, and spiritual enslavement of the human race. He shows how spiritual and scientific knowledge has been hoarded in the hands of the few since ancient times, while being systematically withdrawn from public circulation. Oh my, that's quite an introduction. Here is David Icke. David, welcome.
Thank you. Well, yeah, that should fill a nice reaction there, right?
It certainly will. David, your last name is spelled ICKE, and in the last couple of weeks since I've been sort of mentioning that you're going to be around, I've heard other people say Icky, and I fell into the same rut and said Icky. Nobody would pronounce their name Icky. But when you were a child, David, based on how it's spelled here, did you have a rough time with this one?
No. They called me Ike.
They called you Ike?
Yeah, I mean, you don't pronounce the C. Actually, funny enough, I had a friend, his name was Bill Shuttlebottom. And I said to him once, have you got a change in your name? He said, yeah. I said, I was going to call myself Charlie Shuttlebottom at one time. He said, but I never got around to it,
Well,
what's in the name and all that?
Well, children in Britain are obviously much more kind-hearted, not so mean-spirited.
Oh, no, it's the same the world over.
So they never called you Ricky?
Not that I recall.
All right. Anyway, I just sort of read a broad outline of the incredible road we're about to go down. How did you come to all of this, I think, would be the proper first question.
Well, it's like everything. It's a journey. I started out like a professional soccer player in England when I left school back in the late 60s.
A professional
soccer player, yeah. I was a goalkeeper. They used to call me Cinderella because I could lift the ball, But,
no kidding. I actually came to love soccer. I went to France during Coupe du Monde, and I had never been exposed to soccer, and I saw the English game playing Argentina, and it was astounding. I sat in my hotel room in Paris, and I watched that, and I became a soccer fan. Boom.
I was doing that back in the 60s, but arthritis finished my career when I was 21. Became a journalist and worked in newspapers and radio, and eventually became a frontline television lead man with the BBC. And towards the end of the 80s, however, in fact earlier than that, I started looking at the world and what was going on, and I didn't like what I saw. And towards the end of the 80s, more in the very early 90s, I went through what you might call, I guess, a spiritual awakening. It was more like an explosion. Not religious, by the way. God saved us from religion. a spiritual awakening where I started to realize that there was far more to life than the human entity and who we were and the power that we had than ever we were told, because we're given this choice, basically, between a judgmental God and if you listen to this guy in a long frock, he'll tell you what God wants, and so listen to me, you'll be fine. And on the other side, what we laughingly call science, which basically says this world is all there is, and we're all a cosmic accident. And it's quite a choice to make, am I subject to some judgmental God, or am I a cosmic accident? And I started to realize that there was far more evidence available that was being suppressed in the public arena. And so I started on this journey of uncovering this suppression, and it was a trickle to start with, and as the 90s have unfolded, I've been in over 20 countries in the last 18 months talking and researching, because if you're doing this job, you've got to listen as much as you talk, or you don't pick up the evidence and the information that's available. And the suppression of what you might call spiritual information became the suppression of political information, the suppression of how very few people control this world through a series of interconnecting pyramids, in which most people in those pyramids haven't got a clue what's going on. People say it's the Freemasons. Well, I've got a lot of friends who are Freemasons, and they are completely in the dark about what's going on. It's not the Freemasons, it's not the Jews, it's not the anyone. It's an organization that works through all of these apparently uncontrolled areas of life and manipulates to a particular and very long-term agenda, a great point in which we're now facing as this 20th century comes to a close. And it's an organization within all organizations, not the Freemasons or whatever. They work through all these different organizations. And so it's been a journey, and getting information now is no longer a problem. It's a tidal wave, because once you put your head above the trench with this, you attract people in with information who don't know what to do with it or are frightened to put it out themselves. The challenge I have is not gathering information, it's fitting the picture together and seeing how the pieces fit together and how that affects what's coming up now across the millennium, because this is a particular time when a lot of cards are going to be played to put the human race into a position of even greater mental and emotional imprisonment than we've been thus far.
At the beginning of all this, you suggest, right at the beginning of what I read, that humanity has been controlled and manipulated since prehistory by extraterrestrial gods and the secret society network they created and continue to orchestrate. What proof do you have of that, or what convinced you might be a better question?
Well, to see the scale of the evidence, people have to read the books that I write, which are lengthy and detailed, and this particular one's coming out, The Biggest Secret, in the new year, in February, because what I do is I take vast amounts of information from different sources, and I look for the key common themes, I look for the cross-references, I look for the common things that keep coming up that push you in a certain direction. I don't follow a belief system. I follow information. I let the information be my guide to where I go, not preconceived ideas. And when you fit the information together from vast numbers of sources, you can pick up in the ancient world basically the kind of areas where Zechariah Sitchin talks about, and others too, not just him, about this Anunnaki and the hybrid race that was created, this Anunnaki-human hybrid race. And then you look at the Book of Enoch, which is just a version of a much older book, the Book of Noah, and it talks there about the Watchers and how the Watchers, which for me and many others when they read it, are clearly an advanced race of probably not of this world who were around at that time. And then talks too about how the Watchers interbred with humanity. You look at other ancient texts, it actually describes the birth of these hybrid children in eyes, as one said, eyes that shine like the sun. And this hybrid race, lots of people increasingly, and I'm sure, no doubt, people have talked about this and specialized in this particular area on your program. The question is, what happened? Because what you get with most of this research is it kind of stops, and that's the end of it. What I've done is what happens here, what happened to these people. And what's fascinating is that you can pick up a white race, an Aryan race, in that very kind of area that these Sumerian texts and other Asian texts talk about. And I'm talking about the mountains of Kurdistan, of Iran, of the Caucasus Mountains area, of what we now call Turkey. And it's interesting that the word for white people that Americans have is Caucasian. The Caucasian are to mountains in the Near East. Then you can pick this race up. You can see how it came down into the plains of Sumer, down into Babylon, which was a major place in the journey through history of these bloodlines that I talk about that run the world to this day. They also moved into Egypt, and then you can follow as the centuries unfolded this same white race across land, and they changed their names from various times. They were the Sumerians, they were the Scythians. But if you follow them across the land into what we now call Western Europe, into France, into what we call Belgium, Holland, into Germany, they changed their names as the centuries unfolded, but you can follow the flow of people and you can see that actually it's the same people. So out of this Middle East area where this interbreeding went on, came the white races that peopled Europe. There's also some tremendous research I've come across and documented in this next book that shows that a group of people, a race of people called the Phoenicians, went by sea from this same Middle East, Near East area to Britain. 3000 BC, there are standing stones in Britain that confirm this as well as other things. And when you look at the British culture, which became the Western culture, it was actually the Phoenician culture. The two deities that the Phoenicians worshipped were Barat and Barati. And Barat and Barati became Baritan and Baritania. When you look at the way the ancient Phoenicians depicted their goddess Barati, it was precisely the way the British depict their goddess Britannia. When you look at even conventional history of how the Hindu religion was created and how the advanced civilization in the Indus Valley was created, and it was created by an Aryan race coming out of the Caucasus Mountains area and taking the Sanskrit language, which we now believe was originally Indian, but actually came with this same group. They also took in the stories that became the ancient Vedas. And so you can see that this white race, which very demonstrably has taken over the world en masse, but there are key bloodlines manipulating it that people don't realize, actually came out of this area where this hybrid extraterrestrial human, these bloodlines were created, and peopled Europe. Now, when you do the research, you find that the genealogical research, you find that key bloodlines became the kings and the divine right of kings, again, by bloodlines, of these countries like Iran and that area of Egypt. And then you can also see that the aristocracy and royal families of Europe, which is actually the royal family of Europe, when you look at it, it's one tribe, not actually a number of families. They became the aristocracy and they became the royal families of Europe. Now, through the great so-called British Empire, which we can get into later because it's fundamental to how these bloodlines were transported around the world, these bloodlines went to the Americans. They went to Australia, to Africa, to Asia, to New Zealand. They went all over the world through the British and European expansion known as the empires. And then you do the research of the people that have run America since 1776. And it's astonishing. We have 42 presidents so far of the United States. 33 of those 42 are genetically related to England's King Alfred the Great and Charlemagne, the great monarch of France. 19 are genetically related to England's King Edward III, who has thousands of blood connections to Prince Charles. And a stunning statistic from Burke's Peerage, which is the aristocratic genealogical Bible based in Britain, which is the first presidential election in America in 1789, George Washington. The winner at every election has been the candidate with the most British and European royal genes. Look at Bill Clinton. Arkansas. Bill Clinton is genetically related to the House of Windsor, the First Royal family. He's genetically related to every Scottish monarch, to England's King Henry III, and to Robert I.
David, one could imagine this genealogy having connections in the early presidents. No question about it. But as late as Bill Clinton.
As late as Bill Clinton. I mean, I'm not plucking this out of the air. This has come from Burke's Peerage, the Bible of aristocratic genealogy on the planet.
All right, hold on, David. We're at the bottom of the hour, and we'll be right back. One can imagine the early connection, but today, this is Coast to Coast AM. East of the Rockies, dial 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033. West of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico. 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. Now again, here's Art Bell. Good morning, everybody. Great to be here. David Icke is my guest, and we are talking about a very wide and long conspiracy indeed. One might imagine the gene pool was rather small in the beginning, back in George Washington's day. But as the gene pool widened, for the statistics to remain, as David has suggested, almost impossible, or orchestrated, believe as you will. We'll get back to him in a moment. All right, back now to David Icke. David, this is amazing what you're laying out for us. The implications are that there, I guess, is a secret pool of knowledge that has been passed down among those with the right lineage. Am I getting that about right?
Yeah, I mean, people need to ask themselves why the Eastern establishment of the United States interbreeds as obsessively as the royal families and the aristocratic families of Europe have always done. You take for instance, George Bush.
Yes.
George Bush and Barbara Bush are the same bloodline. They go back to the Pierce bloodline, which is actually the Percy bloodline. They changed from Percy to Pierce when they crossed the Atlantic, which is an aristocratic family going way back in England. And so this obsessive interbreeding is not, as we've been led to believe, genetic snobbery. It's because they're trying to hold a genetic structure. And the stunning detail with which they keep these records of these lineages is unbelievable, really. And therefore, there is something which we need to establish, which is very, very important to these people, to do with the genetics and the blood. And it also connects into this thing the Nazis talked about. Indeed, not just the Nazis, but other people like Lord Bulwer Lytton in his book, Becoming Race. Again, he was part of the genetic bloodline too, an English guy, where they talked about the vril power in the blood that created Superman. This obsession with the genetics of the body and holding that genetic structure is to do with started back in the ancient world when they had this extraterrestrial intervention. And
Is the
it's amazing when you follow these bloodlines, just very quickly, that when you follow them, you find that people who are running the banking system, who are running the transnational corporations, who end up at the top in politics, who are big people in the media, the people who are at the top in these secret society pyramids. I'll give you just a very quick example of how excessive it is. Contact of mine, a brilliant contact, has proved to be accurate, something as though time and time again over the last 2 years. He's got a close friend, who was approached by an American government agency to courier drugs for them. And he was kind of taken aback by this, and he said, well, basically, no, but what the heck are you asking me for? And to his astonishment, the reply came, we know what your bloodline is. And this bloodline, I cannot emphasize enough, is so important to these people. And if anyone out there can give me more information on exactly why this obsession is there and what powers it gives them, I'll be delighted to hear from them.
Here's something I want to understand. You said genetic intervention. I've heard this from many, many people, Zachariah Sitchin and forward. Mm-hmm. Now, this genetic intervention early on, was this what took the early caveman, the early, at some stage, to the modern intelligent human being that we now know? Is that the change for all of humanity? And were there special changes in certain human beings then?
It's a very interesting question, and I don't think we can be definite on that, going that far back. When you look at the Sumerian text, they do remarkably describe what we would call test tube babies, the creation of humans through test tubes and what have you, which, given that they were found in the middle of the last century and were buried something like 2000 BC, was absolutely astonishing, as many other things in the text are, particularly about astronomy and the planets and the solar system, which have only been confirmed in relatively very recent times. But in terms of the time scale and the scale of the intervention in terms of its effect on the human race in general, I'm still kind of open-minded about that. What is
But I mean, the implications of what you're saying are that there was more than one intervention, or that...
That's the point.
Yeah.
That's the point. For me, there's been more than one intervention at different times. I think that if you go back and you look at the estimates that people like Sitchin put on it, that the Anunnaki arrived maybe around 450,000 years ago, I wouldn't dismiss or argue with that. I think that's not a bad time scale when this thing possibly started. But when another thing that I've looked at in my books, and particularly in great detail in this next one, is that the evidence for not just one major cataclysm on this earth, but a number in the window of 13,000 years ago and much more recently. The evidence is phenomenal, not just in the geological and biological records, but also in the endless records and accounts and oral traditions all over the world in all the different cultures. And I think that one of the key areas, the key times for the intervention that created these particular, what I will call royal bloodlines, because interestingly, the Sumerian text talks about the fact that the Anunnaki created what they called Anuship, kingship. In other words, almost a middleman group of bloodlines that were the middle controllers between the extraterrestrials and the mass of the human race.
All right, then maybe we think of ourselves as an ant colony. In other words, there are worker ants. There are various levels of ants to the queen. And isn't that kind of what you're saying was done to the human race? They created a genetic strain of workers, which Sitchin believes. He believes, I think, to mine gold.
Yeah, I have many questions about that area, I must say, but I take your point, and it's not a bad summary. What I feel is, however, is this, and this is the positive side that we've really got to get our heads around across this millennium. The human race is not ordinary, and it's not powerless want to control a mass of the people,
Yes.
you cannot do it physically. This manipulation is not physical. There's not enough people. If you try to control a herd of sheep physically, you need 4 or 5 guys, maybe more, chasing each sheep.
You bet.
But it's not done like that with a herd or a flock of sheep. Most of them follow the one in front without question. And the others, the stragglers that don't immediately conform to that barbar mentality, they are given the dose of the 4-letter word that controls this world, fear, through the sheepdog, and then most of them, if not all of them, come into line. So what we're looking at is a mental and emotional manipulation that has bombarded, and the creation of religion, the major religions and others, has been fundamental in this. And again, look where all the major religions came out of, this same area of the world: Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism, out of the Caucasus Mountains, I talked about earlier, Islam. All these major religions came from the same area of the world that this initial operation appears to have taken place in. What I feel is that the key intervention was after the last cataclysm. It's interesting that when you look at the evidence of where agriculture started in the known world, it was at heights above 10,000 feet, which absolutely fits with the fact that there was some kind of massive flood or flow of water. In those mountains that I'm talking about, that area of the middle and particularly the Near East, that mountainous area, the Caucasus, what we call Turkey, Iran, all that area,
Yes.
that's for me the evidence that I put in some considerable detail in this next book, where this key intervention took place that created these particular bloodlines. When the waters then started to recede down from these mountains into the valleys and the plains of Sumer, Babylon, Egypt, came these people. Now, there were 2 levels of knowledge. There was the advanced knowledge, which the extraterrestrials and their hybrids had access to. And there was the rest of the people. And what happened, it seems, when you talk to many researchers into this area, is that the mystery schools were set up, some of them very positive, to pass on some advanced information to people they considered were worthy and would use it positively. But as the years passed, this mystery school network was infiltrated, and indeed a negative mirror of it was created. And therefore, instead of passing on this advanced information, which was clearly available, I mean, look at the pyramids, look at some of the great structures of the ancient world. The one at Baalbek in the Lebanon, which involved moving 3 chunks of stone, each of which were 800 tons, at least a third of a mile, and putting them high up in a wall. I mean, primitive people are going to do that. So we're really going to look at what the ancient world has left us around the planet to see that there was a very advanced knowledge there. You look at the way that the ancient structures and the stone circles are phenomenally connected to star systems, to natural cycles, to the precession of the equinoxes. There was advanced knowledge in the ancient world. What happened is that this was sucked in as the years passed into this mystery school and later secret society network, and was passed on at the highest level only to those which were given or which chosen to have it.
David, was this a physical science or a mental science?
I think it was absolutely both. You know, some of the information that's now come into light in shows like yours and others, where we're seeing the true nature of what is possible beyond what we call science, which is actually not science at all. Most of it is not about open-minded research. It's about defending a belief system and a dogma. And this stuff that's now emerging actually is re-emerging into the public domain at this tremendous time of transformation that's happening now and is going to advance very much across the millennium and into the first 10 years or so of the next century.
Are you aware of an organization called PsyCop?
Yeah.
The Skeptical Inquirer?
Well, I've actually talked about that. It's quite interesting in this next book, The Biggest Secret.
Oh, have you really?
Yes, it is amazing how they cross-reference a number of their personnel with mind control operations. If anybody wants to read about that, then it'll be available, and the names will be named in the new year. It's very interesting how you've got an organization which is suppressing and trying to get people not to look at information and dismiss it, are also involved in some other areas that, to say the least, are extremely questionable. I reveal some of the background of this organization in my next book, and people ought to know that before they go the way of dismissing information just because it's being ridiculed by these people.
This coming Friday, they're giving me in Los Angeles this special honor they call the Snuffed Candle Award. They say they're giving it to Art Bell. The less than prestigious award, the Snuffed Candle Award, for encouraging credulity, presenting pseudoscience as genuine, and contributing to the public's lack of understanding of the methods of scientific inquiry.
Right. Well, I tell you what, I wouldn't buy a used car or a new one of any of them, and people will see why when they read the next book. I think if anyone who gets an honor from this group of that kind should actually take it as an honor, because there are some people, when they're on your side, you know you're on the wrong one, and Psychops is certainly one of them.
Well, I'm accepting it in that spirit.
Yeah, and I don't blame you. So the pressure, and this is a good example. If you are going to control vast numbers of people, you have to delink them from knowledge that you're doing it, and you have to delink them from an understanding of their true power. You have to persuade them that they are authoring, that they are powerless, they are pawns in a game, because then they won't realize that if they just realize who they are, there would be no game. One of the techniques, there's many techniques that you can pick up if you follow these bloodlines across the century right into the modern world, of how people are mass manipulated by techniques that just go on being repeated and repeated and repeated. And we can see them happening daily now as we enter this crucial period across the millennium when lots of cards are going to be played.
Give me some examples of control, for example, through the modern media.
Well, let me outline the most powerful, the most used, and the most effective. And I think this actually will apply very much to some of the UFO stuff that's going on.
Sure.
It's a technique that I call in my books problem, reaction, solution. You start with something you want to introduce. Say you want to give more power to the police, you want to have more power to stop and search, more power to tap phones, or you want politicians to have more power to bring in a certain policy.
Sure.
You know that if you introduce that policy honestly and say, right, we're going to do this, there would be a mass reaction, because people would say, excuse me, over here, that's a fascist state you're trying to introduce here. We're not having this.
Yeah, what about our Bill of Rights?
So what you do is you create a problem. It could be a terrorist bomb, it could be like Oklahoma, it could be a run on a currency, a government collapse, Y2K, whatever. And you create a problem. People then react to that problem, and you encourage them through the media to say, this can't go on. Something must be done. What are they going to do about it? And at that point, they who have covertly created the problem, but got someone else to be blamed for it, glean that reaction, do something, then openly offer the solutions to the problems they have themselves created. Problem, reaction, solution. So if you want more power to the police, more stop and search, more draconian laws, then you want people not just not to oppose it, but to demand you do it, then you let society break down so there is more crime.
Sure, you don't even have to actually suggest it. You just create the situation and the public comes to you demanding that you change it.
Exactly. And if we just apply this to the UFO situation, now, as we've discussed already, I have absolutely no problem with an extraterrestrial aspect to all this, certainly not. But what I would say is the, quote, aliens aren't coming. They've been here for thousands of years, working through these bloodlines and through other means. And when you look at the way that the human consciousness is being prepared, you first of all look through Hollywood. Hollywood's one of the great homes of mind conditioning. Wherever I go in the world, the Hollywood films are playing, the Hollywood videos are available. all over the world. And then you look at things, the patterns that are emerging. You look at Independence Day, made by 20th Century Fox, owned by Rupert Murdoch, who is owned by this brotherhood. You look at Alien Resurrection, made by 20th Century Fox, owned by Rupert Murdoch, who is owned by this brotherhood. You look at X-Files, which is made by Fox Television, which is owned by Rupert Murdoch, who is owned by this brotherhood. And if you're looking at problem, reaction, solution in regard to this extraterrestrial situation, then look back at the report from Iron Mountain, which was produced between 63 and 66. A report with 15 experts in various fields asked to produce ways of centralizing power and controlling the population without further recourse to global war.
All right, Dan, hold it there. We're at the top of the hour. When we get back, I'm going to ask you about me because I've got the largest program on radio dealing with this kind of thing. And I wonder if I'm part of it. Certainly there's been plenty of accusation about that. And at times I've wondered, could I be a pawn? This is Coast to Coast AM. David Icke is here. We'll be right back. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. First-time callers may recharge at area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Now, here again is Art. Once again, here I am. David Icke is my guest. You kind of laid it out, this lineage, this control, Hollywood, the media, Independence Day, the X-Files, and he stopped just short of me. In a moment, we're going to ask about me. Think that I've ever told my audience this, but my lineage, my family lineage can actually be traced back to my family having my family came over on the Mayflower. It was one of the original families. Now, having said that, I'm going to read David a fax, and then we're going to see where we are here. The fax comes from British Columbia. We're heard throughout the Americas. This is BC. Comes from Corey. Art, I need you to ask David a question. I met David in Aruba at a summer conference in June. Were you in Aruba in June, David? He goes on, David was signing his books at his table with many around him. I had a chance to ask him if he'd ever heard of Art Bell and why he'd never been on your program. He told me the only reason he'd never been invited on your program was because you, Art Bell, are a 33rd degree Mason and would not want to be exposed on national radio. My question for David is whether he still believes you are part of the higher elite Masons. Maybe you have this bloodline. David?
Well, I have absolutely no evidence that you're a 33rd degree Freemason, so I wouldn't suggest that you're a 33rd degree Freemason. If you're asking me about your show, I think it's...
Did you give that answer to this man? Do you recall it?
Well, I have no evidence that you're a 33rd degree Freemason, so why would I say that? I take it you're not a Freemason.
Well, I'm frequently asked if I am, and I get so sick of the question. I'm asked if I'm CIA, NSA, and all the rest of it. I just say sure, and that seems to stop them cold. And they don't know what to do, and they don't know what to say, and it stops them, and that's the easiest way to do it. Denial seems to go nowhere. It just reinforces their preconception of what I was. So I've given up answering no. I just say sure. Sure.
Right. Well, in terms of programs like this or any other, it's very important that anyone listening to these shows
including listening to what I say, filter the information and ask themselves whether it feels right to them. Ask themselves a question that I filter information with all the time, which is who benefits me from believing this? If I believe this, is it positive? Or if I believe this, is it a problem, reaction, solution, situation, or whatever?
But how do you delineate between me and the X-Files or Independence Day or anything else? I mean, here I am, now owned by one of the largest broadcasting corporations in America, J-Corp, which is now owned by a larger corporation, maybe soon the largest in the world, Clear Channel, and Premier and all the rest of it, and I'm part of this giant corporate conglomerate. But I'm sitting here in my little room doing the program like I always did, no change. I've been doing it for 14 years now, David.
Right, well, let's look at the way this thing works. If large numbers of people realized this was going on, it couldn't work. So what it's structured as is a series of pyramids. You think of pyramids as like Russian dolls, one inside another. A bank is a pyramid. Most people working for a bank, you meet them across the counter every day. They're just going in, they're earning a living, and then they're going home. And they're just thinking about their families. They've not got a clue what they're part of. But at the top of that pyramid in that bank, you've got a tiny, tiny few people who know what the real agenda of that bank is. They know how all the different contributions lower down the pyramid fit together to create a direction, to create an agenda, etc.
So
the individual parts do not.
Then, David, could I be an unwitting dupe?
Well, we all could be unwitting dupes. This is the question we keep having to ask ourselves. If you look at the media, I was a journalist for a very long time. People say the media is manipulating. It is, but the vast overwhelming majority of journalists are not knowingly manipulating anyone. They're part of a structure in which they themselves are being manipulated. You only need a very few people in this structure who know what's really going on to manipulate the whole pyramid.
Well, I have no illusions about what I am, David. I am a talk show host. I'm not a journalist. Big difference.
No, there is a difference. Any situation where you have access to broadcast to the public, you are a channel of communication of information. And therefore, we all of us, whether we're journalists or we call ourselves talk show hosts or researchers or whatever, have a duty to do whatever we can to ensure the information that hits the public is not misinformation, is actually as true as we can establish it, or at least give people the opportunity to make their own mind up. If you look at the journalistic profession, and you look at most reports in the news, where are they getting their information from? They're saying things like White House sources say this, FBI sources say this. Most of the journalistic profession is merely a voice piece and a copy typist for the official version of events.
Quite right.
And the way the journalism is structured, someone has to be an expert on a different subject every day, and tomorrow it's a different subject. Now, people in that situation, which is what most journalists are in, are actually therefore at the mercy of what people tell them is true, and these are overwhelmingly official sources. So I'd ask people, watch a CNN news bulletin, watch any news bulletin, and listen to the words and listen to the sources. And basically, news bulletins are official voice pieces for the official version of events. Now, what also happens, and this is all part of the manipulation that goes back a long time, all you have to do to control the direction of the world, control the direction of people's thinking, and set the point of reference from which the media reports the world, is to set the norms in society, to set what people are conditioned to believe is right or wrong, possible or impossible, sane or insane, etc. Most people will live their lives within that, those norms, that hassle-free zone, as I call it, that comfort zone. And most of the rest who realize that the norms are flawed will still live their life within them because they fear the consequences of being different in a world of uniformity, because it becomes a hassle to be different in this world.
Well, I will give you this. I have had great contact with the mass media right at the top, and I can tell you this. When the Associated Press runs a wire story, it's like the Holy Grail. and then the rest of the media will grab the story, and they have a certain angle with which they want to tell this story. And God help anybody who gets in the way of that angle with a fact that disputes it. It doesn't happen. It comes out the way they want it to come out. I know that to be true.
That's precisely the way it works. I mean, you sit in the newsroom, and I've sat in many, and people get journalists, they read the morning papers. They've got CNN permanently on. They've got the wires, which you talk about, giving the basically the official version of events.
Yes.
And you look at what happened to that guy on the San Jose Mercury when he and that paper had the guts to come out with the expose of how government agencies crack cocaine onto the streets of Los Angeles.
They were stepped on.
They were hit by a tidal wave, and where did a lot of that tidal wave come from? It came from the Los Angeles Times, and it came from the Washington Post, and it came from the official, controlled, in terms of those major newspapers, media sources. And so, again, let's look at the situation in summary here. You've got the education system, which is battering children from a very early age with an official version of life. You've got the media that's pounding out the official version of life. And someone said to me once, that summed it up, they said, you know, when you're born to loving parents, and they tell you that 2 and 2 equals 5, and then you go to your first school, and nice teachers tell you 2 and 2 equals 5, then you go to university and professors with lots of letters after their name tell you 2 and 2 equals 5. All your peers are telling you the same because they've been through the same system. You pick up a newspaper or turn on the television and you're being told 2 and 2 equals 5. Is it any wonder that most people go through their entire lives, symbolically believing 2 and 2 equals 5? In other words, the official version of life is the only version there is. And delinking people from the spiritual information of the true power that we have to control our own destiny has been fundamental to this. Believing that we have to look to someone else to do it for us, that we're powerless, that we're just a cosmic accident, or we're subject to some judgmental God. In other words, we are just little people and we have no power. Once you get people in that mentality, they are a manipulator's party trick. And most people are in that mentality, and it's not by accident, it's by design. And when you, again, look at the cross-referencing of people in education, opinion formers, in banking, in all these different apparently unconnected areas, they keep fitting into the same people and the same network of organizations which coordinate through these apparently unconnected areas of our lives the same basic policy. And this is why throughout the last, particularly 200 years, but this century overwhelmingly, just look at any area of our lives, politics, banking, business, media, the power in all those areas has incessantly gone into fewer and fewer and fewer and fewer hands. And this fits with the agenda, which is to create a world government, which nation states would be nothing more than administrative areas to, a world central bank, a world currency which would be electronic and not cash, for which there are fundamental implications for freedom.
No, we're on the way.
World army and a microchip population.
Yeah, we're on the way to that now. With regard to the economy, we're about 3/4 of the way there right now.
We are, absolutely. As we enter or head towards this key point in this agenda's journey through history, this millennium period, we are going to see, and we are seeing, lots of cards being played to create chaos. Chaos offers the ability or the opportunity to present order out of that chaos. What you do when you create chaos is you get people to say, do something, we're back to problem, reaction, solution, and you offer your solution to the chaos. And the solution to the chaos that is being planned in the months ahead and across the millennium is for a world government, a world army which is designed to be NATO. And my earlier books predicted that NATO would expand into the former Soviet Union, that the European Union, which is now going to a single bank, central bank, and a single currency throughout the whole of Europe, would encompass the former Soviet Union countries. These are happening now. And the more wars, the more computer chaos, the more the aliens are coming to save us from it. the more that can be outed into the public domain, the more the consciousness screams, do something, save us, and then the opportunity is there to offer the solution, and that's the agenda unfolding. And what I was saying earlier about the report from Iron Mountain fits magnificently with what's happening now. Two of the things that report suggested in the 1960s was A, to centralize power and control the population without wars, a global threat to the environment. And that card has demonstrably been played because 2 years after the report from Iron Mountain report in 66 came the Club of Rome, 1968. Henry Kissinger, Rockefeller, Giovanni Agnelli, a major player in Italy operation. And when you look at all the major global environmental reports through the 70s and the 80s saying there is a global environmental problem, something must be done, they were all fronted and funded by the very people who are dismantling this world's ecology. The first head of the UN Environment Agency was Maurice Strong, a Canadian oil millionaire who's now an advisor to Coriana, the UN Secretary General. The Global 2000 report to the President at the end of the Carter administration. Again, the personnel there, like Cyrus Vance, were connected to all this network of organizations. And the first head of the main head of the 1992 summit in Brazil, Maurice Strong, again, very much connected to the Rockefeller network. So the environment card has created tremendous opportunities for transnational global laws, and now, as many people in America are beginning to see this now, for great chunks of America and other parts of the world to be handed over to the United Nations to save the environment. Another thing that I expose massively in my next book is the way the Worldwide Fund for Nature has been used to create tremendous manipulation and conflict in Africa. And that, of course, is headed by Prince Philip, of which there is a great deal to know. So the environment suggestion in the report from Iron Mountain in the 60s has demonstrably been played in the 70s and the 80s. And also in that report it suggested as a way of controlling the population and centralizing power a threat from an extraterrestrial force. I would suggest that a number of other people are beginning to come to the same conclusion.
Are you aware that Ronald Reagan, any number of times during his administration, sort of gave us a what if the world had band together to fight some extraterrestrial force or somebody from space? I'm sure you're well aware of what he said.
Yes, I am. And of course, Ronald Reagan didn't move his lips without the auto cue was running, symbolically or otherwise. So he said it because he was meant to say it. I have an interesting quote here, Art, actually, which was apparently written down by a Swiss delegate at a Bilderberg meeting in France in 1994, Bilderberg being one of the network of coordinating organizations. And the quote is alleged to come from Henry Kissinger. Now, whether this is 100% accurate or not, it magnificently sums up the situation. What Kissinger is alleged to have said is this: today, America would be outraged if UN troops entered Los Angeles to restore order. Tomorrow, they will be grateful. This is especially true if they were told that there was an outside threat from beyond, whether real or promulgated, that threatened our very existence. It is then that all peoples of the world will plead with world leaders to deliver them from this evil. The one thing every man fears is the unknown. When presented with this scenario, individual rights will be willingly relinquished for the guarantee of their well-being granted to them by their world government. And what we're seeing now with Iraq, with Kosovo and Bosnia that went before, and these other situations where NATO, etc., is being drawn in to set the precedent of being a world army and a world police force, is problems created so the solution can be offered, and the solution is more and more power and more precedent set for NATO to become the world army it's designed to be.
Well, as a matter of fact, we're on the eve, apparently, of stomping back into Iraq with cruise missiles, at the very least, it would seem.
It's coast to coast.
Well, one of the things that I document in great detail in my last book, And the Truth Shall Set You Free, is how, and other people have done this too with excellent research, is how the two world wars, never mind the one in Iraq, the two world wars were funded and fronted by the same people who were connected to the same network. The Russian Revolution was funded from Wall Street and London. Hitler was funded by the German subsidiaries of American and British multinational corporations and by the Bank of England, whose head at the time was a guy called Montague Norman, just a very close friend of Hitler's banker.
All right, hold it right there, David. David Icke is my guest. Get a pencil and paper. When we come back, we'll tell you how to get his book. Go get that pencil and paper right now.
Viewing or even the conspiracy people who get that senior. So what you need to do is just go sign up, check it out. If you want to go further into it, meet somebody, use code word George, okay? You can get a great discount to do that.
To talk with Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye. From east of the Rockies, dial 1-800-825-5033. West of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico, 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers may recharge at area code 702-727-1222. And you may call Art on the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. To reach Art from outside the U.S., first dial your access number to the USA. Then 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM from the Kingdom of Nye with Art Bell.
Well, good morning, everybody. In a moment, we're going to get back to David Icke, and when we do, we're going to tell you how to get his book. By now, I've got a feeling you definitely are going to want it, so if you're prepared, it's coming up next. All right, David, you've got a number of books out. If somebody was going to, if you were going to recommend that somebody buy one of your books right now, which one would you be recommending?
And the Truth Shall Set You Free.
And the Truth Shall Set You Free.
Yeah, it's 500 pages of constantly sourced and highly detailed information, which takes the theory out of the conspiracy theory and shows that this is happening. It's not just someone's kind of imagination. Cross-referencing of names and information and subject areas is stunning. And the evidence is there. What they say, the truth is out there. It's there if you are looking for it.
All right, and I understand right now, as in this moment, they can call the number. There's actual people there.
That's right, yeah. Some very dedicated people who are trying to make sure this information gets out. 1-800-321-9054.
All right, that's 1-800-321-9054, and they can actually call right now. Now, normally, on any other day, this is a special deal tonight, I guess. Any other day is between 8:30 in the morning and 5:30 in the afternoon. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, but folks, if the lines are busy, please keep trying. No matter what you do, write the number down. Get this book. 1-800-321-9054, and the truth shall set you free. David, who's winning right now? In other words, if this elite genealogy that is in control and trying to grab control and creating incidents, God knows we're having plenty of them. Buildings blow up in Oklahoma. Marines are blown up in Lebanon and in Arab countries, and on and on and on. And now it's coming home. You know, if you really looked at it and you looked at, well, are we becoming a freer people, or are we becoming a more enslaved people? I'm not very optimistic about the way it's going right now.
Well, the Chinese have a word, and the same word means crisis and opportunity, and we are at a big point of crisis and opportunity. Every crisis is an opportunity. Just to give you a quick symbolic story of the situation as I see it. I had a comedian friend who died back in England in 1995, and at his memorial service, a story was told about something that happened to him, which is a funny story, but it's stunning in its symbolism of the time we're in and where the true power lies. He was in an all-male show in the 1960s going around the music halls, and he used to do kind of female impersonation and stuff. And the last scene was all the men in the show came on the scene. It was a great show, really classy, dressed as sailors, singing Rule Britannia. And they formed themselves into a pyramid on the stage, leaving a bit at the top for this guy to come on. Larry Grayson, his name was, and he came on at the end while this music was building up and the singing was going on, dressed as Britannia, with the shield and the helmet and all that stuff. And he was manhandled to the top of the pyramid, and for the big finish. And in his own words, in this thing that this piece was read at his memorial service, he said, one night things seemed to be going rather well, and he's at the top of this pyramid for the big finish, and he said that one night, he said, one of the sailors in the bottom left-hand corner of the pyramid, he said, got rather a cough. And he said, eventually this little sailor boy is coughing his guts up and he can't hold his position anymore, and he fell out of the pyramid. Now, of course, what happened was the whole pyramid collapsed, and Larry Grayson, the symbolic of this elite at the top, ended up in the second row. And what had happened there is an ordinary man and sailor in the street had got a cough, slipped out of the pyramid, and the whole thing had collapsed. What we've been manipulated to believe is that the power in a pyramidal structure is at the top. That's where the power isn't, unless we give it away. The power is in the base of the pyramid, which is holding the top there. But what happens is that we are persuaded to give our power away all the time to this authority at the top of the pyramid. And the power that is used to control the human race every day is merely the power the human race gives away every day. And one of the key aspects, and again, if you follow the story and the techniques from the ancient world to today, if they work, keep using them, and that's certainly what's happened. A key element has been to divide and rule the base of the pyramid, if you like. So we've had religions created, and if you follow the process, first of all, a religion is created. That creates conflict with another religion you created. Then these individual religions, they're then broken up at one point or other into warring factions. So you've got the religions fighting among themselves and fighting with other religions. Then you bring in politics, and you do the same. You bring in business and you do banking and all this stuff. You keep bringing in all these means for conflict. And symbolically, what's happening, more than symbolically, if you look at the pyramid, is the base of the pyramid, instead of looking up and saying who's pulling the strings of all of us, we're fighting among ourselves. I see it, you must see it too, in the subject areas that are discussed on this show, in the UFO research area, in the conspiracy research area. In fact, honestly, it's like we say it in England, it's like handbags at 10 paces. I mean, if we don't stop trying to be superior over each other, trying to gossip about each other, undermine each other and all the rest of it, we've got to start uniting as a people, and in areas of this research, we've got to start uniting on what we agree on. And respecting differences instead of allowing ourselves to be disunited, therefore divide and rule on what we don't agree on. Because it doesn't matter if you're into Judaism, or you're a Christian, or you're a New Ager, or you're a UFO buff, or whatever, we're all gonna get the whirlwind unless we start working together and helping each other and supporting each other and uniting behind the thing that we all depend on, and that's not just continuing freedom, it's actually having it for the first time in a very long time. So if we allow ourselves to be divided and ruled, and therefore the fighting among ourselves, there's a few are going to go on string pulling both sides, because this is the thing I think we need to appreciate, is that if you're going to control a game, say it's a football match, if you control one side, then you're going to influence the game massively, but you're not going to control the outcome because you have an unknown quantity, which is the other team. So what this brotherhood does, as I said right at the start of our chat, it is one organization that works through many organizations. It works through both sides. So it will be at work in the UFO community, creating conflict, divide and rule, putting disinformation in there. It's the same in all areas. In this conspiracy research, it puts people in there to divide and rule and mislead. And so we've got to start getting streetwise and starting to filter information and look at it without taking it on face value, including what I say. We've got to start working together as a unit instead of allowing this divide and rule to go on. Because just look at the world.
David, without intervention, what kind of timeline do you see?
If you look at the Gregorian calendar and the way it's been structured to focus consciousness on the end of a cycle across what we call the millennium. Now, there's a number of things that are going to unfold here. I've already talked about the fact that many chaos cards will be played to create fear, to create division, and therefore have a global demand for something must be done, and then the agenda comes in. But also, whenever you get to a end of a cycle or a definite point, or what appears to be a point in time, especially the end of a millennium, you get the consciousness start to think about, well, let's draw a line here. Let's look at all the conflict we've had in this century. Look at all the conflict we've had up to this point in this millennium. Let's start again. Let's have a new world. Let's have a blank sheet of paper. And if you can create chaos in the run-up to that and across that point, that even more encourages this mentality of, come on, we've got to start again. We need a new world. If you can then control the nature of that new world and you persuade people that centralization of power is people coming together, then you can put in global centralized institutions and you can master them as the world coming together as one. I talk to people, for instance, in this area that's called the New Age, and they equate oneness, the world coming together as one people, with world government, world central bank, world army, not everybody, but significant numbers. And we need to see the difference between people coming together, having power over their own lives and their own communities, cooperating with each other across national borders, looking after each other, caring for each other, and what is actually the opposite of that, centralized institutions that are designed to put power into tiny number of hands at a global level. And I'll give you an example of where it's going, and this is already happening. When the European Central Bank for the European Union comes into force, as it is now, the currency of Europe, which will be one currency, the interest rates and what happens about that currency across the whole of Europe will be controlled by 6 unelected bankers with an 8-year guaranteed period of tenure. And not even the elected part of the European Union will be able to influence or override the economic decisions of those bankers. That's fascism. And if you look at the fascist symbol from which we get the word fascist, it's actually an ancient Roman symbol, which is a series of rods tied together very tightly with an accent at the top. That's where we get the word fascism from, that Roman symbol. I've just described the European Union, which is countries tied together tightly under a centralized, bureaucratic dictatorship. And of course, NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, is designed to create in the stepping stones the America's version of the European Union. Because of course the European Union, when we joined in Europe, was not a centralized bureaucratic dictatorship, which we now have. But we actually joined a free trade area. But that's where it's supposed to be.
Right, but then don't we need it if we want to compete with the Asian bloc and the European bloc? We have to do that, don't we?
Well, this is an interesting point. Again, we get the word compete and we get the word blocks. Because this goes back so far, and it has to. I mean, you cannot create the structures of manipulation manipulation that we have today in a few minutes, a few years, in a few decades.
David, it's also a natural evolution. In other words, at first we had little villages. They traded with other villages. Then cities trading with cities, areas trading with areas, states trading with states, nations trading with nations, and now blocks of nations trading with blocks of nations. And then obviously, next, one world economy.
Yeah, the question is this: when you follow the story and you see how the agenda has actually been unfolding over a very long period of time, is that natural or is that created? When you look at the way that the whole thing's unfolded, like I said, you look at this century, but you go further back, and what you just described actually is the process over this period of time that I'm talking about, thousands of years, and it's got quicker and quicker the more that these bloodlines have expanded their power, particularly after the expansion of the European and particularly British empires across the world, which took these bloodlines right across the planet. As things advanced and got quicker. But what you just described is the process of power going into fewer and fewer and fewer hands. Now, where's it going to end? If this continues, it's going to end with the very agenda that is demonstrably being introduced now, which is complete centralization of global power. I mean, how ludicrous that we have in Europe, and this is just the stepping stone before the global level, that European laws made by bureaucrats in Brussels override nationally, apparently democratically decided laws in the individual countries. And that's just the blueprint which is being prepared for the global level, where what is dictated to at a world government level will override decisions made in your community, decisions made in your country. We're going to have a global fascist state. But of course, if that was offered openly, there'd be a reaction against it. So it's being done stepping stone style, one step following another, leading in this direction, while each step is projected in the public arena as completely unconnected to the other.
How do you know it's inevitably going to be fascist? I certainly agree that we're headed toward a single control ultimately, but how can you be sure of the nature of that control?
Well, all you've got to do is look, and the research is possible, at the people who are pressing for this to happen. If anyone's not got curly hair or hair that stands on end, then they will do when they read The Biggest Secret, because in February, I exposed what these major players are involved in. People like Kissinger, whose power didn't end when he ceased to be Secretary of State. He operates through an organization called Kissinger Associates, and that would make anyone's hair curl when you see what that's involved in. And you look at the major players and the names that keep coming up, and you look at what they're involved in. And it's just utterly staggering what they're involved in. The royal family in Britain, when the story comes out, it is going to in the book what they're involved in. It is utterly grotesque and staggering. So you look at the personalities, the attitudes of the people who are pressing for the centralization and are manipulating it. And my goodness me, you can see where they're really coming from. And we've got to, I think, see the difference, as I said earlier, between centralization of power and cooperation. I have no problem with global organizations that coordinate between nation states and people in their communities, that create networks of cooperation so we can help each other and all that stuff. No problem with trading and all that stuff if it's done on a fair basis. But the further the decision-making goes from the people affected by the decisions, the worse the decisions become. And now we're in a situation where one step away, and we're closing in on it fast, where decisions that fundamentally affect 5 billion or more people will be taken by a literal handful. And that is fascism. But of course, fascism and communism are the same thing. It's still centralization of power and dictatorship. It's just a different name on the door and a different dress on that door.
You cannot imagine a benign dictatorship.
Well, I think it's a contradiction in terms. If we're going to be free, we need to be free to have control over our own lives and not be dictated to by anyone. And for me, 3 things would change this world and change our lives. One, as individuals, we step out of the biggest prison that we live in, and the prison that allows this manipulation to go on and always has. the fear of what other people think of us. Once you're in fear of what other people think, you are no longer living your life, you're living theirs. And if you can set the agenda of what is, like I said earlier, this hassle-free zone of what's right and wrong, what's good and bad, what's moral and immoral, what's sane or insane, and you set the agenda of how people judge each other.
All right, David, I think I've got it. Hold it right there for a moment. As we close this hour, we're going to take calls next hour. Yes, we are going to take calls. And I think David has made a very cogent presentation. If you would like his book, The Truth Shall Set You Free, call right now, 1-800-321-9054. That's 1-800-321-9054. If you want a copy of this entire program, beginning to end, 5 hours, you can get it by calling 1-800-917-4278. I can well understand you might want a copy of this one. 1-800-917-4278 to get a copy of this program. That will do it for this hour. In some markets, when we get back, we'll take calls. Don't move. Outside the U.S. First, dial your access number to the USA. Then, 800-893-0903. If you're a first-time caller, call at 702-727-1222. From east of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. West of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico. Call at 1-800-618-8255 or call on the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. This is Coast to Coast AM from the Kingdom of Nine. Well, it's called And the Truth Shall Set You Free. And the number to get it is 1-800-321-9054. That's David Icke's book, 1-800-321-9054. Right now, they've got only tonight operators standing by, actually, probably sitting there answering phones. And then normally from, I don't know, say 8:30 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon, Eastern time. That's an important fact, Eastern time. You do a show like this, you have to remember you're crossing a lot of time zones, so that's Eastern time normally. But right now, you can call 1-800-321-9054. In a moment, with David, we're going to go to the phones. It'll be interesting to see what you have to say about all of this. And the truth shall set you free. Surely it would. The only question is, what is the truth? You've got to answer that before you can be free. All right, once again, back to David Icke. David, before we go to phones, is there anything that, given the short time we've had, you have not been able to get on the air and want to get on the air before we do this?
Well, normally the questions take us in all these different other areas that, because it's an amazing fact that once you see the structure and the agenda, virtually everything fits into it. Because what we're looking at is not actually a series of conspiracies and manipulations, but different aspects of the same one manipulation. And I would make this point too. What I'm actually talking about, funnily enough, is not the conspiracy at its heart, it's an agenda. The conspiracy comes in three ways. One, removing those people and organizations that are a threat to that agenda becoming reality, putting people into positions of political and economic power that will make that agenda become reality, and manipulating the masses of people through problem reaction solution to get them to demand that the agenda becomes reality, even though they don't realize it exists. In other words, do something, centralization of power is the answer. So these apparently unconnected conspiracies are actually connected by one thing, and that is either a threat to the agenda being removed, someone will bring the agenda in, being put into power, or problem reaction solution to bring the agenda in and have it demanded by the public. So these are one manipulation with many faces, not a series of unconnected ones.
All right, I would like to, if I can, then go to the phones and let people ask you some questions, see how you deal with it. All right, fine, here we go. First time caller line, you're on the air with David Icahn. Where are you, please? Hello.
My name's Alan. I'm in the Seattle area, and I'm listening to you on the Como and Valley.
Of course.
And I have a question for David.
Hi, Alan.
I'd like to know if you know anything about Dr. Spock, from the 50s, he was a psychiatrist.
The children guy.
Yeah.
I know nothing kind of direct on him, but in the general point, one of the things that I exposed massively in the next book in February, The Biggest Secret, and other people have also done a lot of research into this area, is actually the Tavistock network in London. For historical reasons, London is a major center of this web. Not the government, which is just another facade, a string pulled from behind, but actually the center of this web, epicentered in London some centuries ago. And this is why they had the great British Empire. It wasn't actually the British Empire, it was the empire of this group that had based itself in London, which is rather a different thing. The Tavistock Institute is actually the center of the mind and mass consciousness manipulation web. They do tremendous research and have done for decades and decades, looking at what stimuli are needed to get a mass reaction of a certain kind. They also have worked with individual mind control. And getting to children very early has been a very, very big part of their operation and the whole manipulation, because if you can get them young, then you've got them for life. And interestingly, these guys all over the world that keep going crazy with guns and killing children, like we had this guy Thomas Hamilton in John Blaine, who killed the children in the gymnasium, and we've had this guy Martin Bryant in Port Arthur, Australia. Well, the manifestations of these guys who go crazy with guns, and then of course you've got a problem. And what is the solution every time? Taking guns out of circulation. And what has happened is that we've got, after these events happen, we've got pulled into a debate of whether guns are good or guns are bad, which is a debate we're having. But the bigger debate at this time is this: why in every country virtually I go into, has someone gone crazy with a gun in the street or whatever, and then the solution has been gun laws, taking guns out of circulation? Why is that happening everywhere now? And when you relate that to some of the things we've been discussing tonight on this show about the agenda coming up across the millennium, it's much easier to impose things on an unarmed population than an armed one. And what I've come across only this week is this guy Martin Bryant, who went crazy with a gun. He killed 35 people, something like that, in Port Arthur just a few years ago. He was treated, quote, for psychiatric disorders by a guy called Dr. Cunningham Dax, who was a Tavistock operative in Australia, and for many decades was a close associate of a guy called John Rawlings Rees, who was the inspiration from the start to create the Tavistock network of mind control research and imposition. So when you look at Jonesboro, this country, and many other events where people do spectacularly off-the-wall things, we need to understand that it is possible to program the subconscious to do that, and then all it needs to activate is the trigger, and that subconscious programming becomes the conscious action. And to understand that is to understand many of the apparently inexplicable things that go on, and why, again, assassin after assassin and crazy man with a gun after crazy man with a gun is done with the same character profile, no nutter, no conspiracy. And so the manipulation of children and the minds of the adult population is all part of this manipulation because as I said to our earlier, you cannot control billions of people physically. You have to do it through the mind and the emotions, and that's the way it's done.
So you believe that the philosophy that he put forth might have something to do with the type of chaos we're seeing now in children?
Yeah, I mean, I think we should let, my personal opinion is that we should let children have access to all information and we should encourage them to make their own mind up. I think once we start playing with methods and processes and systems with children's minds in whatever way they are, we are already creating a prison situation instead of encouraging them to be free in their thinking. And I think there's a lot of people, who talk about freedom and the need for freedom. And then when you talk about the way to bring up their children, they say, well, of course I bring them up the way I believe. Well, that's not freedom. And I think we ought to put all information in front of everybody and then respect their right to come to what conclusions they want to come to instead of telling them what they should believe, which is what happens most of the time from cradle to grave.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Dave.
Thank you for the call. And Wildcard Line, you're on the air with David Icke. Hi. Hello, where are you?
Yes, this is Jeff. I'm calling from near Tampa, Florida.
And on a digital cellular phone in a vehicle.
Yes, sir.
I'm psychic. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I knew you would like this phone. Actually, my question is this. The gentleman, you were mentioning an agenda, and I was wondering if, with the coming of the millennium and whatnot, if you suppose maybe this agenda could be from perhaps, a higher power, like, could this be in the big plan, maybe God's plan, or could ultimately this be have something to do with, the coming of the Antichrist, or, anything of that nature? So I heard you talking, mentioning things about having a spiritual awakening and some experiences of that sort.
Yeah, but I also made the difference in my view of life. And like I say, we need to be at peace with the way each of us believe. I have a simple philosophy: believe what you like as long as you don't impose it on anyone else. And so I made the distinction in my view of life between religion and spirituality. They can be the same thing, and people can express their spirituality through religion, but there are other aspects of religion that can be anything but spiritual. I don't think the Inquisition in Europe was an incredibly spiritual experience. Indeed, was one of the main fundamental reasons that I talked about earlier of sucking knowledge out of the public arena so it can be hoarded even more tightly in the secret society network, because 5 minutes of the Art Bell show would have been a suicide note at the time of the Inquisition, of course, because he weren't allowed to talk about these things. But in terms of the agenda, what have you, and what's behind this. Again, I go into this in enormous detail in The Biggest Secret, which is just about to go to press. It seems to me the way that I'm looking at these things now is that one of the key reasons why there is an obsession, there are a number of reasons, but one of the key reasons why there's an obsession with holding this genetic structure is somehow the vibrational resonance between that structure and the consciousness, which I think is operating from the lower fourth dimension, what other people call the lower astral, whatever name you call it. I call it the sextant level. It's a level that vibrates to the lower vibrational emotions like fear and guilt and all this stuff.
You're speaking of the astral plane.
Yeah, I think that these particular key bloodlines resonate to a vibrational frequency that is far more compatible with this lower fourth dimension than the other genetic lines that are not of this particular type. And I think this world is actually being controlled from a consciousness that are from the lower fourth dimension, like myself, and it particularly works through these particular bloodlines. And if you like, for want of a word, it can possess these bloodlines far more easier than it can the general human population. And therefore, if you can manipulate these particular bloodlines into the positions of power in the world, what you're actually doing is manipulating into these positions of power a physical form which has a resonance with this lower fourth dimensional consciousness. In other words, you put the fourth dimensional consciousness into the positions of power. And I've talked to so many people around the world who have come to this conclusion. It's staggering numbers, really, because it's not something that's widely talked about.
David, one quick interjection here. If there is at least a partial central control right now, you certainly alluded to that.
Yeah.
Why the hell aren't they doing a better job? The world is a mess right now, and if there is any kind of central control, they're certainly not exerting it with any effectiveness whatsoever. We have starvation, we have third world countries that are in disaster, that are beginning to industrialize, we've got Iraq, we've got little wars and troubles going on all over the place. Where is the control?
Exactly. You actually described perfectly the control. Say some more about that. Try manipulating harmony. It's very difficult. Say I've got a group of people with me here. I haven't actually, but if I had a group of people with me here, and we were in harmony. We respected each other's right to have a difference of opinion, and we wanted to help each other when we were in trouble, and we were together, and we were really supporting each other. You try manipulating that situation. If I have a group of people here, and I don't like that person, and I'm having conflict with that person, and he doesn't like the lady over there, and they're having conflict, suddenly you're in a situation you can control, because now you've got sides to play off against each other. So chaos is fundamental to control. Actually, the 33rd degree of Freemasonry, I understand, has a Latin motto, ordo ad chaos, order out of chaos, which actually is problem reaction solution. And you talk about the famine and the starvation and stuff. Well, that's fundamental to the control for this reason. When you are in a situation where you have abundance and you have, therefore, choice, you are much more in control of your life. You are not dependent, that's the key word. You are not dependent on someone else to fill your belly. You are not dependent on some unpredictable, manipulated world commodity market, so that you have to depend on the price that sets for what you're selling to whether your country is going to eat or whether this is going to happen or this is going to happen or not. What has happened, for instance, in Africa, I mean, I've been to Africa quite recently, and the idea that Africa cannot feed itself is utterly ludicrous.
No, but I'll tell you what is going on in Africa. I was there a month ago.
Yeah.
What's going on in Africa is anarchy. And I mean serious anarchy in the cities, Johannesburg, even Cape Town. You cannot go out at night and expect to live through the experience. I mean, the crime rate there is absolutely unbelievable. And since Nelson Mandela took over, I think he's afraid to move politically because he's afraid to be seen as that which was, the iron hand that had control of everything supposedly at one time. And so he's doing nothing. And as a result, it's Russia times 10 right now over there. It's horrid.
Right. Well, I could talk about that because I too have been to Johannesburg and I've spoken, researched all around.
Well, and
that area of the world. Yeah. But I'll just make this point before I come to that. The point being that what has happened in Africa is that transnational corporations with an interlocking leadership, when you go high enough up the pyramid, have gone in there and they have taken food growing land. They have put corrupt politicians in there to rule on their behalf, as they say, like the military junta in Nigeria, etc., which is controlled by Shell Oil. And therefore, they've created a situation in which a continent that could feed itself is not feeding itself as the first priority. It's growing vast amounts of its food-growing area. It's growing cash crops, the Western industry, the Western food industry, and the Western chocolate industry, etc. And therefore, it's making Africa dependent over whether it eats or not on selling those commodities, getting money back, and then buying food in. It's created dependency, and dependency equals control. But the South Africa situation is very, very interesting and a fundamental point to make here. When I talk about the Great British Empire and all that stuff, people say, yeah, I can understand that. The empire, it controlled this country and it controlled that country, but it doesn't control them anymore, so it can't be true now. Well, what has happened, and this is so important a point to make, is that over-control, in-your-face dictatorship always has a finite life because people know where they are. They're in a dictatorship.
Right.
And eventually the human desire for freedom will rebel against that. So the most profound and effective form of control is covert control, whereby you're running the show, but no one knows you're running the show because people don't rebel against not being free when they think they are. Now let's take the South African example of this. It's a wonderful example. Before Mandela was led off Robben Island and became the president, the Oppenheimer family controlled 80% of the stock of the South African stock market. They owned the diamond and the gold mines on which the economy depends, and they controlled the media through various frontmen. Because that was, we had white minority rule, that was an in-your-face, overt dictatorship. There was, of course, a great rebellion against it. The whole focus of world attention was, this is not free, this is apartheid, this is outrageous. So we then have the move to Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela is now president. Okay, who controls the country? Today, under black majority rule, the Oppenheimer family control 80% of the stock on the South African stock market. They own the diamond and gold mines on which the economy depends, and they control the media through various frontmen, not least an Irish guy called Toby O'Reilly. The difference is, however, Art, that no one's pointing to South Africa now and saying it's a dictatorship, it's not free human rights, because they're saying, oh, South Africa's sorted, we've got a black president, and off they go. But the same people run the show, and this is what's happened. As the great empires of Europe contracted on the surface, they left behind the bloodlines and they left behind the secret society networks that have gone on in those countries covertly, and that can go on forever until someone points out that it's going on, because most people don't realize it runs their country.
All right, we can't go on forever. We've got to stop here. It's the bottom of the hour. David Icke is my guest. I'm Art Bell from the high desert. This is Coast to Coast AM.
Which means the amount of virus is so
This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. From east of the Rockies, call Art at 1-800-825-5033. West of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico, at 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers may reach Art at area code 702-727-1222. And you may fax Art at area code 702-727-8499. Please limit your faxes to 1 or 2 pages. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Now again, here's Art.
Once again, here I am. Good morning, everybody. David Icke is my guest. And we're talking about our future, your future, my future, David's, what it's going to be. And we will be right back. All right, David, are you there?
Still there, audience.
All right, excellent. Here we go once again. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with David Icke.
Well, I wanted to mention an amazing overaction quarterly that's put out by some former CIA and FBI agents who became so disgusted with the disinformation that were peddled constantly throughout the Cold War to justify non-existent and exaggerated war threats, especially on an anti-communist propaganda basis, to cover up for the fact that the real conspiracy is right here, designating as villains and demons anyone who disobeys the dictates of the transnational
transnational corporations and their police, secret police informers such as the Central Intelligence
And
Agency.
I will give you color this. The CIA was said to have dramatically, perhaps even intelligently, overestimated the Russian threat for all those years.
Well, what I wanted to get to is the fact that I think right now we have a situation where the death heads, the base is being exposed in this attempt to there's a genocide once again on Iraq after starving about 1.5 million people to death, demonizing Saddam Hussein. And I think the control of the media is essential to this. The book on reliable sources shows how the media has acted in demonizing very characters different from each other, whether it's Castro or Saddam Hussein or the Serbs in Serbia. What they have little in common except the fact that they have been uncooperative in obeying the dictates of the transnational corporations, the International Monetary Fund, and have refused to align themselves with such agencies such as NATO, which are just as mentioned, or the United States, unlike, for instance, in Yugoslavia, where the Croats and the Muslims have opportunistically signed on with NATO and the International Monetary Fund. The Serbs have refused this privatization type of policy that has spelled such disaster in the Soviet Union, pushing 75% of the people into starvation and poverty. Yet this is, I think, the real motivating force behind these kinds of interventions to, in effect, tell Saddam Hussein, we will start, bleed and break your country and your people, not because of these weapons of mass destruction, because we said that even if you obey all of these humiliating demands, we're still not going to stop starving and bleeding your people until you overthrow your government, look into power submissive subservient puppet.
I don't necessarily disagree with that, David.
Well, there's a list of things there which all interconnect. First of all, let me go back to what I said not too long ago. If you're going to control a game, you have to control both sides, or you're not going to control the outcome. So what we need to do, I feel, is stop looking at people on different sides of a conflict. What I mean is not the people in general, but the people in control of the people on different sides. And stop seeing them as opposing forces and start seeing them as different faces of the same organization. For instance, Saddam Hussein, long ago, was a member of a very elite secret society called the Safari Club, which CIA people were also members of. And the Safari Club spawned something in France called the Teenage Circle, or the Circle, which has done fundamental manipulation and terrorist activity in Europe, and not least in France. And they are a network that was almost certainly involved in the coordination of the assassination of Diana, Princess of Wales, which I exposed in enormous detail in this book, The Biggest Secret, and massively connected to the royal family and other people. So when you look at the situation of Bush back in the first Gulf War against Saddam Hussein, we need to start looking at two faces of the same side. And the pawns in the game are the American people, which Bush was over, and the Iraqi people, which Saddam Hussein was over. Why did Bush, who condemned Hussein as the new Hitler, and actually Bush should know because his father, Prescott Bush, was one of the funders of Hitler, through the Harriman organization, well documented in my books and others, why suddenly did he stop before he got to Baghdad? People were taken aback. What's going on here? Why was he in the job?
I was right.
Yeah, exactly. Why? Because they wanted to take that situation so they could play the card again. I mean, the call is absolutely right. Again, we come to creating fear. Once you get people in fear, they'll give their power away to anyone they think will protect them against what they fear. So you bring in Colonel Gaddafi, a threat to the world. Whatever happens to him? And then you get another monster, and then he'll disappear. They'll bring another one forward. First of all, it was Russia. And the call is absolutely right about the Cold War. I talked to people in the intelligence community who were staggered to realize, because of course the intelligence community is fundamentally compartmentalized. Most people at the CIA are not trying to manipulate people. They think they're serving the country. Like all these organizations, they were staggered to realize during the Cold War that American intelligence at a high level was passing over weapons, technology, and know-how to the Russians, so the Russians would keep parity
and you want to up the ante of fear, frightening the West against the East and the East against the West, then if Russia's miles behind you, then the fear is dissipated. What? Russians can't even hit America. We're not frightened to them. So you ensure that there is parity, or the Russians are just ahead, and then you go, oh my God, the Russians are ahead of us. Oh my God, oh fear. We must have more arms spending. We must increase our nuclear arsenal. And then specifically the point came, and I actually predicted this in an earlier book, where the agenda's timescale, a fundamental timescale, was to start to encompass the former Soviet Union countries into NATO and into the European Union, which is now happening. But that could never happen while, in Reagan's words, the Soviet Union was perceived as the evil empire. So out of nowhere comes Mikhail Gorbachev, the first Russian leader in Russian history who didn't look like he'd just come back from a funeral. Suddenly, the wall comes down, Russia starts to have a smiling face, and bingo, and the whole situation breaks up, allowing the encompassing into NATO and the European Union of these countries. Now, as I've shown in my previous books, Mikhail Gorbachev was a fundamental associate all the way through this, before he became president, of David Rockefeller and Henry Kissinger. What's Gorbachev doing now? He's running the Gorbachev Foundation, which puts on global events with top entertainers, top politicians, calling for world government and world institutions to solve the problems of the world. It's all a movie. The CNN, I call it the movie channel. The movie we're watching. And we need to look behind the movie to see what's really going on.
What's for the Rockies? You're on the air with David Einstein.
Hi, where are you? This is Les in Honolulu, KVH Radio 830.
That's KHVH, yes.
KHVH Radio, yeah. With regard to the fundamental time scale you're talking about, I got two questions. One, going back to that time scale, 300 years, and then my second will be present day. Back in the early 70s, when I attended the University of Virginia, I was taken aside by a friend who's an assistant history professor who said, let me tell you a few things that I'm not allowed to teach. He told me I learned a lot about Thomas Jefferson and how his focus was basically decentralized government, moving away from what they were doing in Europe, centralized government and industrialized city centers, and to come over here and form a nation that was based on a decentralized government and an agrarian society. And what we had was the Revolutionary War, and the British couldn't do anything about it then. They lost. They tried again in the War of 1812. That didn't quite work. So they decided to move their banking operations to the northeast United States. And then we had the Civil War. And they told us it was about slavery, but actually it was the economic war, it was the banking war. And then we lost our revolution, so to speak. So I would like to get your comment on that and then ask my second question.
Well, again, in the biggest secret, as well as other books, gone into great detail into this period of the American Revolution from 1776 and beyond. 1776 was a key year, and I've been talking over the last few days on the phone briefly, but interestingly, with Richard Howard, who's come to the same conclusions. We've come to the same conclusions independently of how certain things happen at certain times, because we go back to the ancient world, we go back to this fundamental knowledge that's been plucked out of the public arena, but is held at the levels of the controlling elite that I'm talking about, and that is the knowledge of cycles, sun cycles, etc., etc. Cycles which affect consciousness in certain ways, and energy flows which allow certain things to happen more effectively and more powerfully at certain times. So it's become very clear in my research that they don't have have things happen in certain years, they don't have hold summits in certain places at certain times, so that's fundamental in sync with the cycles they understand, particularly sun cycles and the projections of energy from the sun. We are, of course, across the year 2000, there's tremendous solar activity projected, and I'm sure that the Gregorian calendar syncing with that cycle is absolutely no coincidence whatsoever. But, so 1776 was also the year that the Bavarian Illuminati was formed on May the 1st, which is one of their key ritual dates of the year, run by a guy called Adam Weishaupt, who was then behind the French Revolution and many other revolutions in Europe. But I think it's so important that we suspend our dogma and we suspend our belief and we allow the information to lead us rather than our own preconceived ideas. I've done a lot of research into the Founding Fathers, and I'm sure many of them had the best interests of people at heart, but some of them certainly didn't, and I'll name one, Benjamin Franklin. Benjamin Franklin was the Henry Kissinger of his day. He was working for British intelligence. He was very close to the British royal family. In fact, if you look at the history, this guy spent most of the time around the American Revolution, actually in London. He was a very close associate of a guy called Francis Dashwood, who ran a satanic ritual sacrifice operation called the Hellfire Club, which involved members of the royal family, which doesn't surprise anyone because the present royal family is into all that stuff in Britain as well, as I'm about to expose in detail. Franklin was also a major Freemason in America, and he was a member of the key Freemasonry lodges in France. And he was playing all sides off against the center. And for me, when you look at this dispassionately, as I can as an Englishman in America, the American Revolution was to a very, very large extent an example of what I talked about earlier, replacing overt control, which had a finite life, because those colonies were going to rebel eventually, if not then eventually, with covert control. And I think that there's so many, and this can be shown, so many strings that pull the economic and political system of America are actually pulled from Europe, particularly London. And just to finish the Benjamin Franklin story, to say that he was involved in ritual sacrifice and all that stuff is extreme, and I understand that, but this probably wasn't reported in Britain, but earlier this year, a story broke in London, in the London papers. They've given a grant of about £1.5 million to restore and renovate Benjamin Franklin's former house in Craven Street in London near Trafalgar Square, where he lived during the time I'm talking about. When they got under the floor as part of the renovation, they found 10 bodies, 6 of them children, in which some, there's been some unpleasant things done to them. They've got holes in the skulls and stuff like that. And they've dated them to the time Benjamin Franklin was there. And the way that they've explained it, or tried to, is that Ben must have been into body snatching for medical research. But when you put that together with the Hellfire Club and that's infamous history, and what he did in sacrificial chambers in that place called near High Wycombe, where Dashwood's estate was, then the whole thing starts to make sense, especially when these famous, world-famous people that are running the show today are into the very same ritual, and I can prove this. People who have been there and seen it.
Because of the length of the question, length of the answer, and time left, I'm going to just jump in and ask you. Okay. You said Princess, you just went running right by this. Princess Di was assassinated.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to ask you who, because I don't want to be in trouble. Well, I'm going to ask you why.
Well, again, that would take around half an hour, but I'll summarize it briefly. I go into this in great detail in the book, and I'm about to got the opportunity to produce an hour, 2-hour documentary explaining what happened. I've been to Paris and I've really researched this, and it's interesting that if we had half an hour to talk about this, all the kind of strands that we've talked about over the last 3 hours come together in this thing. The symbolism, these people are massively into symbolism. and you can read them through their symbols. For instance, one of the key symbols of this group in their secret language is the lighted torch. And the lighted torch is, of course, held by the Statue of Liberty, which was given to New York by French Freemasons. And a replica of the Statue of Liberty is on an island in the River Seine in Paris. What did they do? It's a signature. When Kennedy was assassinated in Dealey Plaza, which was the scene of the first Freemason lodge in Dallas, and is a very big symbolic area in occult lore. The Freemasons, after the assassination, and it's still there, put an obelisk, which is an ancient symbol going back to very ancient times, Egypt and stuff. And on the top of that obelisk in Dealey Plaza, literally yards from where Kennedy died, they put a lighted torch or a depiction of one. What did they put on Kennedy's grave? They put the lighted torch, the eternal flame. What is the place, the ritual place, or the place of commemoration to Diana at the Pont d'Alma tunnel in Paris? It's a lighted torch. In fact, it's a replica on top of that tunnel of the flame held by the Statue of Liberty. What have they put on the island in Althorpe Park, where Diana's said to be buried? They put a lighted torch. This is the signature. You can read it. That's the main one. But there are many others. And when you look at the symbolism, when you go back through these bloodlines to the Merovingians in France, they were the people that created the city we call Paris. They worshipped an ancient goddess called the goddess Diana, who was a moon goddess, symbolic of the moon. When they created Paris, initially, they built on the outskirts of the original Paris, but very much within the modern Paris, sacrificial chambers where they sacrificed to the goddess Diana. That sacrificial underground chamber the Merovingians built in the 8th century, 7th, 8th century, and earlier, in fact, is now another underground chamber. It's the Pont d'Alma tunnel where Diana died. Pont d'Alma means passage or bridge of the moon goddess, which is what Diana was represented. And the reason that this is why we've had this tremendous questioning of why someone with injuries that if she had been got to hospital quickly, she would have survived. Why was she kept in that tunnel for 95 minutes before they moved to the hospital? The reason was, and it's a throwaway line here because of time, but I document this in enormous detail, the biggest secret. The reason they kept her there is she had to die there according to their ritual, because these people are so into ritual, it's staggering, and you can read them that way. And as I've explained in this biggest secret about the Kennedy assassination, you look at occult ritual, that was the symbolic assassination of a sun god, just as the assassination of Diana was the assassination of a moon goddess. And on the three-dimensional, non-symbolic way, I also completely connected to the British royal family, who was fundamentally involved, and I named them. And it's time to stop running away, Arthur. It's time to start running at this.
So it's also time to stop the program. We're out of time. Very quickly, and the truth shall set you free. The phone number to call right now is 1-800. You finish it.
321-9054. 1-800-321-9054, and it will be in the post this morning if you're in town.
All right, very good. I want you to stay on the line for a moment so I can get a more permanent phone number from you so we can do a future show. All right? David, it has been a pleasure.
Pleasure, Rob. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you, my friend. Stay right there, and I'll be back directly. All right. That's it. If you would like a copy of this program, the entire 5 hours, and it's all been equally compelling, the number is 1-800-917-4278. That's 1-800-917-4278. And if you want your hair to stand on end, stay tuned for what comes next. I'm Art Bell. or good morning, wherever you may be across this great land of ours and beyond. The island of Guam, and west, eastward to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, north all the way to the pole, and worldwide on the internet. It's your host, Jose. Cheerio, everybody, and I would like to welcome KSRB in Ontario, Oregon, 1380 on the dial in Ontario, Oregon. Welcome to the network. And good luck. I always wonder, I really do too. You know, some program director and manager who are sitting there at some new radio station that has just come on that very night, and you never know what we're going to be doing, right? And they've signed up for it because they know it's a very popular show, and ratings are good. You know, for whatever reasons they do it, they've got nobody at night. Sure, we'll give it a try. And then they're sitting there, about an hour later, they've got their heads in their hands, going, oh, what the am I doing? So, listen for a while. It takes a while to grow on you. All right, so what's going on in the world? I see the Prime Minister in Japan is going to resign. One of Japan's most unpopular decades told his cabinet Friday that that's it, he will resign. Didn't set a date, though. Seems like Japanese prime ministers come and go a lot lately. Have you noticed that? How many have we had in the last few years? Somebody to account for me. It's a lot. I know that. Now listen, tonight I'm going to let you talk about the shadow people. Now, the reason is because in the next hour I've got a guest who may have something to bear on the shadow people. Albert Taylor has written now a couple of books on out-of-body experiences, OBEs. And there's every reason to believe that OBEs would be a prime candidate for the shadow people. I just don't know what to do with this topic anymore. I want an expert on the shadow people, and I don't know where you get an expert on the shadow people. I have in excess now of 4,000 emails from people who have seen shadow people. 4,000 emails sitting in there. I'm not sure what to do with them. I've got them in a special shadow person section on my computer. And I'm sort of pulling them, and every time I look at them, I go, God, we've stumbled into something really big, and I don't know what to do with it. So you want to talk about shadow people tonight? Fine. Go on ahead. Let's rock. I've got to get to the bottom of this somehow. That's much too much communication. And lately, no matter what the subject, if I open the phone, people want to talk about the shadow people. So obviously, we're on to something really big. It's just a matter of what. On this program, a lot of times that's the cheap question. What? Oh.
Hi, Mr. Bell. How are you?
Just fine.
You on my radio there? I've talked to you a few times now. Always an honor and a pleasure. About the shadow people.
Yes.
And how I know this, I talked to you about 3 or 4, maybe a week ago, and I explained to you that I've been abducted since I was 7 many, many times. One of the things that happens when you get abducted is they kind of erase your short-term memory so that even though you're not exactly, they always do it at night, take me away and download my memory, and then that process sort of muddles my short-term memory.
It's not nearly erasing it completely.
No, it does, but it doesn't. See, it leaves your long-term memory intact. So,
well, how much do you know about them?
About what?
Them.
A lot, because I'm exposed to it all, and I still get my long-term memory, but I don't remember these things until years later, because the short-term memory's gone. But as for the shadow people, and they tell me all sorts of things.
Well, abduction, what does that have to do with shadow people?
Well, Tuesday, when I went up, and sometimes they allow me to remember things. Not very often, but when there's some reason, and I don't know what it is, they're far beyond anything we can think of. It's really amazing. Shadow people are manifestations concerns or things we should be concerned about. When every time you or anybody else sees a shadow person, there's something in that situation, in that environment that you need to be concerned about. Now, they're real, but what it is your senses allow you to manifest something to get your attention.
Some people think that it's death coming to see you.
Well, they are spirits, but you just can't manifest them when there's no reason. That's why there's seances and things like that, because there has to be a reason, there has to be an energy, a connection, a power structure in order for them to manifest themselves to you. They just can't do it on their own.
All right, I think I've got you. We'll have to hold it right there. I don't know about that. A lot of people have said that they are of the negative side and that they are, maybe the spirits that come and get you when it's your time. So somehow I can picture this shadow person standing at the door, just going with his finger. Come here, little boy. It's your time. No, but I don't want to go. Come on. This way. Or maybe not. Maybe there's simply people out there having OBEs and a good time, and every now and then when they're seen straight on, they get startled, and they go in the other direction. I don't know. They might even be ghosts, or they might be them. My last callers. And this is Coast to Coast AM. We'll be right back. Now, here's somebody with what I think is a pretty good idea. Remember the DNA that was submitted to scientists in Britain to test? They thought it might have been a Yeti. But the scientists tested the DNA, and they say it's not human, it's not any mammal they know of or can identify. It's good DNA. They simply don't know what it belongs to. Somebody wrote me an email and suggested that they clone whatever it is and find out what it is. Wouldn't that be interesting if you could take the DNA of a completely unknown creature and simply clone it, grow it in the womb of a cow or whatever? You imagine the tension while you're waiting for whatever it is. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello? Going once, going twice, gone. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello, Art?
Yes.
Yes, I'm going to turn my radio off just a minute.
Good.
I'm so surprised I got
Good
through.
caller. Turn that radio down.
Yes, it's off now.
Good.
About the shadow people,
Yes.
there could be more than one type or species of what you call shadow people. It could be, some of them could be people who passed on, as you say, and some of them could be people that are traveling out of their bodies. But also, I think maybe some of them might be what the people know as the fairies and elves, and their real names are the powers of nature and forces of the elements. I attended a group many years ago, and the lady who held it was psychic, and she could see the beings of the elements, and her front door happened to be open. And she said, oh, there's a little fairy, and she picked it up. We couldn't see it, but she picked it up. And she passed it around the room, and we each had it on our lap.
Excuse me, she picked it up.
Right, I mean, she had seen it before.
Here's the fairy. Up you in my hand, and it passed the fairy around.
Yeah.
And then each one of you held out your hand and held the fairy?
Yeah, we thought we did. But the other...
So in other words, to be honest, you didn't see the fairy.
To be honest, I didn't.
But you held out your hand anyway.
Yes, I wanted to hold it.
You didn't feel any little fairy feet.
But can I tell you another thing?
Well, but I want to get this straight. You felt no little fairy feet on your palm.
Absolutely not.
Okie dokie. All right, yes.
The other thing is a woman who went to the church I used to go to, is the I Am Church, who was, it's by the Ascended Masters and cosmic beings, so I feel the woman was telling you the truth.
Said what?
In back of her house, there was an alley, and there was across the alley, there was a beautiful tree growing, which was quite an old tree. She said one day she came home, she opened her back door, and the people that owned the tree across the alley had cut it down. And she said she saw one of the little, she had her sight open so she could see. these things, and she said there was a little being of the element sitting there crying, and it said, my whole life's work is ruined. So these little beings do exist. I used to have a friend who...
I wonder what its disappointment was.
The tree was cut down, that it worked all life.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Oh, I see.
I also had a friend who during the Second World War...
Okay, let's hold it there. The little fairy story was good. I don't know, would you do that? I mean, if somebody came to you and said, why, look at this. It's a fairy. Let me get this little fairy. There's a little fairy. Here, you hold it. I mean, would you hold out your hand? Well, you might. And you might. I'm not sure I would. But anyway, there you'd be with your hand held out, feeling no fairy feet, no fairy weight, seeing no fairy. Just having to imagine there's a fairy there and sort of playing along with a bunch of other people there, and they're all saying, hey, the fairy. And you're going, hey, little guy. I don't know. But I would say about 80% of my audience knows who Dr. Albert Taylor is. But that's only 80%. So we'll make you familiar with Albert Taylor and out-of-body experiences. It's real. Out-of-body experiences are as real as the rain that hits your face on a rainy day. I mean, they're just absolutely real. What they mean, what they're really all about, where you go, and what you do during them, those are all really interesting questions. But we'll cover OBEs from the get-go and give you sort of the short version of what an OBE is. Bear in mind and be patient with me, because remember, there's a lot of new listeners out there who have no idea what this is all about. So for their sake, we're going to go over it a little bit here in the beginning, and then we'll branch out, and no doubt, before very long at all, we'll get and we'll... Well, in honor of the lady who called last hour, she was really cute. She was talking about a fairy. I don't know how many of you heard that. She said, this lady went to her door and said, oh, look, a fairy. And she went over and she picked up the fairy, which I guess nobody could see but the lady. And she brought it in her little cup hand. And she handed it to my caller, who held her hand out and held the little fairy. And I said, well, could you feel any little fairy feet? No. Could you see a little fairy? No. Did you just sort of go along with it because everybody else thought that it was a fairy? Yeah. And so, in honor of that lady, who I kind of had fun with, for all I know, she was holding a fairy, just couldn't see and feel it. I have taken a special photograph on my webcam, which you can now see. I had one photograph up there, but it was irresistible, so you can see me holding my little fairy. That's on my website, www.artbell.com, and then go to program and webcam, and this photograph is in honor of the fairy lady. All right, now to become serious, if that's possible. Dr. Albert Taylor came to my rescue, and I to his, I suppose, some years ago, when people called up and said, it was almost like the shadow people. You know, it's so close in a lot of ways to the way we began our relationship. The shadow people story. I was getting all these. One person called. I was in bed one night and I froze and I couldn't move. I was literally paralyzed. And then sometimes people would say, well, I'd actually move up out of my body, or I'd move down into the mattress out of my body, but out of body. But mostly this paralyzed moment, and I've had it myself. As I've seen these little, whatever in God's name they are that you see in peripheral vision, I had this frozen feeling myself in that twilight of sleep or whatever it is. And we couldn't figure out what it could be. And I started getting, as I am now, then I got hundreds of emails, now I get thousands on a subject like this. And I had hundreds of people saying exactly the same thing. And we hadn't talked about OBEs. OBEs had not been talked about on this program. I didn't even know what an OBE was at that point. And to the rescue came Dr. Albert Taylor, who's written a book on the subject, on OBEs. And we've interviewed him many times before. Here he is, Dr. Albert Taylor. Hi.
Thank you, Art. That was a great introduction.
Well, it was a true one.
Great to be back.
That's how it happened, right?
That's exactly how it happened. It was a miracle.
Well, maybe a miracle. Yeah, you never know. And you had written a book called what?
Soul Traveler.
Soul Traveler, which everybody can still get. I take it on Amazon.com. And
Still available and still moving like the wind.
Soul Traveler outlines actually in the beginning of it. I wish I had an expert as well defined to answer the questions. Maybe you're the guy on Shadow People as on OBEs, but your book actually began with this experience, this paralyzed, whatever it is, sleep paralysis, yes. It's actually extremely frightening if it's not happened to you before. You sort of have to sleep, but then you're paralyzed. You literally cannot will yourself to move a little finger. Right. You're just frozen, and that's scary. I mean, a lot of people would think maybe I'm having a heart attack or a stroke.
I'm dying,
sure, absolutely, something like that. And a lot of people have had it. It's the beginning. It is like a precursor to an OBE, isn't it?
Exactly. Well, that's a wonderful thing about it. That it makes it still very difficult to wade through that paralysis state to achieve an OBE. It's still difficult even to this day for me. But what a reward it is. It's a fantastic experience. And you've had one, so you can testify to that.
Yeah, but I wasn't a volunteer. That's right.
I'll tell you, up until 35 years old, neither was I.
And when I first had the paralyzing moments, it scared the you-know-what out of me. It honestly did. I really thought something was physically, profoundly wrong. And I might be dying or something. Having a stroke is what I thought, actually. And it wasn't that at all. And I pulled myself out of it. I willed myself out of it. I wouldn't let myself go 1 inch further. And I tried to will myself back to normal. And I think that would be an average reaction. You try to will yourself back to normal because I didn't know what was happening.
Right. And fear set in. And fear of the unknown. And the safest place to be is back in our physical body in the waking state. And not in this bizarre flying mode or whatever you want to call it. So that's a natural response if you don't know what it is.
Well, even when I had mine, it still scared the you-know-what out of me. Although...
But at least you've been to ground school.
I'm sorry, Howard, but you know what? I had done an interview with you, and when it happened to me, it didn't help me a bit. No, it didn't help me a bit. I'm serious. I mean, when it happened in Paris, and I'll tell briefly here it is again. My wife and I were on vacation in Paris. I was out of my normal routine, when I eat, when I sleep, time zones, blah, 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 on vacation in Paris. And I, all of a sudden, lie in bed, boom, I was above the city of Paris. I could actually look down on the city of Paris. In fact, I did, in my peripheral vision, as it were. But that was not the center of what was happening to me. What was happening to me was an ecstasy that is indescribable.
Right.
It really is. And
extremely memorable.
And indelibly imprinted on my memory.
Right.
And then, boom, like that. I was back in my body, waking up my wife, annoying her, telling her what had just happened to me. I was so, I had adrenaline going like crazy. But I was so surprised and shocked by it that I instantly went back to my body. There is no question I was out of my body. But I didn't know it was coming on. I didn't wish for it. I didn't try for it. I didn't know how to control it. In fact, none of that went through my mind. I just freaked out, and I was back in my body that fast. And that's been the extent of my travels.
Well, Art, you remember the way my book begins is all it is a diary of me having these experiences, which went from the age five, I would have them once a week, and then suddenly, for whatever reason, at age 35, they increased from once a week to several times a week, and then several times a night.
Well, if they were happening to you, but if they were happening to you once a week, Albert, you would have to learn to deal with them. The frequency of them alone would cause you eventually, I suppose, to be less afraid of them, right?
No, you weren't in the room when I was 5 years old, and I went into my grandmother's room, and I wanted to know what it was. And she told me that it was the witches coming to steal my soul because I was bad the day before.
Did she really tell you that?
Yeah, she really said that.
Bad grandmother.
So with that kind of thing hanging over your head, you're going to be fighting it. You're not going to want to see what's beyond the paralysis.
That's for sure. Oh, coming to steal your soul. Oh, and so you thought that for how long?
A lot of years. And in my family, see, even to this day, several members of my family have this experience a lot, just like me, except they haven't gone beyond the paralysis. So even to this day, when I would try to talk to them about it and mention it, either I would get some kind of fearful condemnation, like I was bad, or they just didn't want to talk about it at all because they were terrified of it. So I never heard about experiences or any of that thing. All I knew was about this witch ride thing, and I knew that not only was I having the paralysis, but at age 5, something was moving around my room and something was calling my name, but I had no one to talk to it about. And then later,
calling your name.
Yeah. That terrified me so much when I was 5 years old. It's almost, I can remember it to this day, 40 years later.
Yeah, that would be terrifying because, and I need to bring it up already, this shadow people thing. But even last hour, we were kind of talking about that a little bit, and one possibility of the shadow people is, Mr. Death coming to get you, right? And it's something in a dark, shrouded, hooded, black, indecipherable figure comes and sort of raises a hand to you, beckoning.
Albert, a bony pointed finger.
That's right, bony. Albert. And then you remember what Grandma said.
I'd fly away.
Oh, absolutely out of here. Yes. So that had to be part of what you were thinking about in a way.
Definitely. I didn't know. I mean, I can tell you this. First thing I did jump to conclusion I first jumped to was that it was negative. Was not a positive thing, something that was a bad thing, and then growing up in Catholicism, a lot of people would say that out of God is of the devil. So I had all of these things in my head, trying to decipher and figure out what was happening, and none of them were positive. So of course it frightened me terribly.
You have hence and since learned not only to deal with the fear that comes with that moment of being paralyzed, but going beyond it, which is a real key, and then actually leaving your body, right? And when you leave your body, you can literally go anywhere. You could go to the living room, the bathroom.
Anywhere you could focus your thoughts on.
Bathroom could be convenient sometimes.
Right.
Or to the moon.
Anywhere you can focus your thoughts on, or beyond.
And you can prove that it's real, not baloney. In other words, what you see when you leave your body can be later confirmed, correct?
And yeah, definitely. And that's one of the things. See, I thought it was, as I got past the witch ride superstition, I started thinking, well, this is just a lucid dream, and that was okay because I was having fun, I was flying, and if it's just, I knew I was having the experience, and if it was a lucid dream, then so be it. But when someone, a doctor who had a near-death experience, I attended her class, and she's the first one that ever even asked me the question of if I was having night paralysis or sleep paralysis. And she was the very first person that suggested that it was more than just a lucid dream. So I didn't believe her. I was very skeptical about it. So the first thing I did is I told her, well, it's happening to me almost every night, and if it's really happening, then I'm going to try and come see you. I said that skeptically. And I really didn't didn't think it would work, and I had no confidence in it, but I knew it was happening a lot. And because I'm a scientist, I figured, process of elimination, that would at least be something that didn't work. But I was surprised that I did have, after leaving the physical body, after having the paralysis, after making my request, I felt some strange presence around me. And next thing I knew, I was in the same flying mode that I had been in for years and years and years. There was no difference, except that I couldn't control the direction because I guess I'd already made my request. So I could control the altitude and the speed in which I would fly.
I would so love to do that, Albert. I really want to fly. I really want to fly. And if that's the only way I can fly, I'll take it.
Desire is 90% of it, Art. It seems like you have one after I talk to you. You never know what might happen tonight. If you get relaxed enough and your life is going really well for you, that can open the door right there.
And here's another thing that people don't understand just before we proceed. Your background is in the hard sciences. What was your background before you did this?
Well, basically, I said from the beginning, I've always, as a kid, I've been fascinated by aircraft, things that flew. So I joined the Air Force at age 17. I became a crew chief of the Lockheed U-2 at 18 years old. I supported the U-2 and flying several reconnaissance missions over the Soviet Union.
U-2 spy plane, right?
Oh, definitely.
By the way, you have any comment on what's going on in China right now?
Yeah, I have a lot.
I kind of like this young lady who sent me the email and said, we're really, really sorry that your plane hit ours.
I don't really think since we're in international airspace, I don't think we have anything to be apologetic for. The fast-moving aircraft is the one who's really responsible in any case because he can get out of the way a lot faster.
Sure.
And he probably was harassing the turboprop-driven Navy ship. And something happened, and they clipped each other. And I think he knocked out two of the engines. They landed on only two props. And unfortunately, when he's having a small fighter, it can be gouged and damaged very easily, and probably caught fire and crash.
Well, somebody in the administration today said that the Chinese, they knew that Chinese pilot somehow. I guess Intel did, and he's a hot dog, they said.
See, that happens here. That could very well happen. And unfortunately, this is the whole thing. Do you remember when the Russian pilot flew that MiG to, I think it was Japan one time about 10 years ago?
I certainly do.
And the Soviets wanted it back, and we did send it back to them after we took the thing apart and put it in everything.
Absolutely, and that's, of course, what they're doing with ours right now.
That may very well be. And to tell you the truth, wouldn't you? Even if you have an agreement, it's a once-in-a-lifetime chance.
What I said the first time, absolutely. I'd be in there with more Fujifilm than they can stock in a year.
That's probably what's happening. But before the crew landed, they did destroy a lot of data and equipment.
That's what I heard.
And I'm pretty sure they destroyed some of the valuable stuff, but it's just possibly the setup, and then there's a few other things, and maybe some boards and things like that they probably can recover.
I'm sure. Anyway, we're drifting. So you worked with the U-2,
right?
Worked
in the 9th OMS, which was the Lockheed U-2 and the SR-71 joined together.
Then what?
And then I left there because of my experience on Skunk aircraft, which both of those are. I joined the Skunk in Burbank, California, on the design team of the Stealth Fighter, which it wasn't known. It was called Senior Spear back then.
What became the F-117?
Which became the F-117A. That was back in the late 70s. And then from there, I wanted to work on a larger aircraft. And I think President Reagan had just gotten back in office. And he rekindled the B-1 bomber program, which was killed by, I think, Jimmy Carter. I started working on the B-1, on design of the flight control systems and the rotary launcher, which launched cruise missiles, things like that.
So you were really heavy-duty hardware, right?
Definitely.
So how you got from there to here is what we'll look at next. Hold on, stay right there. We'll be right back. When you
At some point, see what the kids do to you. I walked down the
on the Premier Radio Network. Oh, I've always wanted to fly. This kind of fly. Suspended, floating, moving, flying. I tried it in Alaska with a hang glider because I thought that'd be closest thing to it. I broke my arm, compound fracture. Very disappointing. The actual flight time was in the second. The crashing time was, anyway, you get the idea. So since then I wanted to try it, and someone told me that if I would just get on an ultralight with an engine, it would be all right. I've been thinking about that real hard. There's a vice president of Intel Corporation who's a friend of mine, and he wants to take me up and away. And I've been thinking real hard about it. My wife keeps saying no. My boss keeps saying no. I keep thinking yes. So we'll see. Maybe one of these days that's exactly what I'm going to do. If not, then there's Dr. Albert Taylor's way. It seems like they're going to bring back The Outer Limits. 22 brand new episodes of The Outer Limits. It's going to be on the Sci-Fi Channel. And they wanted to come on the program, so you bet. The Outer Limits. What a great show that was. So at some point we will have the people from Outer Limits on. Didn't know that was coming back, did you? So anyway, that's how I feel about this. Flying. God, I would love to fly. And that's what it is. It is. Tell me it is like that, Albert.
Well, I'd say it's even better than that. Because you don't have to worry about you're breaking an arm.
That's a very good point. How did you get your what is your doctorate in?
It's in, I went to Trinity University and my doctorate is in psychology, but my master's is in aeronautical engineering.
All right. Well, then you're well equipped, I guess, to speak on both subjects. You're right. You wouldn't crash. That's the way to fly. And not.
Well, I tell you, I broke my arm 8 months ago. And I thought I got the young fever, whatever you call it. And I bought one of these motorized go pants things. And I ended up getting dumped into the street, broke my arm. So
It's really annoying, isn't it?
Well, I waited 45 years to break a bone. I don't know.
I broke my leg. Where did you break it?
Right at the elbow. I have pins right now in my elbow.
Really? I broke mine 2 inches above the elbow. Bad.
Yeah. But you know, I do a lot of ultralight window shopping too. That's kind of interesting that you mentioned that.
By the way, you'll notice Albert sounds better now. We have switched phones and we now have good audio. Much better phone, Albert.
Thank you.
Phone. All right. So,
telling you a little bit about my background.
Yeah, this really is possible, though. This flying business really is possible.
Yeah, definitely. And tons, thousands. Since we first did the first show back in, I think it was 96.
Was it really, though?
Yeah, it was right after the book came out. Since then, time of flying art. Since then, literally hundreds of thousands of people have written me and come to the lectures and all kinds of things talking about their experiences. I mean, right now I have tons of letters I haven't been able to get to because there's so many people now having these experiences. I've even been getting some on the shadow people.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right, well, see, it really is an exact parallel. I tell you, Albert, when we first started talking about this being paralyzed stuff, I would get letters from people who were in tears. They were in tears because they thought it only happened to them. They thought they were the only ones, and they were terrified of it, talking about it. They didn't talk to people about it. They thought something might have been chronically or fatally, wrong with them or whatever. And they were in tears when they would hear that it was a very common thing. This doggone shadow people thing is exactly the same way. There are people in tears out there who are writing to me saying, my gone, Art. I've been seeing them all my life. I'm afraid to talk to anybody about them.
Right.
A lot of people were told by parents or grandparents, just like you were.
Right. That is something negative.
Yeah, something negative. That's right. Kneel down and pray.
Right.
That sort of thing. And I've got these thousands of emails stacked up, and I don't know what to do with it or the subject, Albert.
Well, I have some interesting stories that might help you a little bit.
Fine. Well, here's one of the things, and I wanted to ask you about this. A lot of people have said they see the shadow people not just in peripheral vision, but straight on. And when they see them, at times the shadow people realize that they're being seen, and when they do, they're gone like that. Some of us have theorized that one possible answer could be OBEs.
Yes, that is 1/3 of the answer. Well, matter of fact, that's 2/3 of the answer. The OBE category gets divided into living and dead because, I mean, a near-death experience, leaving the physical body, that type of thing is still an OBE. The other kind could be yourself in a way, but it has to do with the difference in time shift and reality and physical plane shift. But these are the very rare ones. The most common one that probably people see are the ones that are people who do not live or are deceased or are in between lives. And the reason, I have a real couple of interesting stories that I'd like to share with you that kind of give you a little bit idea.
Are all of these Albert, in the same realm?
Yes.
Whether you're somebody who's recently passed,
Yes.
or somebody existing in another realm, or somebody in an OBE, all traveling within the same realm?
Okay, but you have to take out of this whole equation the physical realm of a place, of a location, because we're not talking about any of those. Even though we here with the physical body and the five senses are very aware of a three-dimensional world. But in that case, they have no limitations like that. And what it is really a vibratory level. And that's why sometimes when you see them, depending on how turned up your five senses are, the more turned up your five senses are, the less you're going to be able to perceive these things. And so when you try to look and you try to focus on what you thought you saw out of the corner of your eye, you no longer can perceive it. It's only when you're not thinking about it that you kind of see something move around you. Now, what happens is, in the lowest area of perceiving these things, you perceive it as a dark humanoid type shape, generally transparent shape. It's moving rapidly because it's independent of your time frame, so it can move out of your vision very, very rapidly without you even seeing which direction it went. At a higher level, it's usually because of an altered state or you're nearing like an out-of-body consciousness, but it can also happen when you're nearing the point of death or about to die. People in hospices start seeing the shadows in the early part of their life degrading, and then right before the day they leave, they can see it even clearer, and sometimes even see the physical person standing there. Now, my uncle, he passed away a few years ago, and a couple of days before he passed away at Veterans Memorial Hospital, I was talking to him, and occasionally he would look over my shoulder as if he was seeing something, and I looked like as if someone walked in the room, and there was nothing there, and I looked back at him, and he would look at me puzzled, like he didn't really want to say what he thought he saw. The day before, a few days later, I got a call saying that he was on his last leg and only had a few more hours to live, and yet he was still conscious. When I came into the room and I sat there next to the bed talking to him, he looked over and he said to me, and this was before I started having these out-of-body experiences and things, he said to me, "Who is that standing over in the corner of the room, smiling at me?" And I looked over my shoulder. There was no one I could see there. But because his life was ebbing away, slowly but surely, that meant he was slowly turning down the volume on his five senses and starting to turn up the volume on his extra senses, the ones that we have in the out-of-body state or at a higher level. And then the next day after that, he passed away. So that tells you that at the very low level, they're very hard to perceive. The glimpses, shadows, whispers of wind, that kind of thing. And at the higher level of consciousness or nearing the point of death and leaving the physical body, then we can perceive these a lot more.
Wow, that's some story.
So another story about the similar kind of thing, where a friend of mine had a near-death experience who never believed in any of these things at all. He even thought, I told him I was having out-of-body experiences, and he said, yeah, that's kind of crazy, Al, but I love you anyway. So he really thought I was nuts. And I've known him for years. But one day, he woke up, he had a respiratory problem. He was taken to the hospital in emergency. Right before he got out of the car, he had excruciating pains in his chest. They put him on a gurney, and he said when they laid him back on the gurney, he knew he had taken his last breath. Touched his chest. All of a sudden, there was a loud pop, and then next thing he knew, he was outside of a crowd of people working on this guy on a gurney. And he was looking at the doctors, and he thought to himself, why are you working on him? You should be working on me. And then just as he said that, all of a sudden, these beings, like several of them, not one, just one or two, but maybe 8 or 9, surrounded him toward the back. And it didn't scare him. He felt as if he knew them. He couldn't identify them, but he felt definitely that he knew them. And one of the beings asked him, you don't have to stay here if you don't want to. You can go with us. And he told me, he said he really, for a few seconds, he really thought about going with them because he really felt that he wanted to go somewhere that he had really left, or kind of like returning home kind of feeling. But then he thought about the people that he would be leaving behind, his kids and things like that, and he made his decision to stay. Just about that time, a nurse came running out of the hospital, put this apparatus on the guy in the gurney that they were working on, and next thing he knew, he felt this extreme acceleration, and he felt like as if he was slammed onto the gurney. He was staring up at the crowd, the circle of people staring at him, looking at him and saying, you're not going to die, you'll be all right. Well, that in itself.
What did they put paddles on?
No, they didn't. They put some kind of breathing device on him. He was having a respiratory problem. And so when he called me up, and here I am, a member of the International Association of Near-Death Studies, and my best friend has a near-death experience, which is quite weird. So he calls me up, and I go down to the hospital, and he's in the hospital shaking his head. And I said, well, what's wrong? What's going on? He tells me the full story, and he continues to shake his head. I said, well, what happened? He said, I didn't know. And I said, well, what didn't you know? He said, I didn't know. I said, what didn't you know? He said, I didn't know that I was that important. I said, well, what do you mean? He said, when I was standing there were people there waiting for me. I didn't know anybody cared. He said, there were non-physical people there for me. They knew I was there. I didn't know I was that important. So he couldn't perceive it when he was in the physical, but as soon as he got out of the physical, he could perceive a multitude of people around him who were non-physical beings.
Wow, that's another really neat story. How are we to... a lot of people say, Albert, that when we're dying or when we're having an NDE or a very traumatic event, our brain begins a superproduction of endorphins to protect itself against what's occurring, to cushion the blow of dying or the pain of dying or the experience of dying. And that's all it is a bunch of excited endorphins. How do you answer that?
Well, okay, as a researcher, I'm not going to just jump to conclusions. Let's say that is possible. Well, then I'm going to look at all the cases of everybody who's ever gone to the brink of death and come back. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a list of everything that all of these people have in common. And then I'm going to see if there's some similarities. Now, if it's just a random thing and it's not related to anything beyond the body or consciousness that exists beyond the physical, then there should be very few things, categories, that match in all of these people that I test.
Yeah, that would seem to be true.
Right. That's how I would look at it.
There would be random... you might have the endorphins.
All kinds of wild experiences. Nothing that I could... no linear path of understanding whatsoever. Should just be just a pandemonium.
Yeah.
Kinds of things.
Yes.
That's not the case. No matter what your spiritual beliefs are, no matter what your geographical location is, no matter what your academic level of achievement is, no matter what anything, no matter your gender is, there's multiple patterns of the same types of things that people are talking about all over the world. And not 100%, but about 70 to 80%, which to me, I think is quite phenomenal and needs to be definitely paid attention to, because that's a pattern that implies some type of proof, or at least is a beginning of an indication of proof. So that's what I would look at. So they say it's awesome to study the brain, but then I can't explain why all these people are talking about the same thing.
Absolutely fair, yes. That's the scientific method. That's how you do it, all right.
That would make me feel better about my own results. And then still I would have some doubt, but they would tend to sway me in more of a pattern of thinking of that there is something going on rather than there isn't.
All right, fine. I can accept that. And there's really no way, is there, to get proof beyond that point, the gathering of similar cases. And if it was just endorphins, you would think you'd get an absolutely random,
right?
You might get spectacular descriptions of experiences, but you wouldn't get this repetitive experience. That's certainly true.
And looking at it psychologically, you would think that if this was an individual experience, then the experience that they would be able to relate would be based on their individual lives. It would be from their perception or their perspective only.
Yes, how different is the actual dying experience, do you think, from an OBE experience?
Well, if we're talking about a non-traumatic death, meaning you haven't been thrown through the windshield or something like that, I would say it's quite pleasant, quite peaceful, and that leads me to my third story I'd like to share.
Okay.
Do you remember Sam Kinison?
Oh, yes.
Comedian?
Yes, the screamer.
He was on his way to Vegas, I believe, in his vet with his girlfriend or something, and his brother, I believe, was following him behind in the car. Sam had an accident. He didn't die right away. He didn't even know he was critically injured. But he got out of the vehicle and he kept walking around saying, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. He obviously had internal injuries that cost him his life. He didn't die right away. He began to lay down, and he laid down in his brother's arms. And he was telling his brother, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. And just then he stopped talking to his brother and he looked away for a brief second. And as he looked away, then he turned back to his brother and he smiled. And he said, it's okay now. It's okay. And then he died. So, that whatever he saw, and it wasn't, even though he'd had trauma.
How do you know that story?
Well, I heard his brother tell him on the radio many times, and then I think I read about it in some magazine or something like that. But I did hear his brother talk about it. And as a matter of fact, his brother even said that up until that point, he had no belief in anything after that. But because of that experience with Sam, he began to believe that there had to be something else going on because of the last few minutes of his life and what happened. So, whenever he wasn't able to perceive in the physical, and as he began to slowly lose grips with the physical body and the five senses, all of a sudden he could perceive something else that brought him comfort and solace.
Well, you're an expert on OBEs. When you are in the middle of an OBE, do you see entities that are non-human?
Oh yes, you can. It's not something that happens a lot, but definitely. Because we're human souls now. We're in a human experience. But this is not the actually souls are kind of generic and spread all over creation. Our particular experience here, we're human souls. But that doesn't mean that we're the only souls that exist, period. Life force is basically what the soul is made of.
I had a scientist on, last night I had a scientist on. I don't know if you heard of him. Brilliant guy. He's going to have his body frozen when he dies because he said, Otherwise, the only other two choices are cremation and burial. There ain't nothing else. Nothing.
Right. See, you feel that they're going to reanimate his body later and the soul will come back into the body?
No, he doesn't think we have a soul.
Oh.
And I talked to him about that. I said, you don't think we have a soul? He said, where's the evidence? That was his answer to your question. Where's the evidence?
I would totally agree with him.
Hold on. We'll do this when we come back, and we will be back.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny after areas of low clouds, highs
Sounds of silence in the beginning. That could be describing an OBE, couldn't it?
It sounds like it. I've never heard that before.
I know. Well, you've got to stop and listen and apply it. Boom, there it is.
Definitely. Because of you, my collection of music is growing.
Well, anyway, I don't even remember where we were.
Well, we were talking about the guy you had on before, and how he didn't believe there was a soul.
Yes.
And I totally understand his position 100%. And none of the things that I've shared with you over the past few years, I would have ever shared with you if it hadn't been for some sort of personal experience. And it's just like, you could be the inventor of the bicycle, and you could tell me about it. You don't have to walk anymore, Al. I'd be really skeptical. Well, I want to see this thing. And then you'd pull it out and show it to me. And I'd go, well, that doesn't mean that you can ride this thing, or it helps you get from here to there. And then you can get on it, and you can ride it. And seeing you ride it and all that is almost enough to really convince me that it's a good thing. But what's really going to do it for me, and me personally, is that I get on the bike and I learn how to ride it.
But here's the thing, Albert. I know that OBEs, out-of-body experiences, are true. No doubt.
Because you got on the bike.
I got on the bike. I did it, not willingly, but I did it. So I know it's true. But what I don't know is that was my soul traveling. What I don't know is that perhaps it was something that an active, living mind can do. But it doesn't necessarily have to involve what we think of as a soul.
That means that you can think that way.
I am.
With one experience, and I would probably think that way too, with one experience. But if you repeat it over and over again, and then and so let's say, you decide that, because you gotta remember, Art, and you know this, my book is my diary, and I never plan on sharing it with anybody. I would just keep it for myself.
Right.
So it wasn't about writing a book and then, hey,
I know, but you haven't shown me it's also like even if you did it 100 times, it may be something that a living mind is capable of doing.
Okay.
Actually leaving your body, but then it doesn't need your soul.
I agree. But then you start breaking down what kind of experiences you start having. Then you have experiences like in my book, and I talk about seeing my dead aunt on more than one occasion. The very first time I just refused to accept it. I didn't believe in life after death or any of that. Then the second time, because we were communicating with more than just visuals, I was thoroughly convinced that whatever this thing was, it was definitely my aunt, and I already knew I carried her coffin to the grave. So that kind of experience, coupled with another experience with another deceased person, and then you add on to that, and then none of these are disjointed experiences. Each one hinges on the other, and if you're able to repeat this anyway, no matter if you tell anybody else, you personally are going to come to some kind of understanding about this or some kind of belief.
Okay, but all of these people that you met up with had a place in your brain.
Very true. Well, one of them didn't. One of them was an uncle of my ex-wife.
Now that might qualify.
And I didn't even know too. I didn't really.
That might qualify. Well, you never met me, but I was an uncle of yours. Well, yeah, that might qualify.
So, and he passed away, and I wrote about that in the book too.
All right, you got me there.
So I'm just saying, all these things made me question me. I had to say, well, wait a minute. One of two things. I'm either going crazy crazy or there might be some validity to this.
And you consider it the crazy part.
I considered that first. Because the first thing I thought, I never believed in ghosts and all.
I heard your laugh there. That was a little manic.
Well, the first thing I did is I went to a psychiatrist.
Just having fun with you. Yeah, you really did go to
Yeah,
psych.
and I had MRI and neurological testing, and I was looking for a physical abnormality. That's the first thing. I didn't think about anything else. I got a clean bill of health. Yep, these experiences continue. So I thought, okay, I'm going to document this. If I'm going nuts, I'm going to document this in as much detail as I possibly can, because when they find me babbling and drooling in the corner with my journal next to me, they'll know how I got there.
All right. I believe these are real. I know these are real. So I guess let's do this. Let's talk to the audience. There's so many out there that have had this moment of being paralyzed and are scared to death. How do you move from that, Albert, to an OBE, to moving out of your body? How do you discipline yourself to do it?
Well, first of all, the first hurdle is fear. Once you get past that, you're not afraid to venture further. It gets a lot easier. The more afraid you are, the harder it's going to get. But if you're past the fear, you can and everything responds to I want.
I would suppose you can help us to understand how to get past the fear, huh?
That takes practice, unfortunately. All I can say to you is that the only fearful experiences I've had were in the beginning, a long time ago, and I continue to do it to this day, and I don't have any fearful experiences.
Well, what got you over the fear? Let me ask it that way.
Because the unknown became known. I realized I wasn't dying. I realized I was going to be able to come back to my body. I realized that there was nothing out there that could hurt me. And then I realized that the only really, truly dangerous place that I could ever venture and walk around would be in physical life compared to this, because there was nothing negative on the other side. It was just the opposite.
Now, you and I have gone round and round on this one, and we will again, but I don't want to do that right now. So you managed to get yourself over the fear because it happened so many times. I get it.
And it took a lot of practice. A lot. Because I was terrified. I was a big astral chicken. I was terrified.
All right. So then, your advice to the person who's had it?
Baby steps. Baby steps. Just become comfortable with it.
Okay, you're lying there. You're terrified. Tell me what then?
Try to relax. Relaxation is a big key, because your heart rate will start going up. You'll start panicking. Try not to do that, because nothing is going to happen to you. That's the first thing. You don't know what's going to happen, but I'm telling you, nothing is going to happen to you.
So don't relax.
Don't try to relax.
Don't fight it.
Right. Try to relax. Try to just breathe normally. And the more and more you relax, the more and more you feel as if you're slipping away. That's a good thing.
That's right.
That's a good thing, because eventually it's only going to go to a certain extent, and you're not going to go into this abyss of darkness. You're going to go all of a sudden into a super conscious state. So you'll make a transition into that feeling that you had when you felt free, completely free, and super aware. That's what happens right before that feeling of losing it or fading away.
Right.
And if you can hang on past that, you realize that soon all of that will be gone. Kind of like my friend saying there was a pop and then he felt fine. All of that will be gone, and then you will be in total control of a new body, or not a new body, it's really very old, but a new vehicle that you can actually move around your environment in.
All right. We'll pick up there in a moment. I promise the international line, I'd give them a good deal tonight. The international line, you're on the air. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from England.
England.
Hi, this is Brenda.
Where in England?
In the south part of Hampshire.
Hello. Yes,
Hi. I had a question about what I think might have been an out-of-body experience one time.
All right.
Well, it started out as a dream, and then a bunch of scary stuff happened as usual. And I felt myself doing a motion kind of like when you're trying to swim out of deep water, but with your arms. And all of a sudden, I could see myself on the bed. And that scared me. And I looked down and I realized that that's what it was, but there was some other people in the room, I thought, but there really wasn't. And
Physical people? Yeah, there might have been. Why did you think there wasn't? Because I thought it was a dream. Oh, okay. And it just kept getting weirder and weirder, and I saw myself, and just that fast, I thought I was sitting on the side of my bed. I thought, okay, this is really weird, and I'll just wake up now. And that's I was awake, and I wasn't. So now that it's happened 5 times, what do you think of it? It scared the hell out of me, to be honest with you. No, it hasn't happened since then. When I finally really did wake up, I went and light in the house and splashed water in my face, and you sound like, I was up in my house turning on all the lights, too. Well, I may have been laying in a strange position. It was cutting off my hair. Well, with my head turned or something. 5 times in a row? I don't know. Unlikely. I don't know, but that's when the rising up started. When things start to repeat themselves, generally you start looking for a pattern. And I'm saying the probability of it being something that's cutting off your windpipe is really very, very remote. There probably is another answer. If you don't even want to take the out-of-body experience as the answer, there's probably something other than the one that you selected. So don't be so quick. A lot of people are really quick to explain it away when they have zero evidence rather than take a little bit of evidence. Yeah, there's a lot of very strange things happening in that apartment. That was before I moved over here. Right. Very strange things. So it's kind of nice. Using your body is the number one key right there. I mean, you can have a lot of out-of-body experiences, but some people don't see their bodies right away. You saying it is definitely a big clue. And think about this. Think about the similarities to your experience to someone who has a near-death experience. Almost identical, except you haven't had a trauma. So that's what adds to credibility and some understanding that maybe this is an out-of-body experience, because it is very similar. And it's happened more than once. And each time, none of the times you've been injured or frightened, right? Right. All of the times where the people in the room are images. Yeah, there's like this one woman, and she was very mean looking. Okay, and another thing, one thing, when you're in that state, it's very easy to project onto an entity or a being your emotions and feelings. So if you're afraid, it is very easy for you to use the thought form and to project onto them something that is going to frighten you. It doesn't mean that she's really looking at you mean. It just means that you may be contaminating your experience because of some sort of fear or reluctance.
All right. Well, listen, thank you very much. That's provoking to me, and it sends me over the edge. Now here we go. You maintain that when leaving your body, and we did cover sort of getting up out of your body, I guess, and short of having a full-length mirror above your bed, there'll be questions about that. Seeing yourself is a key, right? So, one of them. So, you maintain that it is ultra safe, that nothing can go wrong. Yeah. That while you're out of your body, if anything even begins to go wrong in any way with your physical body, boom, you're back in your body again, right? Yeah. Your body cannot be inhabited, taken, right? It's not an advertisement for some spirit to come along and possess you, right? And it's not like getting out of your car, going into a building, and you have no awareness of what's going on with it. Even if you're halfway to the moon, time isn't a factor, so boom, you're back in your body, right? But you can monitor your breathing and everything, even though you're projected at a great distance. I might as well go right to my closer here. Skip over all the middle territory. Lots and lots of people die in their sleep. It was always written, by the way, in the newspaper the next day or the next 2 or 3 days, he died peacefully in his sleep. Well, nobody really knows that. If he was alone, he might have been screaming, yelling, twitching in dire pain, and passed away extremely painfully. They don't know that, though. They died peacefully in his sleep. Now, how do we know that people don't die while they're out of their bodies? Well, this is what I would look for as a scientist, is that I would take a group of individuals who are claiming to have these experiences, and
then out of all this large group of individuals, I would look for some type of abnormality regarding their health, maybe a reduction in heartbeat, blood pressure, something, some kind of pattern that starts to indicate that the body is failing in some kind of way and about to give up the life force. And if I could find some kind of repeatable pattern in this group of individuals, then I would tend to believe that possibly this particular practice may lead to some type of trauma to the physical body or even possible death. But with all the groups that I've ever seen, not one of them has been ill in any way, shape, or form, or has the health degraded in any way, shape, or form. And in fact, a lot of them have reported the opposite, that they're better health than they've ever been. In my case, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, and I'm fine.
These are all the ones that come back. The ones that don't come back can't report a damn thing.
So a chance of slipping out the door the other way, there should be some physical sign in the physical body. It's a machine. There should be a reduction of something in the body that shows that the life force is waning away. If people can die through this, but there isn't any evidence whatsoever that the body's life force or its physical condition health-wise degrades at all, even a little bit, through the out-of-body experience.
But even you must admit there are people who die without warning, without any physician having seen them. They just, boom, they're fine.
And so far, that seems to be an isolated thing, non-related to out-of-body experiences, because there's no degradation whatsoever.
Well, then let's try this.
Then I would say, well, wait a minute, it's a possibility.
Okay, then let's try this one. Suppose you're out of body, and you do die unexpectedly. Then what?
Then you may as well. Then you're going to see the light.
Then you're going to see the light.
Then you got to think about what you've been doing and how you're going to explain some of the mistakes that you made. But yes, I have heard a lot of people have near-death experiences, okay? I mean, I've talked to, there's 8 million people in the United States who've had near-death experiences.
So an OBE could transition directly from an OBE to a death experience.
I haven't heard, I mean, I wouldn't say that.
Or you haven't heard about it.
Connection that someone almost died, that their body in some kind of way had the paddles had to be brought in, or the CPR, or some kind of thing happened that they almost died.
By the way, have you seen that commercial on TV where the guy, they put the paddles on the guy? It's a credit card commercial, and they revive him, and he's suddenly happy and indicates that he's so happy he saved money using this particular credit card. Right. Hold on, Albert. We'll be right back. Dr. Albert Taylor is my guest. This is Coast to Coast AM. Tomorrow night, the kiddies are out of the room, and right now, too, because the next segment is going to contain some rather adult material, something we haven't covered with Al Taylor previously, but it's about to. This will be a trick, easy question first from Ken in Phoenix, Arizona. I think it's a very interesting question. In my experience, the further out you go, the more peaceful, safe it becomes. Does Albert agree?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, oh, definitely. Further away from the physical world is the most frightening part of our experience as a consciousness or soul. The further away from the physical world, the non-physical realm are nothing like this.
All right. Ken, a very evolved person from Phoenix, Arizona, asks, could someone doing an OBE, astral projection, observe someone of the opposite sex undressing, showering, in other words, being calm?
There are no limitations.
Alrighty.
I'm not saying you will be motivated to do that, but there aren't any limitations that I found.
Ken is motivated to do that.
Well, here's the physical mind and the physical state. All right, well, we get into that other state. We don't care about stuff like that.
Well, now let's try this one out. This is somebody who, at one point, actually attended
learning light seminar that you did in California. Her name is Karen, and she writes as follows. Mark, I thought I heard you mention that Al Taylor is going to be on the show this week. If so, can you please pin him down and get in touch to talk frankly about the sexual aspects of OBE? I can certainly understand why OBE experts hesitate to openly discuss that angle of the experience, but the fact is, sex often plays a very prominent role, especially for a beginner, does not have a lot of control over the experience. And definitely, if the person has a lot of kind of sexual energy, which is not being utilized in the physical state. Robert Monroe does have an entire chapter devoted to sex in one of his OBE books, but he's one of the few authorities who's brave enough to delve into the issue. I'm not done yet. Here's the best part. Since no one really talks openly about it, I was very confused as to why, especially at the beginning, I kept finding myself flying out over the ocean, then being pulled down to ships at sea, having orgies for hours with the astral forms of men on those ships. But I finally theorized that what was happening was that my intense kind of female sexual energy was drawing me to the male energy, sexual energy of the men on the ships, who were no doubt sex slaves due to being pulled away from women for so long while out to sea.
I think I'm having trouble with my phone. I didn't catch all that. No. I can tell you this. All right. Voyeurism, watching someone undress, is a little bit different than astral sex. Astral sex is the sharing of energies and emotions and feelings. And it definitely does happen. And it happens generally to the beginner trap of the novice.
So it's entirely possible what you just wrote there is a dead black end.
And it's in my new book, No Chapter 2, Surrounded by Bad Weather. I have a chapter that says physical sex, astral sex, and God. And it talks about exactly all of that. And so this is something that I've been getting a lot of questions on, and I never really addressed it in any of my lectures or the book before. But I definitely covered in the new book. But I give you a little bit of interesting perspective on what it's all about. And it's not, we know it's not about procreation, because the physical they have your body gone.
Astral sex is not going to cause
anything. You're not going to have astral baby.
Actually, astral sex is some sort of form of safe sex.
It's even beyond that. What is the desire to bond or share that kind of energy? What's really going on there? That's what I talk about in the new book. I go beyond just the physical aspect of what it is, or what we think it is, and go into, since we're talking non-physical, into the energy aspect of it, and what we're really trying to achieve, and that desire, what's really going on there. And I believe it has a lot more to do with connecting with our true selves and God than it does the actual act of sex or procreation.
So then you would say that somebody who's astrally sexing enough is not fully evolved.
No, I'm not saying that.
They're evolved.
Right. If we are fully evolved, otherwise we would be completely
You really are saying that, though. You're saying that the experience itself, even though it can be that, and has been documented to be that, is really not that, or that's just some sort of beginning part of the experience.
It is a desire. It's like being hungry and maybe drinking water when you should be eating food.
Well, I'm just a beginner, so.
And there is something greater than just sex aspects of what's drawing them to that whole experience. And what the true experience is something that I believe is becoming one to what we were before we came here, and the pure ecstasy of what it's like to be close to, if you believe in God or the Creator. And the reason I even say that is because I have another friend of mine who had a near-death experience. And she drowned in rock diving on the island of Catalina. And when she had it, when she jumped at her regulator started malfunctioning, and all of a sudden she started panicking and suffocating. Then the next thing she knew, she was surrounded by this song, and then she found herself floating above the water, watching her physical body sink below the waves. And then she was drawn up into the light, And this is how she described it. She said the experience of reuniting with this light source, this intelligent, conscious energy, was purely orgasmic. So I think, and that's what her description and a lot of other people with descriptions who actually gone to beyond just the physical, beyond just having an outside experience, to actually having some encounter with this light force. That seems to be the big draw of what's going on there, and everything else we do is almost kind of supplementing that in the astral. And the physical, I believe, is definitely so that we can procreate and populate the planet. In the astral, it doesn't make sense to apply those same rules.
All right. Sister and Anaheim asked, or said, since I have had out-of-body experiences since I was a child, it's like you in a way. But I want to know how not to happen. I just want to sleep. And I would add myself that compared to bad dreams, or even a frightening bit of being paralyzed or an OBE, some people prefer the old-fashioned little slice of death. So if he's having them and he can't stop them, I'm not sure you've ever considered this before. You probably don't get this question all that often.
I get it from my family a lot.
How do you stop them?
Well, I guess the first one would be a lot of coffee.
No wonder it only happens.
The thing is, I can tell you about when you're about to separate from the physical, or you're having the night paralysis, the one thing that seems to bring me back faster than anything is not trying to move my entire physical body, but trying to move just a small portion of my body, like my little finger or my toe, or something like that. So if you want to get out of the paralysis and not have an out-of-body experience, just try to move a small portion of your body. But once you can do that, everything else connect on the top. That's a good way to stop it.
All right. That's absolutely excellent. I mean, that really is an excellent answer. There is a way then to stop them.
Yeah,
if you want to. You don't have to. From your perspective, there's no way you should want to stop them, right?
Well, I mean, fear is the biggest thing that stops everybody.
Well, wait, but once you're past that and you're getting frequent traveler miles,
once you get there, you'll never. My mother is 80 years old, and she's been having these experiences since she was a little girl. It wasn't up until about maybe 6 or 7 years ago that I shared with her what this really is. And then first outside experience without fear, she has never gone back and not wanting them. And so it changed her life after 7.5 decades. She's never been the same. So that's how wonderful the thing is. She dreaded it all the time, but now it's the most incredible thing in her whole life. And this late day.
Well, Albert, for somebody who is in jail, and I have a lot of people in the hook out that listen to me, like, I get so for somebody in jail, this would be a really good thing. For somebody who can't otherwise travel, maybe they're confined to bed, maybe they've got a spinal injury, they can't move, whatever the cause would be, this is a way to still move independent of the body. Oh, definitely. And no matter what your physical condition, once you're traveling astrally, you don't have any aches and pains, do you?
Not at all. Not at all. No, you know what? I have to say this. You don't have any aches and pains normally, but if you think something is going to hurt you out in the out-of-body space, you can feel pain. Only if you think it can hurt you. Like if you see a lion or something and it tells you, and you believe it, if you can't feel pain, it doesn't mean that.
Even after
yeah, it does, but it's not external. It's
lion, that really hurts.
Yes, but it's because you believe it, and that is a choice that you make. And that's a point.
Now, see, here you go. This makes it sound to me like it could be a negative experience.
Only if you believe that you can be injured. It's not a lasting injury, but you can feel pain if you believe it. And once you that's easy to get past. Once you get past it, no matter what happens, you don't have to feel that. But if you're creating it, the mind, subconsciousness, is so incredibly powerful. There's nothing I can do to stop it. It's over the physical body or your experience. So if I'm not afraid I'm having a regular OBE, then if a lion bit me, I just go, or it never bite me in the first place. If you were at a conscious level and you knew you were having a consciously controlled out of body experience, you could, if something could happen and you would be in target to pain. But if you weren't all that aware and if you were kind of listening to your level going on and kind of believe that this was a real lion or a shark or whatever, and that you could imagine and actually feel pain. People have been hypnotized where they have been given orders and told that the orders are hot. And then the person they put his hand and they ask the order because they believe it and the consciousness was convinced of her and it actually left a ring and the thing around the palm as if they had been burned. The mind is so incredibly powerful, it takes a lot of practice to control. But it's up to you, not an external thing. So that gives you hope right there. It's about what do you want to do, and you have complete, you have the ability to control your out-of-body experience and have nothing but wonderful experiences as long as you focus on that and practice and release some of the negative stuff. The mind is very, very powerful. It's almost like doing a genie all of a sudden. And anything you think will manifest. Be it good or bad, there's no judgment. It will just happen. So with that kind of consciousness, it really takes a lot of practice to be able to control it.
Would you say that the average person who has had their first OBE is coming back a happy camper or a scared camper?
Probability-wise, 70 to 80% will be a happy camper.
In 2019, the same
The negative experiences are really in the minority. And the more experiences you have, it drops off from there.
But you can travel anywhere, which means you can travel to a neighbor's house. And you can see that neighbor. Is there ever any conditions under which that neighbor would recognize that you are there? Maybe perhaps see you out of the corner of their eye or some little movement or detect that you are present.
It is very possible. But it was not because of you. Because that particular neighbor is sensitive to subtle energy. And that particular neighbor can pick up more than just your acid form. Probably can pick up a lot of acid form. Or a shower or something that's not difficult to get. It's definitely possible. It's also possible and more probable that children and babies can read. And it is more probable and possible that animals can detect you also. Like cats and things like that can perceive subtle energies that we humans in the physical form are able to do.
To me, it seems as though you're now off in the area of the shadow. And I guess you are, right?
Well, I don't see a line being drawn that much between the non-physical beings and the shadow beings. I don't see them as being something separate, a whole other breed of intelligent individuals that are not physical.
Have you ever had a physical person or an animal or any being recognize your presence, acknowledge your presence, or be scared by your presence, or in any way react?
But they thought they were maybe something for recollection and then ignored it. And I thought, oh my gosh, this person see me? But I have had people react to me. I haven't had anyone say, oh my God, what's that? Now, Robert Monroe has, he talks about a friend of his, and he actually was able to touch and catch, and they even saw them, and later he called them back. And now they said, oh my God, was that you? That thing I saw, was that you? So it is definitely possible.
Now, how can you imagine pitch? How can you imagine that something astrally is able to manifest a physical pitch?
Can you imagine how I wouldn't want that to happen to me? Right, no, you know what I mean? I don't want anybody coming in actually. No, I understand that. I don't understand that. But my question is, how do you manage to move from the astral enough to the physical to be able to do that? Practice, Robert. The one thing that matters that is not that we have a very little control over in this lifetime, and that one thing is the particular evolutionary state of our soul. Our souls are different levels of evolution. They evolve to a certain point. The more evolved the soul is, the more talent it has, the more capabilities it has. They can grasp into everything from being able to move physical objects in the astral to healing and a bunch of other things. So not everyone who has an out-of-body experience is going to be able to do the same thing. Some people will barely be able to move around the room. Some people will be able to move around a lot. I just confident where an individual was telling me, she was telling me that she was able to move the bride in her bedroom. I haven't seen anybody do that yet, but she was explaining to me that she got to that point. So it just depends on the evolutionary state of the person, and in the physical, it depends on the amount of practice and whether they're really focused on how much they think they can do consciously.
All right, your first book is still available on Amazon.com. There's links on my website, folks. There's nice gift info. And your new book is called what?
It's called Soul Traveler 2, Grounded by Bad Weather.
And Soul Traveler 2 is also, is it not available on Amazon?
It will be, will probably be out tomorrow. I'm in the editing phase right now, and I'm hoping it gets out to my publisher by next month.
Oh, that's excellent. All right, we'll pick up on that note when we come back. Stay right there. Let's go to the Coast AM. Morning from the high desert.
Great to be back. Yeah, I get a lot of letters from Germany after doing your show, from Canada.
Oh, they're out there. Yeah, they're all there. Listen, if you're out, how to call this doggone toll-free 800 line, that is the problem. I get emails from all over the world every night. Again, folks, give it a try. Maybe you'll have to fool around with some numbers. Look at our website, find it all, call the operator, beg. It's a free call. The number is 800 from anywhere in the world. 800-893-0903.
Well, it'd be great to get some calls from overseas about the tour of the new book. I'm going to be going to England and Germany, as a matter of fact.
Are you really?
Yes.
Well, that's wonderful. So is your new book simply that it's not quite available?
It's not available yet, and I'm working on it diligently. But I'm hoping definitely by the fall.
You know, it doesn't matter. Your new book is going to be great, but the one they should be going after is Soul Traveler because
It's available now.
Yeah, most of the people out there want to know how to do it, and that book lays it out.
What I did is chapter 10 is dedicated solely on how to do it, what it means, what to look for, everything, roadside, everything. And it gives you several different techniques. And I after all this time, I have heard at least every one of the techniques that works for somebody.
All right, here's an oddball question, but maybe not so oddball. A lot of people out there tonight we're going to hear from are going to refer to the shadow people. And Jim in Seaside, Oregon, you have been talking about what you can do while you have an OBE or how to have an OBE. What can I do to protect myself from others who are OBE, or can I?
Well, the protection is what we're talking about.
I try to say, someone's injuring you. I mean, no, yeah, sure. Why not? Privacy is what I said. There's nothing you can do regarding that. Like, someone who needs to come and visit you, there's nothing you can do about it. Not that you can know. You might have to see them out of the corner of your eye, whatever, but they're going to be, if the person is capable of traveling openly, they pretty much can go as they please anywhere they want. I mean, if you're, and the better you get at it, the more places you can go. Protection-wise, I mean, I understand her privacy concerns of that, but it's very rare for a person to target another individual and be able to go see them uninvited. Or, I don't know, let's look it up, just look in here. Could you go on a vengeance SOB? I would say no, because anger is a form of tension, and that is very well grounded in the body. But I'm a black lady, and it takes a lot of physically energy to be able to travel as far as where you want. That's the damn shit. I mean, if you could just manifest a little bit, you could do all kinds of things. You could go put a mask between this guy's toes, right? The way that opens the door to abuse. I mean, and I don't think this is something, it's not like a circus trick to me. Yeah, it's deeply spiritual to me. And I think that if you start using it the wrong way, but if it's free, well, you think so? Yeah, I do. You don't think it's a tool that can be used in any way at all, that you've chosen the spiritual path? The people that I have read their book, and they have had incredible journeys, generally people who are certainly grounded or spiritually aware. For instance, like Granada and a few other Indian gurus, and even people like Robert and things like that, they want to focus in that aggression, anger area. Most of the people have been very well educated, peaceful, kind, and that kind of thing. But I tend to believe that it goes hand in hand with that rather than the other. Well, and what about Saddam Hussein? Now, take Saddam Hussein for example. He may be deeply religious. And it's not a religious thing. He is in his own way, okay? Right? But we all know what a mean bastard he is. He chops people up and stuff. So, who's to say he couldn't be on a spiritual head chopping trip? I would say that it is incompatible with anger and aggression. All right, fine. I want to allow everybody to call me. Would that be all right? Great. First time on the line here on the air with Dr. Albert Taylor. Turn your radio off, please. I will do that immediately. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Yeah, Mr. Taylor, I know you are a director at the city of Anaheim and a foundation on Lately Call. That's pretty good. I turned you on to the Art Bell show. You want to see on this show a number of times. Last time, a couple times ago, maybe you had the Art Bell calling you doctor, and now you're not a doctor, you just have an MBA, and you worked at NBC when I spoke to you personally, and now you work at Lockheed. Sir, you are a fraud. I mean, you work at fraud. I don't work at Lockheed, and I live at fraud. You know, fraud. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I do have a PhD, and I don't work at Lockheed. I worked at Lockheed back in the 70s. You said you worked at McDonald's. Worked at McDonald's in the 90s. When I spoke to you last time, you worked at McDonald's. Sure with that. And when you were in our show, article this day, and record them with guys. Sir, you're wrong. About that, you're absolutely wrong. Yes, you are. No, you are wrong. No, I'm telling you now you're wrong, because I did program. At no time did he ever say that he worked at Lockheed. That was his background. That's always been his background. So you, sir, are just flat wrong. Haven't changed in a long time. No. When you came up with program, that was your background then. Yes, Mr. Jones, just absolutely flat wrong. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Dr. Albert Taylor.
Well, good evening, folks, or good morning.
Good morning. Please turn your radio off.
Yeah, I'll turn it down. It's down right now. Sorry about that.
All right.
Hi, this is Joy in Santa Cruz.
Yes.
I Hi, how are you? I had a wonderful experience with my first OBE, but I did have a question about the whole sexual thing. If you don't mind my asking.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. I know it's a little bit of a strange question.
No, not at all.
But if people are in, let's say their first experiences, and they're kind of like floating around and not really getting their bearings, and they have all this extra sexual energy or pent-up energy where they want to, I guess, get connected with other people. Would this be an explanation for the mythology, especially the
Incubus, it's confused. One of them comes and allegedly sleeps with women at night or something like that.
What's the male of the female?
This could be related to that. It could be misinterpreted because it is so close. I mean, why would you? It's so closely related. I think it could be a diluted understanding of it, and it could very well be an actual sex situation.
Well, especially the person who's
Being visited, kind of in a dream, they get no, and they would try to report it and pick up such an ancient belief. And they would try to equate it and understand it based on what they understand about their reality. And demons and things like that were part of their reality, so I could see them saying that.
and these were priests for the people who had a lifestyle that didn't let them really go into that area anyway.
I would say the priest probably never, or the high priest or whatever they would call it at that time, probably never would have admitted to it. Usually it was the people or the common folk that would talk about things like that, and they would go to the head of the church or whatever, the spiritual leader of that area, and he would be the one to either condemn them or exercise them or whatever.
One particular question. If a person isn't ethical and they're out there, I mean, because I know people who've had them, they didn't even respect it. And I know
Maybe that's a better question than what I had time for. If they're simply unethical, and there are plenty of unethical people who head out there, what then? Well, I mean, since it is a palatable goal, a lot of people are going to have the experience. Now, how many times and how good they are at it, I think that all depends on pretty much how good your house is. I mean, that's the thing, to be able to travel, but to really accomplish, to have no limit, I believe that the things, negativities and things like that hold you back.
But if the person was simply unethical and didn't believe his or her own behavior to be unethical, they simply want to get it all together.
And the only reason I would say it is possible only because I don't see it being impossible, but I can say this. I haven't run into anybody that I can know that is really efficient at it, that it has an unethical outlook. So it's possible, but not likely.
I mean, it kind of sounds like only Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts get to OB.
No, what happens is when you're in the experience itself changes how you behave. You're in the physical body and playing a lot of things. Yeah, but that consciousness is very different.
Right, okay, so that's East of the Rockies. You're on the air with Albert Taylor. Hello.
This is basically a question I want to put a few months ago, I had one of these, and I got really afraid of like sleep ever since.
Afraid to go to sleep?
Yeah. I don't feel good, so
I understand, right? There you are. Same thing again. Afraid to go to sleep.
and you might ask you, do you know what you might be afraid of?
Yeah, I can answer of the fear of being paralyzed again. And that's the fear had left after the experience. And yanking themselves out of it, they threw up. Nauseated, threw up.
That makes sense. Maybe for us.
Maybe not. Maybe it was the incomplete experience.
I've run into somebody recently in a career that won't get nauseous, but I just ran into this person, I think, within the last 24 to 48 hours, that I'm getting nauseous and having a stomach problem. But like I said, that is out of 100 people, that's maybe 1%.
So if you're actually out there traveling, do you throw?
It's possible.
Do you like toss astral chunks?
I haven't seen any.
Yes, not that I want to. But if he's afraid, it's basically you have to talk to yourself. You have to tell yourself, so far, nothing has happened to me. Yeah, I can tell you that you're not going to die, so maybe that's a fear that you don't have to worry about. You're not going to be injured. You're not going to be prevented from coming back to your body. You will be in as healthy, you'll be as healthy as you are now, if not in better condition. So far, there aren't any negative things that I can think of that will happen to you. So just practice that, keep reminding yourself of that, and eventually, as you discover nothing happens to you, you'll get a little bit more comfortable with it and be able to travel farther. What's the lucky around there with Dr. Albert Taylor?
Hello? Hello? Oh, hi. I didn't know if Jeff would be here or not. Dr. Taylor?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. My name is Pamela, and the one I never heard the term before, the shadow people. Do they come to you when you travel astral?
When you have out-of-body experiences, non-physical world opens up to you. And you can have encounters with everything from strangers who have passed to astral travelers, which are very, very rare, to non-physical beings that the same ones that come when a person is about to die or something is about to happen, traumatic experiences about to happen. So you can have encounters with a whole host of non-physical beings.
I've been traveling astrally since I was 14. I do it regularly. I can do it awake.
And do you have encounters?
I know the beings that you're talking about. I've never heard them called the shadow people before.
See, that's just, that may be another terminology for the same thing. I know that when I've come out a lot, there are the same kind of, there's maybe one being there or maybe a few, but all the same beings, the same type of beings. And sometimes that may be a each person that I may not know. But if you look at it, then I would think if the shadow people were something different from me, then I should be able to put them in a heightened sense of awareness. Maybe on the positive. I can pick up on the positive and more. I should be able to see maybe just other groups of individuals and individuals who we label shadow people, but I don't. I see these other things all the time. So I'm thinking maybe because I don't believe that we as a human
KFI, 640, Bill Hamel here on a Monday morning, March 11th. Some of the sports, of course, is exploding, and U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is on the way to meet with Caribbean leaders to figure out what's going on, and then Pope Francis, outdid himself this time. He talked about the Ukrainians should have the courage of the white flag and negotiate an end to the war with Russia. Believe me, there's a lot of backlash on that one. And the Ukrainians are saying, excuse us, that's not going to happen. Now, last night, it was almost a sweep for Oppenheimer. 7 awards, the big ones Oppenheimer got. And we're going to talk more about that at 8 o'clock with Steve Gregory, who was there at the Oscars. He's been going for 20-something years. Steve was originally an entertainment reporter. He's been certified to go to the Oscars for decades. And so I'm going to talk to him about what happened last night. But the bottom line is best movie was about Oppenheimer, best actor, Cillian Murphy, and on and on. And now the story of Oppenheimer himself. What an extraordinary character he was. I mean, just brilliant. And what a choice that, was improbable. Leslie Groves, who was the Army general who was in charge of building the bomb. It was U.S. government, and FDR decided, after a letter from Albert Einstein and a few other things, that the decision to build the bomb became a military decision, and it was given to Leslie Groves, the general, who then chose Oppenheimer. And Leslie Groves said that he received no support, only opposition for his decision. A colleague of Oppenheimer said he couldn't run a Hebrew. So here's what he did. Business schools all over looking at what Oppenheimer did. Before he could build the bomb, what he had to build was a team. And Los Alamos hadn't been selected. It's the middle of the desert. And Oppenheimer realized he needed talent.
And so he looked at scientists and decided to hire them. Once he identified them, and he did whatever it took to get them out. Thousands of people lived in Los Alamos. And it was one of the most secret projects we've ever done, except the Russians had a couple of spies in there. Klaus Fuchs, for example, one of the scientists that immediately sent all the atomic bomb secrets to Russia. So they knew exactly what was going on. In the meantime, for example, physicist Richard Feynman, who became one of the greatest physicists on the planet, turned him down. His wife had tuberculosis, so Oppenheimer finds a sanitarium very close. Tuberculosis sanitarium. That's what he did. And by the way, Feynman wasn't even a star at that time. But Oppenheimer understood what his potential was and understood what he was going to do. Hiring was essential and became a priority. And never before or since has the nation's most brilliant scientists been concentrated in the same place, same time. And he could be patient as well as relentless. Interesting how he worked to get the best out of the scientists because, number one, and this is where we're looking at his management skills, he was a super communicator. Now, there were better physicists, chemists, engineers, but what he could do better than anybody was take everybody with different perspectives and bring them to a consensus. For example, he would sit at the back of the room and simply listen as everybody argued. Then at just the right moment, he would come forward, summarize everything that was said, and say, this is what we should do. And everybody sort of nodded their heads and said, yeah. One of his colleagues said he would walk in, quickly grasp what the problem was, and almost always suggest the solution. And Oppenheimer was both the director and the dictator of Los Alamos. That's how he was described. He didn't believe in giving orders. And he would speak in a voice that was so quiet, he actually had to lean in to make sure you heard everything. And it wasn't his knowledge, just his knowledge of physics, but what he understood was psychology without taking a psychology course in his life. That's what he understood. Human psychology. For example, there were thousands of people there in Los Alamos. He made friends with hundreds of them. And he had parties. And they worked 6 days a week. And he made sure movies were there. And games were played. And parties were given. And horseback riding. He wanted to make it as comfortable, which it wasn't, but as cohesive as he could. Groves. Well, again, he took it over. If you ever see Groves was played by Matt Damon, who I think he also won for. Matt Damon wasn't even. He wasn't even nominated. It was Robert Downey Jr. who won the award for Best Supporting. And for example, since this was military, and everybody was drafted into the military, the scientists became part of the military. Didn't want to wear uniforms. First thing that he did, nobody wears uniforms. And Groves let him do it. He was so allergic to hierarchy. We're talking about Oppenheimer. He wouldn't even make an organizational chart. And he understood gathering people from different parts of the project in the same place, encouraging to discuss and combining their ideas. Well, that's what pulled it off. That's what pulled it off. What an extraordinary man. Also, the meetings that he had, and we're talking about the top scientists. There were a lot of workers there that did the basic work, secretarial, etc. But we're talking about the top scientists, the chemicals, the explosive experts, because the atomic bomb is basically an explosive before the actual, the atomic part of it explodes. The technology, I mean, it was just technically so precise because it has to implode. And you have these charges all around it that have to literally implode in and get the mass inside. If I know my physics, which I don't, and then you had the core, which had to immediately be imploded become more dense. And it had to be specific. I mean, they had to go to the nanosecond in terms of the timing. No one was going to work until Trinity. And you've all seen videos of them taking the bomb. It was round, it looked like it had duct tape all over
top of this tower and exploded. And the first one, it worked. And Harry Truman was at the Potsdam conference with Stalin and Churchill. And this was his first international conference with the Allies. And it was during that in Potsdam they were figuring out what they're going to do with the world because the war was going to end. Everybody knew it. And at that point, he was given the news. He was handed a piece of paper in the middle of the meeting that said Trinity was a success. By the way, Stalin knew about it before Truman did, about the success. Anyway, that's the story of Oppenheimer. I just wanted to share that with you. Just a very, very interesting guy. The title of this is an article that was in the New York Times. Major U.S. corporations are threatening to return labor to the law of the jungle. What does that mean? Oh, changes are a-coming. Amy King, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Oil sheen off the coast of Huntington Beach is apparently dissipated, but cleanup crews say they're still finding tar balls on beaches. They say at least 2 birds have died as a result of the sheen. This man says whomever is at fault for the oil sheen should be held accountable.
We all consume fuel, and we need it, so when an accident happens, it's not an accident, they should be deemed responsible for it.
Cleanup crews have recovered about 85 gallons of oil from the water and removed about 800 pounds of oily waste and tar balls from the shoreline. The cause of the sheen is not known. News brought to you by System Paving. A 15-year-old boy in Apple Valley has been fatally shot by San Bernardino County Sheriff's deputies. Someone had called 911 Saturday to report the teen was assaulting family members and damaging property. Deputies say the teen had a 5-foot-long garden tool with a sharp-bladed end and chased a deputy with it. That's when other deputies fired. Special Counsel David Weiss has filed his rebuttal to Hunter Biden's efforts to dismiss 9 tax-related charges in California. ABC News legal analyst Royal Oakes says Weiss has dismissed what he calls shape-shifting claims made by the president's son.
The government argues Hunter Biden's motion to dismiss relies on an imaginary claim of the prosecution being biased against him. The DOJ says the case is all about a guy who made $7 million in income, but who chose to pay nothing in taxes.
Biden's lawyers argue the case should be dismissed because Weiss was unlawfully appointed and because a plea deal between Weiss and Hunter Biden is still valid. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his troops will go into Rafah in Gaza. Despite a warning from President Biden that it would be a red line, Biden said over the weekend he's against an escalation of the conflict into Rafah and says Netanyahu is hurting Israel more than it's helping.
He must pay more attention to the innocent lives being lost as a consequence of the actions taken.
Netanyahu says his red line is that October 7th never happens again. That's the day Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,200 and taking more than 200 people hostage. India says it has successfully test-fired a domestically developed missile. India says it is capable of carrying multiple warheads. Former President Trump says he believes TikTok is a national security threat, but he says he can't support Congress banning the app because that would increase support for Facebook, which Trump calls the enemy of the people. Trump had initially supported a ban on TikTok. We'll check the 10 with the KFI in the Sky next.
For the past 10 years, I have recommended to you the Life Source Whole House Water Filtration System. This is a water filtration system that I think is the best out there. Highly filtered, delicious water, obviously insanely safe, from every single tap in your house. Effectively, what you're getting is bottled water. You're cooking, you're cleaning, you're drinking, clothes, dishes, and water that's as good as bottled water. That's the Life Source system. And I bought a new house, as you know, downsized, and I'm putting in a stop. What do you think I'm putting in? Life Source system. I'm not even moving into the house. Doing a little remodeling, but the Life Source system brings in. 40 years they've been in business. They're giving new customers a free Applicure worth over $900 with the purchase of the ultimate package. Call them for details. It's offered ends March 31. Call 800-WATER-99, 800-WATER-99. Visit lifesourcewater.com, lifesourcewater.com. Taste and feel the difference.
Southland weather from KFI. Sunny after some areas of low clouds. Highs in the low to mid 60s at the beaches, Metro LA, and inland OC. Also low to mid 60s in the valleys and Inland Empire. 50s with gusty winds in the Antelope Valley. Mostly cloudy with highs in the 60s tomorrow. Partly
is a lot worse. Very slow for Topanga Canyon. On the road, sure knows it's better up there in Studio City area. Local driver Katie Sky. Interviews. For when it's 0 off lava. Path enveloped by a rainforest soundscape. Enlightenment. Here I come.
Free one-day delivery on paths and millions of others. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime. Some people think college sounds like this. At Allstate, we like to think it sounds like this. Because becoming a Cardinal opens the door to the future you want to build. Our welcoming culture, passionate learning partners, and focus on innovation and collaboration allow you to chart a unique path to a bright future. Discover Ball State and see how, as Cardinals, we fly.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one. Discover and podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Okay, Miss Watts. Everything seems to be in order here, except your vehicle registration.
How's that now?
Who is Earl Watts again?
Yeah, I told you. That's my father.
Okay, so why are you driving his rig?
I'm just covering for him. It's temporary. Look, I didn't do anything illegal, right?
We'll find out.
Okay, because I really need to get this trailer delivered on
Yeah.
time.
Sit tight. This can take a heck of a lot longer.
You ever driven a reefer?
What?
A refrigerated trailer. Do you know how to handle one?
How is this, please?
Great. What is it?
It's a tight schedule. You handle a fuel receiver by 5 a.m. so you don't get too many pit stops.
Hold up, I don't get so expensive first.
We both seal all our trailers. You know Vento's policy. We're not going to be a problem, is it?
Hey, you know what you're doing. A sealed trailer. Now that could be anything. Drugs, plutonium, helium.
Mr. Caldwell, I need to know what I'm transporting here. It isn't just corn back there, is it?
What did you see?
King Kong presents Kenya, starring Cynthia Erivo. Written and directed by Dan Black.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
The Daily Calendar.
March 11th.
Hey buddy, today is 3/11. Day, not for the band, but for the phone number 311 for government services. It's National COVID-19 Day. Oh yeah, let's party. Ironically, it's also Immune System Day and Wash Your Nose Day. What is NAP? It's National Napping Day.
Every day should be that day.
Happy birthday to Laker Anthony Davis, actor Johnny Knoxville, musicians Lisa Lowe and Bobby McFerrin.
And that's your daily calendar.
From KFI AM 640.
KFI AM 640, Bill Handel here. It is a Monday morning, March 11, in Gaza. That is Benjamin Netanyahu said, we're going to keep on going until Hamas is completely destroyed, notwithstanding a number of people dying. I mean, that is a tough one. And the world is turning against him big time, including President Biden. And because they're not allowing as much international humanitarian aid coming in, the United States is building its own port off the coast or at the coast of Gaza to bring in humanitarian aid. And we'll see what Israel does about that, but try to stop the United States from bringing in aid. Okay, now, let me tell you what's going on in the world of business. So, it's a big one. You've got companies like SpaceX, Amazon, Starbucks, Trader Joe's have filed a lawsuit to eliminate the National Labor Relations Board, declaring it unconstitutional. Labor experts are saying what's going to happen is U.S. labor relations are going to return to law of jungle. And here is what the lawsuit said, accusing all of these companies of breaking the law and acting against unionization. People have a right to unionize. You cannot stop them under federal law. And if you violate that law, the NLRB comes in and then issues statements. Can't issue a fine, but says that this is illegal. Management side lawyer said it's going to be Relations Act, which has governed labor unions and labor rules since FDR's time, 89 years old, then we're going to have chaos. Some worker advocates have said, wait a minute, this is just completely crazy. So why is it going on? Because this is a national law establishing an agency that has been around for 89 years. Their arguments are that, first of all, the administrative law judges should not be allowed at all because they exercise executive functions and the president can't remove them. And argue that because they can't have a jury trial, that's unconstitutional. Remember, this is a civil case. I mean, these arguments are kind of nuts. They really are. Because look at this. If the NLRB is declared unconstitutional, then the EPA can be declared unconstitutional. Any administrative federal agency can be deemed unconstitutional. Because a corporation is nailed, for example, under OSHA laws, for example. It's unsafe. Well, again, no jury trial. It's administrative and also executive. Therefore, safety laws nationally or in California are unconstitutional. Those agencies are unconstitutional. And why are they doing this? I mean, they've never done this before because these companies are looking at the court, the Supreme Court, because guaranteed this is going to go up. And you have a Supreme Court now that is very anti-governmental agency. They do not like federal oversight of anything. They're looking at the states can probably do whatever it wants. California, of course, will always have very pro-labor, very anti-business. I don't understand how business even works in California. Why people start businesses and companies don't move out en masse. There are a bunch of reasons. We talked about it, the weather, the technology, the education of the workers, I mean, all of that. You know, the worker skill level. But the bottom line is California will always be pro-union, pro-labor. Now let's go to Alabama, Mississippi, Texas. What do you think is going to happen there? Unionization, matter of fact, California, we're a union shop here at KFI. You have to be part of the union. That's the negotiation. You go to, and I don't even know this, but I'd like to find this out. I don't have time to ask Siri. I'm willing to bet that every radio station in Texas is non-union. I'm willing to bet that virtually every business is non-union. And so to declare on a federal level that the NLRB is unconstitutional rips apart